Table of Contents. Front page. Intro page. Volume 1. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27. Page 28. Page 29. Page 30. Page 31. Page 32. Page 33. Page 34. Page 35. Page 36. Page 37. Page 38. Page 39. Page 40. Page 41. Page 42. Page 43. Page 44. Page 45. Page 46. Page 47. Page 48. Page 49. Page 50. Page 51. Page 52. Page 53. Page 54. Page 55. Page 56. Page 57. Page 58. Page 59. Page 60. Page 61. Page 62. Page 63. Page 64. Page 65. Page 66. Page 67. Page 68. Page 69. Page 70. Page 71. Page 72. Page 73. Page 74. Page 75. Page 76. Page 77. Page 78. Page 79. Page 80. Page 81. Page 82. Page 83. Page 84. Page 85. Page 86. Page 87. Page 88. Page 89. Page 90. Page 91. Page 92. Page 93. Page 94. Page 95. Page 96. Page 97. Page 98. Page 99. Page 100. Volume 2. Page 101. Page 102. Page 103. Page 104. Page 105. Page 106. Page 107. Page 108. Page 109. Page 110. Page 111. Page 112. Page 113. Page 114. Page 115. Page 116. Page 117. Page 118. Page 119. Page 120. Page 121. Page 122. Page 123. Page 124. Page 125. Page 126. Page 127. Page 128. Page 129. Page 130. Page 131. Page 132. Page 133. Page 134. Page 135. Page 136. Page 137. Page 138. Page 139. Page 140. Page 141. Page 142. Page 143. Page 144. Page 145. Page 146. Page 147. Page 148. Page 149. Page 150. Page 151. Page 152. Page 153. Page 154. Page 155. Page 156. Page 157. Page 158. Page 159. Page 160. Page 161. Page 162. Page 163. Page 164. Page 165. Page 166. Page 167. Page 168. Page 169. Page 170. Page 171. Page 172. Page 173. Page 174. Page 175. Page 176. Page 177. Page 178. Page 179. Page 180. Page 181. Page 182. Page 183. Page 184. Page 185. Page 186. Page 187. Page 188. Page 189. Page 190. Page 191. Page 192. Page 193. Page 194. Page 195. Page 196. Page 197. Page 198. Page 199. Page 200. Volume 3. Page 201. Page 202. Page 203. Page 204. Page 205. Page 206. Page 207. Page 208. Page 209. Page 210. Page 211. Page 212. Page 213. Page 214. Page 215. Page 216. Page 217. Page 218. Page 219. Page 220. Page 221. Page 222. Page 223. Page 224. Page 225. Page 226. Page 227. Page 228. Page 229. Page 230. Page 231. Page 232. Page 233. Page 234. Page 235. Page 236. Page 237. Page 238. Page 239. Page 240. Page 241. Page 242. Page 243. Page 244. Page 245. Page 246. Page 247. Page 248. Page 249. Page 250. Page 251. Page 252. Page 253. Page 254. Page 255. Page 256. Page 257. Page 258. Page 259. Page 260. Page 261. Page 262. Page 263. Page 264. Page 265. Page 266. Page 267. Page 268. Page 269. Page 270. Page 271. Page 272. Page 273. Page 274. Page 275. Page 276. Page 277. Page 278. Page 279. Page 280. Page 281. Page 282. Page 283. Page 284. Page 285. Page 286. Page 287. Page 288. Page 289. Page 290. Page 291. Page 292. Page 293. Page 294. Page 295. Page 296. Page 297. Page 298. Page 299. Page 300. Volume 4. Page 301. Page 302. Page 303. Page 304. Page 305. Page 306. Page 307. Page 308. Page 309. Page 310. Page 311. Page 312. Page 313. Page 314. Page 315. Page 316. Page 317. Page 318. Page 319. Page 320. Page 321. Page 322. Page 323. Page 324. Page 325. Page 326. Page 327. Page 328. Page 329. Page 330. Page 331. Page 332. Page 333. Page 334. Page 335. Page 336. Page 337. Page 338. Page 339. Page 340. Page 341. Page 342. Page 343. Page 344. Page 345. Page 346. Page 347. Page 348. Page 349. Page 350. Page 351. Page 352. Page 353. Page 354. Page 355. Page 356. Page 357. Page 358. Page 359. Page 360. Page 361. Page 362. Page 363. Page 364. Page 365. Page 366. Page 367. Page 368. Page 369. Page 370. Page 371. Page 372. Page 373. Page 374. Page 375. Page 376. Page 377. Page 378. Page 379. Page 380. Page 381. Page 382. Page 383. Page 384. Page 385. Page 386. Page 387. Page 388. Page 389. Page 390. Page 391. Page 392. Page 393. Page 394. Page 395. Page 396. Page 397. Page 398. Page 399. Page 400. Volume 5. Page 401. Page 402. Page 403. Page 404. Page 405. Page 406. Page 407. Page 408. Page 409. Page 410. Page 411. Page 412. Page 413. Page 414. Page 415. Page 416. Page 417. Page 418. Page 419. Page 420. Page 421. Page 422. Page 423. Page 424. Page 425. Page 426. Page 427. Page 428. Page 429. Page 430. Page 431. Page 432. Page 433. Page 434. Page 435. Page 436. Page 437. Page 438. Page 439. Page 440. Page 441. Page 442. Page 443. Page 444. Page 445. Page 446. Page 447. Page 448. Page 449. Page 450. Page 451. Page 452. Page 453. Page 454. Page 455. Page 456. Page 457. Page 458. Page 459. Page 460. Page 461. Page 462. Page 463. Page 464. Page 465. Page 466. Page 467. Page 468. Page 469. Page 470. Naruto, this god of death is too genius. Xiaoli, an ordinary person in Konoha who has no bloodline, and no background. Xiaoli wanted to try out how high he could reach as an ordinary person in this world. Ordinary refers to bloodline and initial background, not talent, so the full name of this book is Naruto, this genius, with high talent in all aspects, is a bit ordinary, without special bloodline and deep background. Source: https://www.wuxiabox.com/novel/chuan9097.html generated by Light Novel Crawler. Naruto, this god of death is 2 Genius C1-470. 1 Front page. 2 Intro page. 3 Volume 1. 1 Page 1. 2 Page 2. 3 Page 3. 4 Page 4. 5 Page 5. 6 Page 6. 7 Page 7. 8 Page 8. 9 Page 9. 10 Page 10. 11 Page 11. 12 Page 12. 13 Page 13. 14 Page 14. 15 Page 15. 16 Page 16. 17 Page 17. 18 Page 18. 19 Page 19. 20 Page 20. 21 Page 21. 22 Page 22. 23 Page 23. 24 Page 24. 25 Page 25. 26 Page 26. 27 Page 27. 28 Page 28. 29 Page 29. 30 Page 30. 31 Page 31. 32 Page 32. 33 Page 33. 34 Page 34. 35 Page 35. 36 Page 36. 37 Page 37. 38 Page 38. 39 Page 39. 40 Page 40. 41 Page 41. 42 Page 42. 43 Page 43. 44 Page 44. 45 Page 45. 46 Page 46. 47 Page 47. 48 Page 48. 49 Page 49. 50 Page 50. 51 Page 51. 52 Page 52. 53 Page 53. 54 Page 54. 55 Page 55. 56 Page 56. 57 Page 57. 58 Page 58. 59 Page 59. 60 Page 60. 61 Page 61. 62 Page 62. 63 Page 63. 64 Page 64. 65 Page 65. 66 Page 66. 67 Page 67. 68 Page 68. 69 Page 69. 70 Page 70. 71 Page 71. 72 Page 72. 73 Page 73. 74 Page 74. 75 Page 75. 76 Page 76. 77 Page 77. 78 Page 78. 79 Page 79. 80 Page 80. 81 Page 81. 82 Page 82. 83 Page 83. 84 Page 84. 85 Page 85. 86 Page 86. 87 Page 87. 88 Page 88. 89 Page 89. 90 Page 90. 91 Page 91. 92 Page 92. 93 Page 93. 94 Page 94. 95 Page 95. 96 Page 96. 97 Page 97. 98 Page 98. 99 Page 99. 100 Page 100. 4 Volume 2. 1 Page 101. 2 Page 102. 3 Page 103. 4 Page 104. 5 Page 105. 6 Page 106. 7 Page 107. 8 Page 108. 9 Page 109. 10 Page 110. 11 Page 111. 12 Page 112. 13 page 113. 14 page 114. 15 page 115. 16 page 116. 17 page 117. 18 page 118. 19 page 119. 20 page 120. 21 page 121. 22 page 122. 23 page 123. 24 page 124. 25 page 125. 26 page 126. 27 page 127. 28 page 128. 29 page 129. 30 page 130. 31 page 131. 32 page 132. 33 page 133. 34 page 134. 35 page 135. 36 page 136. 37 page 137. 38 page 138. 39 page 139. 40 page 140. 41 page 141. 42 page 142. 43 page 143. 44 page 144. 45 page 145. 46 page 146. 47 page 147. 48 page 148. 49 page 149. 50 page 150. 51 page 151. 52 page 152. 53 page 153. 54 page 154. 55 page 155. 56 page 156. 57 page 157. 58 page 158. 59 page 159. 60 page 160. 61 page 161. 62 page 162. 63 page 163. 64 page 164. 65 page 165. 66 page 166. 67 page 167. 68 page 168. 69 page 169. 70 page 170. 71 page 171. 72 page 172. 73 page 173. 74 page 174. 75 page 175. 76 page 176. 77 page 177. 78 page 178. 79 page 179. 80 page 180. 81 page 181. 82 page 182. 83 page 183. 84 page 184. 85 page 185. 86 page 186. 87 page 187. 88 page 188. 89 page 189. 90 page 190. 91 page 191. 92 page 192. 93 page 193. 94 page 194. 95 page 195. 96 page 196. 97 page 197. 98 page 198. 99 page 199. 100 page 200. 5 volume 3. 1 page 201. 2 page 202. 3 page 203. 4 page 204. 5 page 205. 6 page 206. 7 page 207. 8 page 208. 9 page 209. 10 page 210. 11 page 211. 12 page 212. 13 page 213. 14 page 214. 15 page 215. 16 page 216. 17 page 217. 18 page 218. 19 page 219. 20 page 220. 21 page 221. 22 page 222. 23 page 223. 24 page 224. 25 page 225. 26 page 226. 27 page 227. 28 page 228. 29 page 229. 30 page 230. 31 page 231. 32 page 232. 33 page 233. 34. Page 234. 35 page 235. 36 page 236. 37 page 237. 38 page 238. 39 page 239. 40 page 240. 41 page 241. 42 page 242. 43 page 243. 44 page 244. 45 page 245. 46 page 246. 47 page 247. 48 page 248. 49 page 249. 50 page 250. 51 page 251. 52 page 252. 53 page 253. 54 page 254. 55 page 255. 56 page 256. 57 page 257. 58 page 258. 59 page 259. 60 page 260. 61 page 261. 62 page 262. 63 page 263. 64 page 264. 65 page 265. 66 page 266. 67 page 267. 68 page 268. 69 page 269. 70 page 270. 71 page 271. 72 page 272. 73 page 273. 74 page 274. 75 page 275. 76 page 276. 77 page 277. 78 page 278. 79 page 279. 80 page 280. 81 page 281. 82 page 282. 83 page 283. 84 page 284. 85 page 285. 86 page 286. 87 page 287. 88 page 288. 89 page 289. 90 page 290. 91 page 291. 92 page 292. 93 page 293. 94 page 294. 95 page 295. 96 page 296. 97 page 297. 98 page 298. 99 page 299. 100 page 300. 6 volume 4. 1 page 301. 2 page 302. 3 page 303. 4 page 304. 5 page 305. 6 page 306. 7 page 307. 8 page 308. 9 page 309. 10 page 310. 11 page 311. 12 page 312. 13 page 313. 14 page 314. 15 page 315. 16 page 316. 17 page 317. 18 page 318. 19 page 319. 20 page 320. 21 page 321. 22 page 322. 23 page 323. 24 page 324. 25 page 325. 26 page 326. 27 page 327. 28 page 328. 29 page 329. 30 page 330. 31 page 331. 32 page 332. 33 page 333. 34 page 334. 35 page 335. 36 page 336. 37 page 337. 38 page 338. 39 page 339. 40 page 340. 41 page 341. 42 page 342. 43 page 343. 44 page 344. 45 page 345. 46 page 346. 47 page 347. 48 page 348. 49 page 349. 50 page 350. 51 page 351. 52 page 352. 53 page 353. 54 page 354. 55 page 355. 56 page 356. 57 page 357. 58 page 358. 59 page 359. 60 page 360. 61 page 361. 62 page 362. 63 page 363. 64 page 364. 65 page 365. 66 page 366. 67 page 367. 68 page 368. 69 page 369. 70 page 370. 71 page 371. 72 page 372. 73 page 373. 74 page 374. 75 page 375. 76 page 376. 77 page 377. 78 page 378. 79 page 379. 80 page 380. 81 page 381. 82 page 382. 83 page 383. 84 page 384. 85 page 385. 86 page 386. 87 page 387. 88 page 388. 89 page 389. 90 page 390. 91 page 391. 92 page 392. 93 page 393. 94 page 394. 95 page 395. 96 page 396. 97 page 397. 98 page 398. 99 page 399. 100 page 400. 7 volume 5. 1 page 401. 2 page 402. 3 page 403. 4 page 404. 5 page 405. 6 page 406. 7 page 407. 8 page 408. 9 page 409. 10 page 410. 11 page 411. 12 page 412. 13 page 413. 14 page 414. 15 page 415. 16 page 416. 17 page 417. 18 page 418. 19 page 419. 20 page 420. 21 page 421. 22 page 422. 23 page 423. 24 page 424. 25 page 425. 26 page 426. 27 page 427. 28 page 428. 29 page 429. 30 page 430. 31 page 431. 32 page 432. 33 page 433. 34 page 434. 35 page 435. 36 page 436. 37 page 437. 38 page 438. 39 page 439. 40 page 440. 41 page 441. 42 page 442. 43 page 443. 44 page 444. 45 page 445. 46 page 446. 47 page 447. 48 page 448. 49 page 449. 50 page 450. 51 page 451. 52 page 452. 53 page 453. 54 page 454. 55 page 455. 56 page 456. 57 page 457. 58 page 458. 59 page 459. 60 page 460. 61 page 461. 62 page 462. 63 page 463. 64 page 464. 65 page 465. 66 page 466. 67 page 467. 68 page 468. 69 page 469. 70 page 470. Volume 1. Page 1. Naruto, this god of death is too genius. Author, Kong Fei-Yuan. Summary. The Naruto chapter has ended, and the Bleach chapter is in progress. Xiao Li who reached the top in the world of Naruto. In order to go further, I embarked on a journey of travel. Xiao Li, who has reached the god of death, can still reach the top with his personal strength. even fulfill his further wishes? Chapter 1 Konoha. Konoha, in an ordinary and somewhat shabby small courtyard. Xiaoli, today is a school day, don't cry. The boy's mother was teasing him. Don't worry, mother, it won't happen. The young man named Shendeoquan Xiaoli was a little helpless at this time. He looked at his mother tightly holding his hand that was not loose in clothes. When had he ever cried? Well, Xiaoli thought about it, and it seemed that he had actually cried. When he was born, he was beaten and cried. However, as an outstanding young man in the new era of the 21st century, although he didn't know the specific reasons, but we also know that babies are bound to cry after they are born. If there is no sound, there is probably something wrong with it. Therefore, Xiaoli cried once and only once since she was a child, but there was nothing she could do about it. She couldn't hold it in due to physical reasons. Even if Xiaoli could hold it in, the medical staff next to her wouldn't let her. Shendeo Kawanishina looked at her son with a little reluctance. After all, it was not easy for the mother and son to depend on each other since childhood. Fortunately, her son had been independent since childhood, and could even help her with some light housework in many cases, which made her worry less. However, the only fly in the ointment is that her son has none of the childishness of other people's children, which makes Sinai a little unable to understand the real feeling of being a mother. She also wants her son to show her more coquettishness at such a cute age. Come back early after school. Sinai also gave up and said a little helplessly. Okay, mother, it's time to let go, otherwise you will be late on the first day. In the end, Sinai let go of her hand. Originally, she wanted to ask for leave to send Xiaoli there on her first day of school, but Xiaoli sternly refused after finding out. However, Sinai was not too worried. Xiaoli had liked wandering around the village since he was a child, and the most important thing was that he had never lost his way. Xiaoli had visited the ninja school many times. Now that Xiaoli has gone to school, she should also go to work today. After all, there are only mother and son in this family, and she can only rely on her to make ends meet. Shintokawa Natsuki, 6 years old this year, was born in a single-parent family. His father was heard to be a Chiyunin, but he died while doing a mission. According to his father's teammates, his father worked even harder because his mother was pregnant. She took on missions to earn money for milk powder, and then had an accident during a mission because she was too tired, leaving Sinai who was about to give birth. Sinai was originally a ninja, but just a genin. After getting married, he also voluntarily gave up his genin identity. After giving birth to Xiaoli, he started to find some jobs on his own to make a living. Fortunately, he had been a ninja before and his abilities were average. They are considered outstanding among people, so it is not difficult to find a job. Coupled with Xiaoli's precocious intelligence, the difficult days were only a while ago, and now their lives are on the right track. Xiaoli, the divine sword, is naturally a time traveler, and he is a native time traveler who grew up from his mother's womb. When Xiaoli learned that he had traveled to the world of Naruto, he didn't mind. After all, he hadn't gotten married yet in his previous life, so there wasn't much worth remembering. It was just a pity that he couldn't fulfill his filial piety. As for Naruto, Xiaoli had naturally watched the anime, but unfortunately, Xiaoli was a little bit engrossed in the plot. After all, there were so many memories, he was too lazy to read them and skipped a lot of plots, but having seen them was naturally better than never having seen them. Then, there was the matter of the golden finger. After 6 years of confirmation, Xiaoli reluctantly admitted that he did not have the traditional golden finger necessary for time travelers. All he had was the memory of knowing some plots, but this could be considered a piece of gold finger. Oh, and the only thing that can be regarded as a golden finger is the soul power, which may be relatively strong, because Xiaoli found that it is much easier to remember things than in the previous life. Although it cannot reach the point of photographic memory, it is already very good. The last thing is his own bloodline. According to Xiaoli's observation, he is just an ordinary person. He doesn't have any immortal physique, such as Uchiha, Uzumaki, or Senju. This gave Xiaoli a headache. He must want to be a ninja. After all, people are here. It is definitely impossible not to try the characteristics of this place. If he just wants to survive, he might as well choose to marry into a certain place directly. In a ramen restaurant, the other party would probably not look down on him marrying into a big family, but an ordinary ramen restaurant would probably be fine. But fortunately it's not an Uchiha. After all, Xiaoli discovered that he was the same age as Naruto, the protagonist of Naruto, when he was traveling. If he really traveled through time and became an Uchiha, if there was no golden finger, then he would probably have it very soon. The dog is taken. Xiaoli's current condition was not as good as those with golden fingers, awesome bloodlines, or special bloodstains, but it was still okay, at least there was nothing worthy of others' peeps. Then in the past 6 years, Xiaoli has not been idle. Although his body is not yet able to extract chakra and cannot learn ninjutsu or anything like that, training still needs to start from a young age. Although it is said to be exercise, Xiaoli is also worried that his body is too small and that the exercise will be damaged, so the amount is not large. He mainly exercises his fingers. After all, although some Muji ninjutsu are flying all over the place in the later period, the speed of the previous seals is still very important, and the speed of the seals must keep the flexibility and dexterity of the fingers. Xiaoli, who has a firm goal, has naturally started in this aspect since he was a baby. Start? If he persists, Xiaoli feels that it is not impossible for him to reach the fastest seal formation speed. Even if he cannot reach the fastest one, he should still be at the top. However, at present, his seal speed is close to 3 seals per second. Of course, this is a seal without chakra. So the speed will naturally be faster, but this is equivalent to the basic configuration. After becoming familiar with chakra, it can still be achieved. This upper limit. Unknowingly, Xiaoli had arrived in front of his class. At this time, he took a deep breath. He had done everything he could in the early stage, and the rest of his ninja school career would still be a time for him to accumulate strength. Period. But you have to work harder than before, because as an ordinary person, if you want to become a powerful ninja, you can only have a chance if you work hard. The most important thing is that there is a certain period in his plan during this period. A very important goal. At this time, the teacher in the classroom had not come yet. Xiaoli looked at the familiar faces and smiled. Fortunately, among several classes, he was assigned to a familiar class, which was Irika. The class that Uzumaki Naruto is in. Xiaoli scanned the classroom and didn't go out of her way to look for familiar faces. She casually came to an empty seat and sat down. Seeing the noisy classroom without a teacher, and even some children crying there, Xiaoli put her hands down and made random seals one after another. At this time, a figure walked into the classroom. He had short blonde hair and a fox-like beard on his face. His eyes swept over everyone in the classroom, and finally his face lit up. Because he saw Xiaoli. Chapter 2 Uzumaki Naruto. Hello, can I sit next to you? Uzumaki Naruto, the protagonist of Naruto, came to Xiaoli's side and asked a little uneasily. Okay, I've just arrived, there shouldn't be anyone around. Xiaoli looked at Naruto without any emotion and said calmly. Great. Naruto happily sat next to Xiaoli after receiving his agreement. Xiaoli and Naruto had known each other before. After all, after Xiaoli knew that this world was Naruto's world, he was still very curious about the protagonist of this world, Uzumaki Naruto. He specifically went to find Uzumaki Naruto when he was shopping. However, Xiaoli's idea at that time was just to watch from a distance. He had no idea about becoming Naruto Uzumaki's friend. After all, he was a Jinchuriki, and there must be many ANBU guards around him. He, an ordinary person, approached him rashly. There is no benefit. And there are some possible disadvantages. After all, it may not only be the third generation who monitors the Jinhyuriki, but also Danzo. Xiaoli approaches Naruto, and the third generation should not care about anything after the investigation, but Danzo will probably take a note of it, although he wouldn't pay too much attention to it, but given the other party's position, just a casual operation would be a disaster for Xiaoli. In addition, the other disadvantage is that he is ostracized by the people in the village. After all, people who are close to the monsters in their eyes are probably also the kind of hopeless people. So when Xiaoli went to see Naruto for the first time, she just watched from a distance, listening to the people around him talking about monsters and the cold eyes that were always there. Even though he was watching from the side, Xiaoli they all felt suffocated. If the situation is changed, even if Xiaoli is in her second life, in this environment, she will definitely not be able to avoid mental problems, just like Gaara in the early stage. No, Gaara was weak when he was a child, and he was too young to know anything. So he couldn't do much. If it were Xiaoli, he might have done something more extreme, and would definitely plan to use the Nine Tails to take revenge on these people. Didn't you say I was a monster? Then I will work hard to become a real monster, and when I am strong enough, I will show you what a monster really looks like. It was later that Naruto and Xiaoli got to know each other. Naruto used more money to buy food, but he was kicked out. The coins were also thrown to the ground and he was stepped on several times. Seeing this scene and hearing the laughter from the people around him, Xiaoli couldn't stand it anymore. Although he didn't stand up, he later used his own money to buy the food that Naruto wanted to buy before, and then left it in a deserted place. Following Naruto. You want to buy these, right? Xiaoli asked at that time. Yes, yes. Xiaoli still remembered Naruto's AI's reply at that time. Later, Xiaoli handed the food to Naruto. Naruto's eyes widened at that time. He didn't know how long it took before he suddenly thought of something. He quickly wiped the slightly dirty coins with the still clean area of his clothes, and then handed them over expectantly. Xiaoli. Xiaoli finally counted the denominations, and after counting the denominations which were much more than the price, he left with an expression of profit. To be honest, he had no interest in the money, but he just hoped to have a reason to make money. Just this time, it's okay as long as he doesn't show his closeness to the other party. If it goes further, Xiaoli feels that it goes against the plan. It's actually a bit impulsive to just do this. However, it was already painful to see this scene from the animation. Now, seeing this scene in reality, the kind of depression made Xiaoli suffocated. He felt that he should do something, but in the end he found that he could not do anything. Even if you want to help, you have to find a way to squeeze the other person's money to help. This is also a method that Xiaoli came up with on the spur of the moment when she thought that Naruto's money probably couldn't be spent. It was oppressive, but not completely oppressive, but in the eyes of others it's okay if he just wants to make money from Naruto. As for further friendship, he has to consider his own safety and avoid it. If he was alone, he might be able to risk it, but he is not. Of course, Naruto didn't know this, and he didn't care about the money at all. That was the first time he felt that someone didn't treat him coldly, and his whole person glowed with new brilliance. Then Naruto met again in the village a long day later. Naruto's eyes were instantly locked on Xiaoli with a flash of surprise. In Xiaoli's helpless eyes, he wanted to find Xiaoli. But it stopped at the end. Because Naruto felt the eyes of the people around him before he even got close to Xiaoli. At this moment, Naruto understood that if he really found Xiaoli, he would probably cause trouble to the other party, just like those people before who did not allow anyone to just like playing with yourself. In the end, he just passed by Xiaoli in disappointment. Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief and was not implicated in this matter. However, Naruto never took the initiative to find Xiaoli again. Xiaoli only felt some mixed feelings in her heart. What a good child! He is already like this, and he still has to think about others. Xiaoli came back to his senses and looked at Naruto next to him. The other person was looking for him at this time because there were no adults around, because children are actually very simple. They just don't play with Naruto because of what adults say, even if they say what everyone else says about Naruto. It's a monster, but they themselves don't know what monster means. Therefore, in Naruto's eyes, the malice of adults is much deeper than that of children, and in school, he might be able to get a little closer to this person who has no malice towards him. Xiaoli sighed as she thought about Naruto's character in the future. Why did he develop such a character? With the Kyuubi's influence inside your body and constant malice outside, it's the strangest thing to develop that kind of personality, right? Xiaoli sighed, and the answer in her heart might be because of Azura, otherwise Xiaoli really couldn't explain it. But this answer made Xiaoli feel a little disgusted. How could a forcibly destined character not be scary? I hope it's not like what he imagined, otherwise it would be too sad. After some time, a young man with tied hair and a scar on the bridge of his nose finally came belatedly and walked to the podium and coughed a few times. However, there was still a lot of noise in the audience, which was completely useless. After all, it was no longer the era of war, and the students in the ninja school were relatively scattered. Xiaoli also looked at the teacher on the stage. He was quite familiar with this teacher. After all, he was Naruto's teacher at the beginning. I remember his name was Iruka, and he was a Chunin. I remember that Iruka's parents also died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. He didn't know how to face Naruto at first, but later he was slowly moved by Naruto and accepted him. In short, the other person is a very good and qualified teacher. Since I roughly know the other person's personality, I will make good use of the teacher-student relationship and ask the other person for more advice. I am Umino Iruka, and I will be your teacher from now on. You can call me Teacher Iruka. Next, I will call the roll call. Ask the students who are called to stand up and introduce themselves. Well, let me do one first. Demonstration. Umino Iruka, my favorite food is Ichiraku ramen. I like people who are positive and upbeat. I don't have anyone I hate for the time being. My favorite food is bibimbap. I want to be an excellent teacher in the future and teach students one after another. An outstanding student of Bo. After Iruka introduced himself, he picked up the list he had prepared and started calling the names. Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Koji, Yamanaka Ino, Harano Sakura. Xiaoli heard some unfamiliar names and also heard some familiar names, until she clicked on Harano Sakura. Xiaoli's expression was a little complicated. According to his plan, he could only say sorry to Harano Sakura. Chapter 3 Harano Sakura. Xiaoli looked at the pink-haired figure who was about to speak, her eyes a little complicated. She could be considered the heroine of Hokage. Although Naruto's last wife was Hinata's role was really not that many, so the identity of the heroine fell on Harano Sakura. Of course, if you regard Uchiha Sasuke as the heroine, then, you can only say that you are right. Although Harano Sakura's reputation in the original work is not very good, there is no doubt that her opponent's strength has definitely reached the top level among ordinary people, and her efforts and brains are actually quite good. The only thing Xiaoli knows about Xiaoli is that she has a bad reputation. It should be because of her love brain. From the audience's perspective, her love for Uchiha Sasuke basically only remains as a nymphomaniac, and she doesn't even have Uzumaki, the character who later likes Sasuke. The reasons are sufficient. Furthermore, it should be because of Sasuke's subsequent defection that Harano Sakura couldn't do anything on her own, but she cried and begged Naruto. Although Naruto's character would have done it without Harano Sakura obviously acted like a pua by doing this. I mean, it's not very likable anyway. In fact, Xiaoli didn't like Harano Sakura when he was a child in his previous life, but the reason for not liking her at that time was simpler than the above. Anyway, I put myself in Naruto's perspective. If you are not nice to Naruto, I will not like you. Later, when I grew up, I became indifferent to her. I can't say I like her, but I still have enough appreciation. The reason why Xiaoli feels a little indebted to Haruno Sakura is naturally because his target is Haruno Sakura, or to be precise, Haruno Sakura's position. Page 2. After all, Haruno Sakura is the only person he thinks has a chance to replace him. Thinking about the identities of other people, he knows that it is unlikely. First of all, there are Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Koji, and Yamanaka Ino from Class 10. As Konoha's traditional Ino Shikamaru, it is basically impossible to separate them. Again, Kaiba Inyazuka, Shino Aberame, and Hinata from Team 8 are all ninjas with special abilities. Hyuga Hinata's Byakugan cannot be replaced by the Hyuga clan. Kaiba Inyazuka and Shino Aberame also have families, but they look like seems like a replacement. After all, these two families are not considered wealthy in Konoha, but they are not easy to replace. After all, Inyazuka Kaiba's ninja dogs and Aberame Shino's bugs both have unique abilities in detection. If Xiaoli wanted to replace them, he would have to show extraordinary investigative talent, and he would be more likely to be assigned to another class. There was too much uncertainty, and it was unclear whether he would have the chance to show off enough investigative talent in the 6 years of school. Said otherwise, so it can only be ruled out. Finally, there is the 7th team where Haruno Sakura belongs. Naruto, as the Kyuubi, and Uchiha Sasuke, as the only Uchiha survivor in Konoha, are impossible to replace. After thinking about it, Xiaoli could only focus on Haruno Sakura. After all, Haruno Sakura was from an ordinary family. Although she had good theoretical talent, this talent was nothing in front of Xiaoli compared to Haruno Sakura. Under the circumstances, the other party's only advantage is probably her identity as a girl. This is no joke. Although Konoha's class divisions are not clearly defined, most classes are divided into 2 boys and 1 girl. Therefore, if you want to replace Haruno Sakura, you must not only surpass her opponent in theoretical talent, but also reach the highest level in this class. Only by being strong can it be possible. In this case, as the strongest, he is more likely to be assigned to the elite class. Then it will not be a question of whether he can enter, but a question of how the 3 generations are divided. Can a genius who is extremely good in all aspects be thrown into an ordinary class? Fortunately, although most teams are 2 men and 1 woman, there is no explicit requirement for mandatory pairing. Teams of 3 men and 2 women and 1 man have also appeared. If Xiaoli wants to become stronger, his target will naturally be the elite class. After all, even in the elite class, the gap is so obvious. Although Kakashi Hatake of Class 7 has been idle for a long time, he still reached the elite Jounin level. Sarutobi Asuma is considered to be an upper-middle level Jounin, while Yui Kurane from Class 8 can only be considered an ordinary Jounin with some characteristics and illusions. As these elite classes are like this, there is no need to think about the Jounin leading the other classes. If it is an ordinary Jounin, it is considered good, and it is more likely to be a special Jounin. Therefore, no matter what, for his goal, Xiaoli also has to strive to enter the elite class. Haruno Sakura can only say sorry. Although he appreciates the other person, his priority is himself. Moreover, Haruno Sakura's upper limit is actually very obvious in the original work. Of course, the new generation of Konoha Sunin, Naruto, and Sasuke will cheat more than the previous generation of Konoha Sunin, but Haruno Sakura's upper limit will not be the same. It's Tsunade, it can only be little Tsunade. After all, Tsunade is the princess of the Senju clan. Whatever her physique, Haruno Sakura's physique. If she takes another path, she may surpass Tsunade, but Haruno Sakura and Tsunade are taking the same path. They want to be on this road. It is basically impossible to surpass Tsunade. That was Haruno Sakura's upper limit, so what about Xiaoli's? He wanted to give it a try. As an ordinary person, he would not plan any special bloodlines and bloodstains, but what level could he achieve as an ordinary person was beyond Jiraiya, the pinnacle of ordinary people, or Metkai, who briefly opened the 8 gates. Or even worse than Haruno Sakura. No matter what, you have to give it a try. If you are reborn into this world and there is nothing else interesting to do, you can only focus on the characteristics of this world. The divine sword Chuan Xiaoli. At this time, Irika finally called Xiaoli, and Xiaoli stood up and briefly introduced himself. I am Kamikawa Natsuki. I don't have a favorite food. The people I like are myself and my mother. The food I hate is coriander. I don't have anyone I hate for the time being. I want to become the strongest ninja in the future. Xiaoli's speech did not cause any waves. After all, becoming the strongest ninja does not have any real meaning for them. There are also many people whose goal is to become Hokage, and in their eyes, the strongest ninja is probably Naruto. Well, so Xiaoli's introduction is really nothing special. However, when it was Uzumaki Naruto's turn later, Xiaoli watched the other party say the same goal in a voice full of energy, but changed the strongest to Hokage, and then sighed with the mocking laughter of the children around him. Although it is much better than the street, the influence of adults on children is already obvious. After class, Xiaoli didn't even think about going over to chat and make friends. Naturally, Xiaoli, who was sitting next to Naruto, had no one to come to him. After all, Xiaoli didn't seem to have much merit. Her appearance was okay but not top-notch. He has ordinary black hair, but he seems to be much taller than his peers. Then Xiaoli looked at Naruto, who wanted to talk to him but was worried about affecting him. After thinking for a while, he took the initiative and whispered, "If you are in the class, you don't need to be as careful as in the village, but you don't need to be particularly close, the relationship between ordinary classmates is fine." Xiaoli was thinking that as the future of Konoha, Danzo would most likely not be able to reach into the class. He had not heard of anyone of the same age named Shimura just now, so it was an ordinary and normal contact with Naruto as a classmate. It shouldn't matter anymore. After all, Naruto must have a deskmate no matter what, as long as he doesn't show that he is particularly close to Naruto. Besides, for his goal, he has to show enough talent in a short period of time to get into the sight of the third generation. If this is accomplished, even if he is targeted by Danzo, his safety will be at least for a certain period of time. They will all be guaranteed, but I don't know when this opportunity to perform will wait. After hearing Xiaoli's words, Naruto's eyes lit up and he asked nervously, "Then can we be friends?" Xiaoli looked at Naruto, looked at the other person's expectations, recalled the treatment he received when he saw him before, and smiled. "Of course can." However, Xiaoli quickly retracted her smile and returned to an indifferent expression. She looked around. It was best to maintain this expression in normal times. It was best to appear to others as someone who had to act with Naruto. The unlucky guy at the same table. Chapter 4: The Art of Shadow Clone. On the way home, Xiaoli thought about what she had gained today. In fact, she had gained nothing. After all, the current courses were probably focused on explaining the history of Konoha, and they were slowly introduced until chakra attracted enough interest. He will teach you how to extract chakra, but the textbook will be distributed in due course, so he can learn it by himself. As for the three-body technique, in this peaceful period, there is no need to think about it in the first year. The teaching in the first year should only be some theoretical knowledge and some physical exercises. This year is reserved for students to accumulate a certain amount of chakra. Time. Xiaoli looked at the sky. It was still early, and studying here was really easy. At this time, her mother's work should not be over yet. However, Xiaoli thought about what her mother said before leaving home to go home early, and had no intention of hanging around. She ran towards home with some books handed out on her back. Although it was only a few kilometers away, it could still be regarded as it's time to warm up, and I have to say that Naruto's average physique is really good. I'm back. Xiao Li took out the key and opened the door and shouted according to the habit cultivated by his mother. Then Xiao Li was stunned. His mother, who originally thought she was still working, was looking at him with a smile, and the table was filled with sumptuous food. Welcome back. Mother, why are you? Xiao Li's voice was a little surprised. Of course I got off work early. After all, today is Xiao Li's first day of school. Of course I have to come back early. Sinai said with a smile. Yet. In any case, Xiao Li's eyes softened. From the time he was a baby, he had seen how much the other party had paid for this family. Even though he had lived a lifetime, he quickly accepted Sinai as his new family. Mother. However, I'm sorry, Xiao Li. I can only ask for leave today. From now on, you will still be able to go to and from school alone. Obviously other people's children are picked up and dropped off by their families, but I. Sinai's mood was a bit low. She didn't want to send it. It's okay. Xiao Li looked at her mother who was inexplicably blaming herself and walked forward to hug her mother. Well. I'm really embarrassed that I want my own child to comfort me. Sinai smiled bitterly, then forced himself to cheer up and said, in order to compensate Xiao Li can tell her mother what she wants. I don't have anything in particular that I want right now. After thinking about it for a while, Xiao Li said that she was quite satisfied with her current life. Sinai seemed a little troubled by this and seemed to really want to do something for his son. Xiao Li also quickly noticed Sinai's thoughts and ordered whatever she wanted. Oh, by the way, the teacher at the ninja school also talked about the history of ninjas today, right? So, does Xiao Li want to become a ninja? Sinai suddenly realized something and asked with a smile. Well, I want to become the strongest ninja. Xiao Li didn't hide it after thinking about it. Xiao Li, you can also tell me about the ninjutsu you want. Mom also has some channels here. Sinai's eyes lit up after hearing this and he said. However, Sinai soon realized something was wrong. Even if she said so, Xiao Li probably didn't know any ninjutsu, but she hadn't used ninjutsu for many years, and she was only a genin. I don't have many ninjutsus, so do I need to ask my former companions to demonstrate? Ninjutsu, what I want now is the shadow clone technique. After hearing this, Xiao Li expressed his truest thoughts. Hey? Shadow clone? Why do you need this ninjutsu? This ninjutsu is still difficult to a certain extent, and the most important thing is that this ninjutsu is not useful in combat. Although Sinai didn't know how Xiao Li knew, I don't think this ninjutsu is of any use. Well, there's no reason. I just saw a Jounin using it before, and it was a physical clone. I liked it very much. Whether it will be useful is another matter. I decided at that time that I must learn the shadow clone if I have the opportunity in the future. Xiao Li lied. After all, the real reason cannot be explained. However, what Sinai said was of no use for fighting. Xiao Li could only say that he had never thought of such a luxury as using a shadow clone to fight. After all, that thing was basically an ability exclusive to Naruto or the Uzumaki clan. All Xiao Li needed was the shadow clone's experience transfer ability, and the difficulty was also suitable. Although the shadow clone was a B-level ninjutsu, but thinking that Naruto had learned a higher level multiple shadow clone technique in one night, the difficulty of the technique may not be worthy of this level. However, there are naturally some reasons for being placed at B level. The requirements for using shadow clones have very high requirements on the amount of chakra. Only Jounin can have a certain amount of chakra to fight with shadow clones. After all, the shadow clone divides the amount of chakra equally, but Xiao Li estimates that this equal share refers to the amount of chakra extracted at that time. It is impossible to directly divide the body energy contained in the body that has not been extracted into chakra. So if it is not used by Jounin, how much chakra does the shadow clone contain? It is estimated that there is no other ninjutsu that can be used. One of them will be scattered in one hit. What use is a shadow clone that can only use taijutsu in combat? Xiao Li has never thought about using shadow clones to fight, and now is his accumulation period. It will be much more convenient to have one or even two shadow clones. As for whether his body could bear it, Xiao Li never thought about using hundreds or thousands of clones to practice like Naruto. He planned to use only one from the beginning, and he didn't plan to let the shadow clones do any tiring things. Then slowly increase it if you feel your body can tolerate it. However, this opportunity is rare. I don't think it will be of much use in exchange for a shadow clone. Xiao Li should think about it carefully, or I can ask my former companions to show you other ninjutsu. Sinai still doesn't want to use the power of her husband during his lifetime. Use the opportunity you saved to exchange for a useless ninjutsu. Moreover, although this opportunity still exists, after all, the person is no longer there. If Sinai wants to exchange it later, he will still have to ask his former teacher for help. It's so troublesome to just change to a useless shadow clone, and not only is this shadow clone useless, it is also a B-level ninjutsu. The opportunity left by my husband during his lifetime to exchange for a shadow clone is actually enough or even more than a lot, but after all, others it is no longer there, which means that after changing the shadow clone, there is basically no chance to exchange for other ninjutsu. Sinai really thinks that it is better to exchange for more C-level ninjutsu than to change a shadow clone. You can exchange for several. Hey! Xiao Li blinked. He originally thought that what his mother was talking about was actually just the ninjutsu left by his father during his lifetime, so he just talked about it casually. But according to this meaning, is there really a chance to obtain a shadow clone? Suddenly, Xiao Li's eyes lit up, and she began to fully express her determination to obtain the shadow clone to Sinai. After Xiao Li worked hard for a long time, Sinai finally reluctantly agreed. Okay, it's just a shadow clone. Just be happy and don't regret it later. I will never regret it, Mom is the best. Xiao Li couldn't help but cheer. Let's eat. Sinai smiled when he saw Xiao Li's smile. Forget it, as long as Xiao Li is happy, it doesn't matter whether he becomes a powerful ninja or not. Chapter 5 Chakra and Xiao Li. After the meal, Xiao Li returned to his room, took out the book on chakra extraction and read it. To be honest, he didn't study that hard in his previous life. Xiao Li has a certain basic understanding of chakra. Of course, he doesn't know how to extract it. He wanted Sinai to teach him before, but unfortunately Sinai said that although she can still use it, the relevant knowledge has been lost. It was given to her former teacher, and Sinai did not recommend that he extract chakra before he was 6 years old, as it would have some effects on the body. Xiao Li also thought about chakra. Chakra is equal to the combination of physical energy and spiritual energy. Extracting chakra will inevitably affect the body. Among them, spiritual energy determines the amount of chakra extracted at one time, while physical energy is the stock of chakra. Only when it is extracted and combined with spiritual energy can it become chakra that can be used. In Xiao Li's view, body energy is affected by physical fitness and bloodline. Physical fitness can be improved day after tomorrow, but bloodline is basically fixed. The blood coefficient of ordinary people is very low, so you need a very high physical fitness to have enough chakra stock. However, some bloodlines, such as the Uzumaki bloodline, have very high coefficients, so the Uzumaki clan does not need a strong body. With this quality, you can have a terrifying amount of chakra. And the influence of bloodline is not only that, but also related to the speed of recovery, but this has little impact. After all, the battle can often be decided in just a few rounds, and the speed of recovery has little impact on a one-time battle. Xiao Li had previously thought about whether there were any natural and earthly treasures in this world that could improve the bloodline coefficient. After much thought, there seemed to be no solution. Hashirama cells? Xiaoli was not sensitive to this half-human, half-ghost state. Instead of transplanting Hashirama's cells, it would be better to plant a tailed beast, but this was not in line with Xiaoli's goal. What Xiaoli wants is to grow to the top as a human, even if other forms are more powerful. Therefore, neither the ghost appearance after transplantation nor the Jinchuriki are in line with Xiaoli's goals. After all, instead of being in such a mess, it is better to follow the two protagonists. You just need to ensure a certain level of strength so as not to be sacrificed as cannon fodder. Anyway, Xiaoli is quite Buddhist. It would be best if he could become stronger. If not, then it can't be that way. Let's go. After thinking about it, there seems to be no treasure in this world that can improve the bloodline coefficient. There seems to be a dragon vein, but Xiaoli doesn't remember exactly when it appeared, and it may not be in line with Xiaoli's goal. In this regard, Xiaoli could only sigh. It would be great if they were in the world of cultivating immortals. There are always some weird things that can improve the most basic attributes. Although this kind of thing is generally very precious, it is better than what Hokage has here. Good idea. Although there is a high probability that you won't get it, at least you have hope, right? Unlike here, you basically have to rely on your own mutation. But if it were given to him now, then he would not be able to help but use it. After all, compared with emotional reluctance, it is more practical to strengthen oneself rationally. But this was only when he was still weak and had no right to be picky. If you wait until he has really grown up before giving them to him, he will really say no to them, just. I don't know if he can grow up. After Xiaoli read for a while, she felt that the food had been digested a little, so she closed the book. Mom, I'm out. Come back early and be safe. Sinai was used to Xiaoli going out every day. She originally thought that she would be able to relax for a day after going to school today, but in the end she insisted on going out to play. It was impossible to play because the body was the basis of chakra. In order not to face the risk of chakra shortage after using a few ninjutsu in the future, Xiaoli decided not to be lazy. Xiaoli estimated that although her current body had been exercising, the amount was small after all, so it was only equivalent to that of ordinary second-grade students. However, although the amount of exercise has been increasing recently, he feels that his body has improved a lot while the amount remains unchanged. This should be caused by the increase in age, so the increase in his current amount can probably be improved. Xiaoli thought, but this range should be experimented. He can tap his body's potential, but he must not squeeze his body. After all, his body is only that of a 6-year-old child. Strength is one thing, and it is needed for growth. Energy is also necessary, and it must not be lost at the expense of small things. However, after all, once or twice has no impact, so use these once or twice to test the limit of what you can persist, and it may not be impossible to even break through the limit once. As for the difficulty of breaking through the limit, it is not too difficult for Xiaoli. He has experimented before, which is probably related to the strength of his soul, but after breaking the limit that time, his body felt a little empty for a few days, which is a typical case of too much. After that, Xiaoli never exercised to that extent again. Now it was time to give it a try. Xiaoli silently came to a relatively hidden training ground. As expected, there were already people here. Page 3. And this person Xiaoli was already very familiar with him. After all, the opponent was already training when he came, and when he finished, the opponent was still training. Yes, that's right, this person is Xiaoli, a hard-working genius, but Xiaoli really feels that the opponent's body is too much for him. With the way they exercise, Xiaoli feels that his theoretical upper limit is probably higher. However, this is based on the condition that the growth period is infinite. The problem is that the human growth period is limited, and Xiaoli may not necessarily be able to grow to the theoretical upper limit before the end of the growth period. Therefore, theory is theory and reality is reality. At least for now, Xiaoli does not see the possibility of surpassing the other party's physique, nor does he have the idea of surpassing him. After all, he has always seen the other party's efforts. Oh, Xiaoli, you are half an hour late today. You have to train a few more times. Xiaoli's eyes lit up when he saw Xiaoli. Although he was used to exercising alone, if he had a partner with him, you will also be happier. Okay. Xiaoli just decided to try to push the limit today. A few more sets may not be enough. Xiaoli's answer made Xiaoli stunned for a moment. In the past, the other party would not agree if he wanted to practice more, and then Xiaoli's eyes seemed to be on fire. Oh Xiaoli, you actually agreed and it's going to ignite. This is youth. I've decided to reward myself with a few more sets today. Xiaoli was a little embarrassed. Even though he had seen it many times before, he still felt that the other party was a bit exaggerated. So, let's start today's exercise. Xiaoli walked to the other side of Xiaoli. Although they were in the same venue, Xiaoli and Xiaoli's exercise methods were different. After all, Xiaoli believes that his body is still growing, so he will not do some high-intensity exercises. He usually just does some lower-intensity exercises and then uses time to accumulate measurements. Time passed minute by second. Even though the intensity was not high, Xiaoli was already out of breath at this time, but he had not yet reached his goal this time. His body had almost reached its current limit, but mentally he was fine and felt still able to hold on forcefully. Xiaoli looked at it and wanted to cry. It was really, really burning. In Xiaoli's eyes, Xiaoli's movements suddenly became smooth again. Xiaoli said that he was very familiar with this, and this happens to him often, because this is youth. This time, Xiaoli really shed tears of emotion. Hey, I finally succeeded. Xiaoli said that his limit seemed to be higher than he imagined. In fact, it was not the real limit, but the upper limit that his body could endure. Then, after exercising for a while, Xiaoli said hello to Xiaoli and left with heavy steps. Although her body was very tired, her spirit was still good. Let's go back and read some books, and try to learn how to extract chakra as soon as possible. The next day, Xiaoli miraculously felt fine, so had his body improved that much? Then Xiaoli tried to break through again. Then, on the third day, Xiaoli stopped eating. The constant feeling of exhaustion in his body made him only able to do some basic exercises. It seemed that although he could break through, he could not continue. This interval was what Xiaoli wanted to master. Xiaoli couldn't help but sigh. Physical training and chakra accumulation have a long way to go. Chapter 6 Extracting Chakra. After a few days, Xiaoli felt that although the physical fatigue had disappeared, the impact had not completely dissipated. When this feeling disappeared, it was almost during this interval. But this is only in the world of Naruto. Although ordinary people in this world can't compare with those bloodlines, their bodies are far better than those in the previous life. Otherwise, Xiaoli would probably be dead if he did this in the previous life. No, in his previous life, without the premise of strong mental power, he seemed to be unable to achieve this level. After all, Xiaoli was self-aware of himself, and he was not really that strong in terms of willpower. In the past few days, nothing special happened at the school, except that Irika led the class to train and began to teach about chakra. For Xiaoli, these are a bit of a waste of time. After all, he has already learned these knowledge by himself, and the intensity of training cannot keep up with the intensity set by Xiaoli himself. However, school should have just started now, so the teacher is mainly teaching basic training movements, and I will probably be able to train freely in the future. Now, after Xiaoli finished studying the contents in the book, she was about to try to extract chakra. Since it was her first time, Xiaoli found time when Sinai was at home and asked Sinai to help watch. Although extracting chakra is generally not dangerous, who knows if an accident may occur the first time. Mom, I'm going to start. Xiaoli sat cross-legged on the bed. Although extracting chakra did not require any posture, she always had to assume a normal posture when being looked at. Well, don't worry, I remember that there is no danger in extracting chakra. Sinai encouraged Xiaoli. I know. Xiaoli nodded. Isn't this just to be careful? What if he faints? Then, Xiaoli began to sense body energy according to the knowledge taught in the books. In fact, he had tried to sense it before. It was very easy for him, and he was even more familiar with it now. However, he had sensed it before but did not try to extract it. Now Sinai was watching, and he was insured in case of an accident, so Xiaoli no longer hesitated, combined his mental and physical energy, and began to extract chakra. The accident did not happen. Xiaoli successfully extracted it quickly. Then Xiaoli controlled the extracted chakra to emerge in his hand. The familiar blue energy made Xiaoli feel a little distracted. It was successful the first time. Xiaoli is really amazing. Sinai was also a little surprised. Although there is no danger in extracting chakra, it does not mean that it can be successful the first time, so does this represent Xiaoli? The talent is very good. Sinai was very happy thinking about it. It was decided that in order to celebrate Xiaoli's talent, she would ask her teacher for help in exchange for a shadow clone to surprise Xiaoli when she got off work tomorrow. Well, it's okay. Xiaoli didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Maybe it has something to do with his mental power? But in any case, his talent should be pretty good, and it will depend on his talent in ninjutsu later. He just doesn't know what his current chakra level is. He feels that it should be pretty good, but there is no specific comparison and he doesn't know what the specific level is. Xiaoli was thinking about it and suddenly found an extra pair of hands on his face. Then he saw his mother grabbing his cheek and saying, "You have successfully extracted chakra." Xiaoli should be happy and smile. In the end, under Sinai's clutches, Xiaoli could only smile. Although it was a bit fake, Sinai was satisfied. That's right. Why do you keep a straight face at such a young age? Xiaoli was a little helpless. He was not paralyzed, he was just thinking about something. In the end, Xiaoli successfully escaped from Sinai's clutches, returned to his room, and continued to extract chakra. Although it was useless to extract chakra, he did so to familiarize himself with the extraction process. This extraction process must be familiar enough that there is no need to extract it specially, and it can be used at will. As for what the extracted chakra will be used for, ninjutsu Xiaoli doesn't know how to do it yet, but it feels a bit wasteful to waste it like this, so just use it to train control. Step on a tree or a wall. But I thought that the mother next door was probably going to have a rest. If she stepped on the wall and fell, the noise would be quite loud, which would not be good if it affected her rest, so I passed. In addition, the changes in the form and properties of chakra. Nature changes. Xiaoli currently doesn't know what his chakra attributes are, so he can only practice form changes. But speaking of a change in form, it is better to say that Xiaoli decided to manipulate chakra to form the shape of her imagination, starting with the simplest spherical shape. Xiaoli began to try to release the chakra she extracted through her hands, and Xiaoli clearly felt that the chakra quickly dissipated into the air uncontrollably the moment it left the body. Xiaoli frowned but did not give up. How could he succeed in one go? Just like this, he extracted, practiced, extracted, and practiced again. Soon, Xiaoli's chakra amount bottomed out. With this amount of chakra, Xiaoli felt that if he tried his best to extract it, he would be able to extract it all at once. After all, he could extract it all at once. Quantity is related to spirit, and his spirit happens to be very strong. However, this also proves that Xiaoli's chakra capacity is at least not worthy of his mental capacity. Furthermore, the practice of changing forms has also yielded some results. At least after the chakra leaves the body, Xiaoli can still detect a trace of connection, but it is very difficult to control it with this connection. Xiaoli felt good if she had a connection and felt the connection. She only needed to strengthen the connection and take the first step. The bottoming out of chakra means that today's affairs are over and you can rest. There is a more important thing tomorrow, which is to go to Irika. First of all, he has to ask him how much chakra he has now, at least give him a standard value. Secondly, Xiaoli also has to try to see if he can get the three-body technique in advance. After all, he believes that his current chakra has exceeded the level of practicing the three-body technique, so as long as he shows his level, the probability of obtaining the three-body technique from Irika is not small. If that doesn't work, you can just get the seal of the three-body technique from your mother, and then ask Irika-sensei for advice on how to use it. Thinking about tomorrow's plan, Xiaoli also fell into sleep silently. The next day, after school, Xiaoli found Irika. "What's the matter?" "Classmate Xiaoli." Irika looked at Xiaoli, a little confused. "Teacher Irika, I have learned how to extract chakra through textbooks. I would like to ask the teacher about my current chakra level." "Hey? Has Xiaoli finished her self-study?" Irika was a little surprised. In order to be an excellent teacher, he naturally knew about his students' situation, which of course included Xiaoli's situation. It can be said that although Xiaoli's mother was a genin before, she probably did not have the ability to teach, that is, she knew what was happening but did not know why. And this means that Xiaoli should have studied the contents of the textbook and completed the extraction in just a few days. Although Irika didn't know why Xiaoli wanted to know the level of chakra, as a teacher, he must like excellent and hard-working students, so he nodded and agreed. "Of course can." Chapter 7 Genius. After Irika finished speaking, Xiaoli immediately began to extract chakra in front of Irika, and this time he extracted all the chakra at once and released it without any scruples, so that Xiaoli's whole body was wrapped in a layer of blue chakra. Irika opened his eyes wide and looked at Xiaoli, somewhat in disbelief. He had extracted so much this time, so how terrifying Xiaoli's chakra stock must be. However, the next moment, Xiaoli and Irika looked at each other. Xiaoli, stare. Irika, Xiaoli, why don't you continue to extract? To compare the amount of chakra, you need to extract all the chakra. Irika reminded. I have extracted them all. Xiaoli frowned, looked at Irika's reaction, and asked, Teacher Irika, do I have very little chakra? If it is really too little, then it will be troublesome. Many ninjutsu are limited by this scarce chakra. Less? No, of course it's a lot. I just didn't expect Xiaoli to be able to extract all his chakra at once. Irika looked at the other person's frown, knowing that the other party might have misunderstood, and said quickly. So Irika-sensei, what is my current chakra level? How does it compare with Genin? Xiaoli stared at Irika, this was related to his achievements over the past few years. Well, let me think about it. Irika looked at Xiaoli, and after thinking for a while, he said, currently, your chakra amount is only about twice the lowest level of a newly graduated genin, but on average, the difference is about twice the look. Is it so different? Xiaoli frowned again. No, Xiaoli, you already have a lot of chakra. After all, Xiaoli is still growing. The chakra amount will increase with the growth of the body. Even during this period, the body will naturally grow. The amount of chakra accounts for more than the chakra obtained through training. After Irika finished speaking, he sensed the chakra around Xiaoli's body, sighed, and then continued, so as long as Xiaoli grows up normally until graduation, the amount of chakra should be far above the average level. That's it. Xiaoli finally breathed a sigh of relief. So the results of his efforts were pretty good, far above average. Suddenly, Xiaoli remembered that something was wrong. There was an Uzumaki Naruto in his generation. His chakra amount was due to the fact that he had been a nine-tailed Jinhyuriki since he was a child, and he was the reincarnation of Ajura, Plus he had a Uzumaki physique. The chakra itself, not even the 9 tails, is extremely terrifying. Counting Naruto, Xiaoli felt that she probably couldn't even reach the average level. However, she couldn't compare with the pervert. Xiaoli thought about it and smiled. Irika also breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Xiaoli's smile. He almost hit the other party just now. If he knocked down a genius who was still his student, then he himself would not forgive himself. That's right, Xiaoli has become a genius in Irika's eyes. After all, he can learn to extract chakra from scratch so quickly. And from what I saw just now, his proficiency in extracting chakra is pretty good. What's more important is that the amount of chakra you should have at the beginning of school should be the average level of a 3rd grader. How could these combined not be considered a genius, or even? One more thing, Xiaoli-san. Irika also smiled. He was also very happy that his student had a genius. Hey! Xiaoli looked at Irika in confusion. The amount of chakra that Xiaoli can extract at one time has exceeded most genin, and is even comparable to some Chiyunin. This is very powerful. Irika said that he was shocked at first. Extracting so much at once made him think that Xiaoli had a lot of chakra. Oh! However, Xiaoli didn't care much about this. After all, the amount extracted at one time was related to the spirit. In this regard, he still had enough confidence. By the way, Teacher Irika, can I learn the 3-body technique in advance? Xiaoli finally mentioned his second purpose, but the 2 purposes are complementary to each other, and he has shown a talent far beyond that of a 1st grader. It is possible to obtain the 3-body technique. Well, it stands to reason that Sanshin Jutsu is a basic ninjutsu that can only be taught to 2nd grade students. However, Xiaoli's current level is indeed higher than that of 2nd graders and she can learn Sanshin Jutsu. Irika agreed after thinking for a while. Down. It has to be taught anyway, and there is no rule that it cannot be taught in advance. It is not impossible to even advance the teaching of the 3-body technique to the 1st grade, but not everyone is Xiaoli, and most students still have to start from the basics. Study, so forget it. Thank you, Mr. Irika. Xiaoli thanked him seriously. He naturally found Irika because he knew the character of the other party in the original work. If it were Mizuki, he would definitely not go to him, but even if he knew that the other party was big, there is a chance that you will agree, but you still have to be grateful. After all, the other party doesn't owe you anything. Oh, it's okay, and the teacher thinks it was Xiaoli who worked hard to obtain the 3-body technique. Irika scratched his head and laughed, feeling happy to be thanked by his student. Then, Irika handed Xiaoli 3 scrolls and said, "This is the 3-body technique. It contains some of my experiences. Xiaoli will read it first. If there is anything you don't understand later, please come back to the teacher. But remember to return the scroll to the teacher." Okay. Xiaoli took the scroll and looked at it. There were many marks on it. These should be scrolls that Irika prepared for future teaching. Some of them even had notes on how to explain them. If you can't learn it, then find a wall and hit it to death. Page 4. Is there anything else, Xiaoli-san? Irika asked. Teacher has helped me so much, I want to treat him to a meal. Xiaoli said. Haha, teachers should help students, and teachers have other things behind them. Irika wanted to refuse. Ichiraku ramen. Xiaoli continued to add. Suddenly, Irika hesitated. He liked to eat Ichiraku ramen, but he didn't need to ask the students. After all, it was not that expensive. He, a Chiyunin, could still afford it. But looking at Xiaoli's serious expression, Ichiraku ramen wouldn't mean much to the other party's family, so he could agree to it. Then Mr. Irika, let's get busy first. I'll go home first. I'll wait for Mr. Irika in front of Irika at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. After seeing Irika's hesitation, Xiaoli didn't give any more information to Irika. I declined the opportunity and left immediately after saying that. When Irika looked at Xiaoli's back, he was slightly startled. He felt that he was not a child of this grade. After thinking about the situation at home, he couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, a child from a poor family has long been the master, but the other party actually knows that he likes Ichiraku ramen. Although he has said it before, most students probably won't remember it. Happy. Chapter 8 3 Body Technique. After arriving home, Xiaoli looked at the scroll of the 3-body technique on the table and a piece of chakra paper she bought on the way. Xiaoli first took the chakra paper and input his own chakra into it. Soon, the paper broke in the middle, and the part Xiaoli was holding also became wrinkled. Wind and thunder. Xiaoli nodded when he saw this scene. He was not particularly surprised. His father, whom he had never seen before, seemed to have the attribute of wind, and Sinai had also said before that his attribute was thunder. So Xiaoli successfully inherited both of his parents' attributes, which was quite good. He just didn't remember that Feng Jiale could form any blood stains. There seemed to be none, but even if he had no intention of trying. After all, no matter how you think about it, trying to fuse the blood stains is the same as committing suicide. After all, if it could be fused so easily, then the blood stains in this world would not be so rare. According to Xiaoli's opinion, the existing blood stains are caused by suicide or mutation. As for himself, unless he is given a bloodline like Naruto, plus a medical ninja like Tsunade is always watching, and there is a person like Metkai of physical strength, otherwise it would be impossible to commit suicide. However, if these conditions can be met, what blood stains are needed? Just be reckless. As for Feng and Lei, it's not bad. Both Rei's Nan Shuriken and Reikari are qualified to learn. However, Rei's Nan Shuriken requires sufficient chakra and sage mode, while Reikari needs enough chakra. Dynamic vision. Otherwise, one will injure the enemy by 1,000 and himself suffer 800, while the other will go straight and hit no one. Although the sage mode is in the plan, there is definitely no chance to learn it at the moment. Pass it first. For dynamic vision, you basically need to rely on innate and blood stains, such as Sharingan and Byakugan. However, let's not say that Xiaoli doesn't plan to transplant other people's eyes. Let's just say that transplanting the Sharingan will probably directly drain Xiaoli's chakra. No matter how hard it is. This is unacceptable. Byakugan's words are almost the same, but it can't be said. If he can't get it, he won't even want to get Xiaoli. Xiaoli thought about it and wondered if this shortcoming could be avoided if the immortal mode was combined with Reikari. The immortal mode should be comprehensively strengthened and might have dynamic vision. She might try it if she has the opportunity in the future. The next step was to learn the 3-body technique. Xiaoli looked at the scroll of the 3-body technique. The 3-body technique is not complicated, and Xiaoli quickly read it all along with Irika's notes. The 3-body techniques are divided into clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique, which are all simple and practical basic ninjutsu. Among them, the transformation technique only requires 1 seal, the clone technique requires 3 seals, and the substitute technique requires 5 seals, and the difficulty is also divided according to the number of seals. The learning process was just as Xiaoli expected. The seal was just a guide. It could better guide the changes in chakra. The most important thing in releasing ninjutsu was the change in chakra. Each ninjutsu has its own unique chakra changes, so simply knowing Inya is basically impossible to use the corresponding ninjutsu. So, on the other hand, if you can be familiar with the changes of chakra, can you use ninjutsu without forming seals? It's like those ninjutsu in the later period that were released directly by putting both hands together. As for the 3-body technique, Xiaoli's plan is to learn it all, but the priority of mastering it later is different. Basically, you can use the transformation technique proficiently, and you can practice the clone technique more if you have time, while Xiaoli what Li plans to focus on is learning the art of substitution. After all, this is a simple and very practical ninjutsu. If there are only 5 seals, it will take nearly 2 seconds at Xiaoli's current level. When encountering a speed-type ninja, it may be too late to use it, so the substitute technique must be used. The usage time is compressed into 1 second. Then it was time to try to use it. While controlling the flow of chakra as described in the scroll, Xiaoli formed a seal and a figure appeared in his mind. Transformation. A line of white smoke rose up, and when it fell, a small but graceful woman appeared. Then Xiaoli looked at the figure of Tifa in the mirror, and suddenly her face turned red and she released the transformation spell. Xiaoli didn't expect that she would succeed the first time, and Xiaoli suddenly felt that maybe she could practice the transformation technique more. Ahem. Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that there was no one around. The transformation technique was just like this. Just use it a few times to get familiar with it. After all, it was only 1 seal. It couldn't be simplified even if it wanted to be. Then, different figures appeared in Xiaoli's room again and again. Although they were all small, they became more and more exquisite. Asuna, Misaka Mikoto, Red Eyes. Time passed very quickly, and by the time Sinai came back, Xiaoli was already able to use the clone and substitute techniques. How should I put it? It seemed much simpler than Xiaoli imagined. Unlike the single seal of the transformation technique, Xiaoli was not very proficient in the use of the clone technique and the substitution technique, and the changes in chakra could not keep up with the speed of his original seal formation. But there is no problem with this, you just need to practice more later. It was only at this moment that Xiaoli realized that his talent might be much stronger than he had imagined before. Even if the 3-body technique is simple, being able to learn it on the first contact and successfully use it for the first time is enough to prove his talent. So, I'm still a genius. Mom, welcome back. After hearing the door opening and Sinai's voice, Xiaoli also came out of the room and came to the living room to greet her. Clang, clang, clang. When Sinai saw Xiaoli, he took out a scroll as if to show off. Xiaoli, look what this is. The art of shadow clone. Xiaoli said calmly. Well, it's a shadow clone technique, but shouldn't Xiaoli be more happy? Sinai looked at Xiaoli's reaction with a bit of boredom. Well, I'm very happy. Xiaoli said with a smile. Oh, give it to you, my little master. Sinai said and handed the scroll to Xiaoli, and then said, I went to see the teacher, and the teacher also said that shadow clones are not suitable for you. Yet, but I think it suits me very well. Xiaoli took the scroll with some excitement. I knew you wouldn't listen, so I redeemed it anyway, but fortunately it was a shadow clone. If it were other B-level ninjutsu, it might not be possible to redeem it, Sinai said. Why? Xiaoli also became interested after hearing this. The teacher said that although the shadow clone jutsu was developed by Konoha, it was actually learned secretly a long time ago. Other villages also have similar ninjutsu, so there is basically no need to keep it secret. And other ninjutsu it is still very precious and is generally not exchanged for those of us who may be exposed. Sinai replied. Xiaoli nodded. This was understandable, but after all, he had obtained the shadow clone technique, and the next learning goals were set. By the way, Mom, I won't be at home for dinner tonight. Xiaoli thought about how she invited Irika to dinner, and that after eating, she would wander around the village and should come back late. Hey? Why, did Xiaoli dislike her mother's craftsmanship so quickly? Sinai pretended to be depressed and wiped 2 non-existent tears. Of course not. Xiaoli told Sinai what she and teacher Irika had said. Chapter 9 Legacy. That's right, then you should really thank Mr. Irika. Sinai was a little surprised, and then said with a smile. Xiaoli's chakra amount was beyond Sinai's expectation, not to mention the amount of extraction. Sinai remembered that neither he nor Xiaoli's father's chakra amount was much, which was average, but he didn't expect Xiaoli's chakra amount so good. In fact, it is also because Xiaoli's parents are both ninjas, so his natural chakra capacity is pretty good, but more importantly, Xiaoli has not slackened off over the years, and he has never treated him badly for his physical growth. By the way, Xiaoli should have seen the three-body technique, right? How do you feel? If there is anything you don't understand, I can also demonstrate it. Although I don't know how to teach it, the demonstration is still okay. Sinai smiled. Said. I have learned them all. Xiaoli replied. Hey. Sinai nodded subconsciously, then came back to consciousness. After noticing the meaning of Xiaoli's words, she couldn't help but open her eyes wide. She knew her child's character and would not lie in this regard. However, this is too incredible, right? Did you learn it the first time? Xiaoli looked at Sinai's surprised look, then smiled, quickly made a seal, and a white smoke rose. The next moment, two Sinai, one big and one small, looked at each other. Xiaoli could choose to use more chakra to construct the same height as Sinai, but there was no need to waste chakra just for performance. Sinai looked at the reduced version of himself in front of him, feeling a little dazed. Not only could it be used, but the level was not low. Except for the height, which was a bit difficult to do, the degree of refinement of this change was enough. If you don't observe carefully, it might actually be possible. Confuse the real with the fake. Xiaoli released the transformation and used the clone technique and the substitute technique again. The sealing was a little faster than before. The clone technique took less than 2 seconds, while the substitute technique took a little more than 2 seconds. Still did not reach Xiaoli's highest speed of forming seals. However, this is already a bit incredible in Sinai's eyes, because she herself is not as fast as Xiaoli in using these two ninjutsu. At this moment, Sinai finally understood his child's talent in ninja. He knew before that he should be very good. But now it seems that this is not just an excellent level, but an absolute genius. However, even for a genius, the road of ninja is full of dangers. Sinai sighed, but did not stop Xiaoli from thinking about becoming a ninja. After thinking for a while, he walked to his room. Xiaoli looked at Sinai's back, a little confused. Then, Sinai came out with a few scrolls and handed them to Xiaoli. Is this? Xiaoli was a little surprised. The ninjutsu we exchanged before were all sea level. In fact, the shadow clone you just gave you was what your father was going to use to exchange for the B-level wind-style ninjutsu vacuum ball. However, since you haven't mastered the sea-level ninjutsu yet, you haven't exchanged it yet. Sinai said without feeling disappointed. He has gotten used to it over the years. I was going to give it to you after you officially become a ninja, but since Xiao Xiaoli is so talented, I can't waste your time, so I gave it to you in advance. With Xiao Xiaoli's talent, he should be able to learn it quickly. Although I don't think my little adult needs reminding, I still have to say that you must learn to do what you can and never force yourself. Yes, I know. Xiaoli took the scroll solemnly and took a look at it. There were 4 ninjutsus in total, all of which were sea level. They were Wind Release Fierce Palm, Wind Release Wind Cut Jutsu, and Wind Release Technique. Great Breakthrough and Thunder Escape. As for Feng Dun, it belongs to the dead father. It seems to be a good combination. It has a large range of breakthroughs, a single point of wind cut technique, and a close-range gale palm. With these, Xiaoli feels that there is no need to exchange for other items. The sea-level wind escaped. As for the thunder escape and ground walking, it should be my mother's, but I remember that this technique seems not very practical. Most of the battles take place on land, so this technique needs to be paired with water escape to exert its maximum power. However, Xiaoli does not plan to learn these ninjutsu now. His current amount of chakra should be enough to use it, but after using it, even if he uses the minimum power, there is a high probability that there will not be much chakra left, and it is estimated that he will not be able to use it a few times. The efficiency of such an exercise is too low. Instead of learning these, it is better to continue to familiarize yourself with the substitute technique that consumes very little chakra, and you can also learn the shadow clone. Although the shadow clone is B-level, it only divides the amount of chakra equally, and the amount of chakra should decide the duration of the shadow clone. If the shadow clone does not use chakra and only considers the natural consumption of maintenance, then even if the amount of chakra is not large, it should be able to last for a certain period of time. Mom, I'm going out first, Xiaoli said after putting away the scroll. Okay, you have to thank Irika-sensei properly, you know? If you have a chance, you can go to the barbecue restaurant where my mother works. I will arrange the freshest ingredients. Sinai said. There's nothing we can do about it. I thought about it too, but teacher Irika probably doesn't want to. Xiaoli said. Well, what a good teacher. Sinai nodded and sighed a little. It was a blessing to meet such a teacher. In front of the Ichiraku ramen store, Xiaoli arrived quite early and Irika hadn't arrived yet. Xiaoli looked at the bustling Ichiraku ramen and couldn't help but sigh that the business was so good. But it's not difficult to understand. After all, the taste is really good, and the price is affordable. The hand-beating uncle in the store looks younger now than in the anime. Did Xiaoli come so early? Irika said in surprise when he saw Xiaoli. He thought he came early enough, but in the end he was still later than Xiaoli. Well, after all, I am thanking you for the treat, so naturally I have to come over earlier. Xiaoli said. Actually, it's okay to be later. Irika scratched his head. He once again felt that Xiaoli really didn't look like a child. Teacher Irika, let's go in. Xiaoli said without replying to the question. Okay. Irika always felt like he was talking to a peer, but the other person was indeed a child, which felt a bit strange. Uncle Hand, let me have 2 servings of the most luxurious ramen. Xiaoli said. Okay, it's Xiaoli. Is there any happy event today? Xiao was a little surprised when he heard what Xiaoli said. He had never ordered the most luxurious one before, and of course it wasn't the cheapest one. After all, Xiaoli has always believed in to grow, your body must have enough meat, eggs, and milk, so you will never treat yourself poorly when it comes to food. Well, there are a lot of surprises today. Xiaoli nodded seriously. Whether it was the 3-body technique, the shadow clone technique, or the last few ninjutsu, they were all surprises. Xiaoli, you don't have to spend so much money. Irika also said at this time. Teacher Irika, just call me Xiaoli, and even so, I don't think it's enough, unless the teacher agrees to go to the barbecue restaurant with me later. Teacher, you should know that my mother works there, and it can be cheaper. Xiaoli said seriously. Page 5. This, haha, let's talk about it when we have the opportunity in the future. Irika scratched his head but still didn't agree. Xiaoli looked at Irika and didn't force him. He sat aside and waited for the arrival of the ramen. During this process, Irika looked at Xiaoli, a little hesitant. He also encountered a problem recently, and although this problem was not with Xiaoli, Xiaoli was indeed closest to the other party, so he was a little confused and wanted to just ask. Teacher Irika, just ask if you have anything. If I know, I will definitely answer. Xiaoli saw Irika's thoughts first. Is it so obvious? Irika scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, then suppressed his smile and asked, Xiaoli, the teacher wants to ask, what do you think of Uzumaki-san? Chapter 10 Revealing Talent. Xiaoli paused for a moment. Even Irika didn't know how to deal with Naruto in the early stage. From the beginning, Irika called himself Xiaoli-san instead of Kamitagawa-san. He called Naruto Uzumaki-san. It can be seen. But that's right, after all, Irika's parents died at the hands of the nine-tailed demon fox. Thinking of this, Xiaoli looked at Irika and said seriously, I think Naruto is very good. Naruto. It seems that Xiaoli has a really good relationship with him. Irika couldn't help but think after hearing this title. Really? That's good. Irika didn't know what to say, so he just wanted to expose it. Teacher Irika, I have met Naruto before going to school. Don't make any noise. You will know after a while. Xiaoli said seriously. After finishing a seal, the next moment, Irika appeared in front of him. That familiar figure that he didn't know how to face. Irika opened his eyes wide and looked at Xiaoli, who had completed the transformation. How long had it been? Have you learned the art of transformation? And he seemed to be very skilled at it, and he couldn't tell the difference between Naruto's changes. Although he was shocked, he thought of what Xiaoli had said before, and he didn't say anything. Soon, there were new customers at Ichiraku Ramen, but after they saw Naruto Uzumaki, they couldn't help showing expressions of disgust, and some even cursed in a low voice and left. Irika watched this scene with some depression. Maybe he had figured something out in his mind. At this time, Xiaoli also released the transformation technique, looked at Irika and said, Naruto has always suffered this kind of treatment, so it is really amazing that Naruto can still be what he is now. If it were me. If so, I will never be like Naruto. Irika was silent for a while and then said, You're right, Naruto-kun is really not easy. Well, I don't think Naruto has done anything wrong, and he is not in any condition to do anything wrong. People in the village hate him probably because of his elder, but as far as I know, Naruto has no relatives anymore. I think it's too much to force the mistakes of the elders onto him. Xiaoli said. Irika nodded, but did not explain that the elder Xiaoli mentioned did not exist. It was the monster that the village hated. But Xiaoli was right. He actually understood it at the beginning, but he just couldn't get over the feeling in his heart. First level, but after seeing Naruto's treatment just now, I feel that if he continues like this as the other party's teacher, he will indeed be unqualified to be a teacher again. Irika breathed a sigh of relief after figuring it out. He felt his whole body relax. Then he finally looked at Xiaoli with a smile and said, Let's not talk about this. Xiaoli, you learned the transformation technique so quickly, and you use it so skillfully. If I didn't know that you just got the three-body technique, I would have thought you had been learning it for a long time. Well, the three-body arts are very basic and simple. Xiaoli replied, and then quickly formed the seal. This sealing speed. Irika's eyes shrank, and then he realized something. His eyes widened, and then he looked blankly at Xiaoli, who used the clone technique and the substitute technique. He was completely shocked. If this level is only in terms of ninjutsu, if you can graduate and become genin during the war. Therefore, Xiaoli is definitely a genius, and not just an ordinary genius. Xiaoli and Irika, your ramen is ready. At this time, Uncle Handy came over with a full bowl of ramen. Teacher Irika, it's time to eat. Xiaoli saw Irika's appearance and said. Oh, okay. Irika was still in shock, eating ramen sluggishly. Xiaoli naturally did it on purpose. If he had enough background, he would definitely choose to hide part of his talent, but he didn't. As a civilian ninja, he naturally had to show off his talent so that he could get more attention and nurturing. Even if the teachings of the three ninjas can be obtained now, then Xiaoli will directly overturn the previous plan, but it is unlikely. Orochimaru is already a traitor. Even if he wants to accept Xiaoli as a disciple, he will not do it for Sinai. It's impossible to accept it. Jiraiya should still be wandering around collecting information because of the prophecy. It's unlikely that he will come back. As for Tsunade, she is even less likely to return to this sad place because of her hemophobia. After eating ramen, Xiaoli and Irika separated. It could be seen that Irika had not recovered yet when he left. Seeing Irika like this, Xiaoli's goal has been achieved. Soon his talent will be passed on to the third generation. After all, although the third generation Hokage only has the name of principal in the Ninja Academy, he still has it, right? Now, Xiaoli is walking towards the training ground. Even if he knows that his ninjutsu talent is terrifying enough, he cannot stop basic training. After all, this is related to the amount of chakra, so he must continue to work hard. As for the training of the three-body technique, I have used it so many times today, even if the chakra is recovered naturally, there is not much chakra left, so I can put it down for today. When I practice the three-body technique later, it is also time to practice stepping on the tree and going further. Treading water. These two did not have high requirements for the amount of chakra, but they had certain requirements for the control of chakra. With today's experience in learning the three-body technique, Xiaoli felt that he should be able to learn these two very quickly. Moreover, in the future, you can also fight against Xiaoli. After all, you have learned the three-body technique, and you should be able to fight. If you fought before, you would definitely be looking for abuse. It is probably about the same now, but you also have the ability to fight back. It's time to start with power. Just learning without fighting is not enough. There is also the subsequent learning of shadow clones. Well, there are also changes in the shape and nature of chakra. Xiaoli had a headache as she thought about it. Things seemed to be slowly increasing, but that was fine. Xiaoli could clearly feel her progress. If she could maintain this kind of progress, maybe by the time she graduates there will be a surprise. While Xiaoli continued on his own path to becoming stronger, Irika also came to the Hokage's office. He thought it would be better to tell the Hokage about Xiaoli's talent. The other person's talent should have a better teacher. Well, it's Irika, what's the matter? Sandai was a little surprised when he saw Irika, but still asked gently. Irika looked at the crystal ball next to him that seemed to have traces of use. Without thinking much, he told the third generation about Xiaoli. Hey? Really? It does seem to be a good prospect. After hearing this, Sandai's eyes showed surprise. After thinking for a while, he said, "There is no need to talk about changing teachers. I think you have enough level to do it. Teach the current Xiaoli, but you can teach some ninjutsu that exceeds the limit." Yes. Irika left after reporting the situation. The third generation took a puff of cigarette. Although it was only the beginning, he felt that he should have a talent like Minato. Such a talent cannot be wasted easily, but what gave him a headache was that he no longer had the time and energy. Went to teach a student. It's okay for Jiraiya and Tsunade, but it's difficult for him to contact Tsunade. Although Jiraiya left his contact information, it's probably difficult, so I can only take another look. If he is really talented, then it is not impossible to give him that technique in advance after the opponent's chakra has accumulated, just like Jiraiya gave it to Minato in advance. If another yellow flash could appear in Konoha. It's really exciting. Chapter 11: The attempt to create a shadow clone. Shadow clone technique. A few days later, during a school holiday, Xiaoli adjusted her condition to the best and began to form seals. After the standard 8 seals were formed in Xiaoli's hand, a white smoke appeared next to Xiaoli. "Hello, main body." Another Xiaoli suddenly appeared and said to the main body Xiaoli. "Well, hello." Xiaoli finally breathed a sigh of relief after watching the clone feel his own chakra. As expected, the basic consumption of chakra for a shadow clone is not particularly high. According to this amount, he should be able to create up to 3 shadow clones. However, after identifying which shadow clone it is, Xiaoli's own chakra is basically only more than 20%, and she can't even use many basic ninjutsu, and the shadow clone is even more outrageous. Due to the body structure of the shadow clone, chakra is also needed, so if the shadow clone only uses this minimum amount, it will not even be able to use ninjutsu. As long as it dares to use it, it will immediately be disbanded due to insufficient chakra. However, even though Xiao Li had guessed this situation, he was still in awe of this famous technique that required a high amount of chakra. Even though he had learned it before, he still found the best state to use it. After all, chakra, if the carrot is not enough, the consequences will be quite serious. It can range from failure to use and being lost for a period of time to being unconscious directly. However, based on Xiao Li's recent in-depth study, he is very confident that his chakra amount should be sufficient. After all, the Chuunin in the original work can use shadow clones, and there are no adverse reactions after using them. Although Xiao Li does not have the chakra stock of a Chuunin, but Irika didn't say that the maximum amount of chakra he can extract at one time has reached the same level. Is it almost enough for a Chuunin to extract it all at once? And generally no Chuunin extracts chakra in advance to use the shadow clone technique, so there is a high probability that it will be a normal extraction and use. Since the other party has nothing to do, it stands to reason that if he only separates a shadow clone, there is a high probability that he will be fine. But it is not 100% risk-free. For his own safety, Xiao Li waited until he had a holiday today and adjusted his condition in advance before using it. From the current point of view, his idea was right. Then, Xiao Li nodded towards the shadow clone. The next moment, the shadow clone disbanded, while Xiao Li frowned. Because he had already planned that the shadow clones would be disbanded before they were separated. But when Xiao Li just nodded, he actually wanted to let the shadow clones finish the housework at home before disbanding. Of course, he was not trying to squeeze the shadow clones. Instead, I did an experiment and now have results. After the shadow clone separated from the main body, what it has is Xiao Li's thoughts and ideas at the moment it was separated. Then what Xiao Li was thinking about, the shadow clone doesn't know, but if it really guesses, it should be able to. You can guess it, after all, it is essentially a person's thinking. In addition, the chakra that was divided also came back, but the amount was less than when it was divided, and according to the amount of chakra perceived by the shadow clone at the time, it was also more than the amount of chakra that returned, that is, except for the shadow clone. In addition to the chakra consumed by itself, a small part will actually be dissipated when it disbands and returns. But this is normal and within the range that Xiao Li can accept. After all, this consumption should be related to the distance. He himself does not intend to keep the shadow clone too far away, so this consumption is not big. As for the shadow clone that consumes all the chakra, then no chakra will return, so will the memory it carries also not return? After all, memory does not appear out of thin air, and it also needs to be returned to the body using chakra as a carrier. Xiao Li had thought about this problem before, and now she suddenly figured it out after using it once. Because the shadow clone is a physical clone, its formation itself requires chakra. As we all know, chakra is a combination of physical energy and mental energy. Combining, so the shadow clone can rely on physical energy to form a body, and rely on mental energy to form thoughts. Suddenly it makes sense. And this is not the point. The point is that at the moment when the shadow clone is disbanded, the physical energy and mental energy will combine again to form chakra and return to the body, so even if the shadow clone consumes all the chakra that can be used, it can still be transferred back. Memory. However, if this is the case, if a shadow clone is trapped in a place where chakra cannot be transmitted, can this part of the memory be erased? Xiao Li thought about it, then shook her head. It seemed to make sense, but in fact it seemed useless. First of all, how to create a place where chakra cannot be transmitted? Secondly, even if it can be created, it will definitely take a certain amount of time. During this time, the shadow clones may have sensed the danger and disbanded themselves. Next, is the highlight of the day. Xiao Li extracted all the remaining chakra and formed the 8 seals again. Xiao Li did not intend to compress these 8 seals. The shadow clone of him, he doesn't plan to use it in battle, so he just needs to be able to use it. After all, a person's energy is limited, and Xiaoli plans to put his energy where he can effectively improve his combat power. Shadow Clone Technique. The use this time did not fail. The shadow clone sat in front of the desk the moment it was separated and began to study the knowledge in other textbooks and the ninjutsu scrolls that Sinai had given him before that Xiaoli had prepared in advance. Xiaoli did not arrange anything for himself, nor did he exercise, because he had to evaluate the duration of the shadow clone formed with all his strength and the amount of fatigue returned after learning. So during this period he went to exercise again to prevent his body from being overwhelmed by the fatigue transmitted from the shadow clone. However, being idle is also idle. Xiaoli thought about it and looked at what housework he could do. It wouldn't take much energy anyway. An hour later, Xiaoli looked at the shadow clone that still existed, and was a little surprised. The shadow clone's survival time surprised him. Even if the shadow clone had a little chakra during this period, it was useless, but his own existence was chakra needs to be consumed, but it seems that if you don't actively use chakra, this consumption is not large, which is not bad. After a while, the shadow clone looked at Xiaoli and said, "Main body, get ready." Then the shadow clone saw Xiaoli sitting on the bed, and after a while, the chakra finally couldn't support it and passively dispersed. In an instant, the memory and fatigue came to Xiaoli's mind all at once. Xiaoli couldn't help but lose consciousness for a moment, but she recovered after a moment, and the first thing she did when she recovered was to lower her head. He sighed. Naruto Uzumaki is indeed a pervert. Xiaoli also realized why only Uzumaki Naruto dared to use so many shadow clones to study and exercise. Normal people, no. It should be said that except for Uzumaki Naruto, no one else could bear it, including normal Uzumaki. Clan members, they probably only use 1 or 2 exercises at most. How can dozens or hundreds of them be used together? Because the moment the shadow clone was disbanded, all the physical fatigue was transferred to the main body, which meant that the main body had to be able to withstand all the fatigue during this period of time in an instant. Xiaoli scratched his head, as if he had the same idea. But to put it metaphorically, you go to exercise, and then use 2 dumbbells to exercise for 2 hours. This is the amount you can accept, but what is the shadow clone equivalent to? It is equivalent to that moment, you use hundreds of dumbbells to exercise once. The effect of both is the same, but the question is, can you lift them? In other words, can your body bear the pressure of these hundreds of dumbbells? And when Xiaoli thought about Uzumaki Naruto's method of practicing the Raise-Nan Shuriken, she could only sigh. It was Uzumaki Naruto. And others must have at least a 6-path physique to be able to bear it. However, Xiaoli feels fine at the moment. After all, the shadow clone is just studying during this period. Although tired, it is mostly mental fatigue. So after the physical fatigue is transmitted back, Xiaoli can still accept it. As for the mental fatigue, that is what Xiaoli is most proud of, and that is his only advantage. The reason why he wants to learn shadow clones, a ninjutsu that seems not very practical, is because of this. He must make full use of his own advantages. His spirit could bear it, and Xiaoli even felt that he could have 1 or 2 more shadow clones to study with him, but unfortunately his chakra could not support that much. Moreover, that's not all. Xiaoli's eyes flashed slightly. The result of this attempt can be said to be almost perfect. This step of exchanging shadow clones was the right one. But Xiaoli has further ideas. Unfortunately, the chakra has not recovered yet, so she can only wait for a while. He can't afford Bing Liang pills right now. Chapter 12 Gift. The next day, it was still the same point, but the shadow clone at this time did not disappear. This also proved that Xiaoli's idea was right. Since the shadow clone has its own thoughts and can form its own seals, it should also be able to control chakra. Although it is impossible to completely consume it, it can still reduce the consumption of chakra and extend the existence time of the shadow clone. In this way, not only the duration of the shadow clone is extended, but there are also many benefits. First of all, the extension of the duration means the extension of the learning time, but you have to concentrate on controlling chakra, so the efficiency of learning may be reduced. It is not certain whether the total amount of learning can be increased, but the control power of chakra is definitely can be exercised. In the future, Xiaoli plans to separate shadow clones with a fixed amount of chakra, and the longer the shadow clone lasts, the higher the proficiency in chakra manipulation. Finally, there is the practice of multitasking, which can be said to kill several birds with one stone. It's just that the shadow clone doesn't have much chakra, so the shape and nature of chakra changes can only be exercised by the main body. Among them, Xiaoli also has a clue about the form change. After all, according to his idea, the form change means that the less chakra, the easier it is to control the form of chakra. Although Xiaoli's chakra is not particularly small, compared to his spirit it's still a small amount, so it's fairly easy to exercise. But the nature of the change is different. Xiaoli believes that this is basically the opposite of the practice of form change. The most convenient way is to flood the water. As long as there is a change in this big water, then seize this a small change, comprehend the change, and then slowly spread it to the whole. Therefore, it is not easy for Xiaoli to quickly learn the changes in properties with the amount of chakra he currently has. He can only slowly accumulate it based on the amount. Learn the easy ones first and explore the difficult ones slowly. Xiaoli felt that with his talent, this level would not hold him back for too long. At this time, Xiaoli was looking at the class schedule on the desk, calculating whether the shadow clone's survival time could cover most of the courses. And the calculation result was almost the same, because the ninja school actually didn't have much time in class. After all, for a ninja, physical training is more important. As for knowledge, 6 years of study in peacetime is enough even if there is not much classroom time. So why do you need to go to school to exercise? That's naturally because not everyone has the awareness of self-management, and most people are too lazy to move without anyone watching. Page 6. Therefore, you can use the shadow clone to listen to the lectures in class. As for the subsequent exercises, you can have the main body and the shadow clone come over to take over. In this way, too much physical fatigue will not be accumulated and transferred to the main body, making the main body unable to bear it. Looking at the life filled with arrangements in his hands, Xiaoli sighed a little. When did he become so curled up? Unfortunately, without a golden finger, he can only spell out a future by himself, as long as he can see the way forward. Direction, you cannot give up. However, today was an exception. Xiaoli waited until the shadow clone was released on its own and then left the room. Today was a special day, so she treated it as a day off and gave herself a holiday. Xiaoli took his pocket money and walked in the familiar streets of Konoha, thinking about what gifts to buy. Today is Sinai's birthday, but if he gives a particularly expensive gift, he will definitely be criticized, and he doesn't have enough pocket money, so he has to consider it. To practicality, clothes or scarves. However, Xiaoli looked at the huge sun above her head and thought about it before forgetting it. The season didn't suit the situation. So, what should you give? Why not just buy some food that you can't usually eat, and then cook a meal for your mother? But he doesn't seem to be very good at his own craftsmanship, it's a headache. After thinking about it, Xiaoli caught a glimpse of a flower from the corner of her eye. Then she paused and turned to look at the flower shop over there. After thinking about it, flowers were quite suitable. They were not expensive and would not be used by Sinai later. What to say, and remember that flowers generally have flower meanings, right? There should be a flower representing mother among them. With this in mind, Xiaoli walked into the flower shop. Hey! Children, do you want to buy some flowers? The auntie looking after the store couldn't help asking gently after seeing Xiaoli. Hello, aunt, I would like to ask what flowers should I give my mother for her birthday? Xiaoli asked. Hey? Are you buying flowers for your mother? You are really a sensible child. The ant was a little surprised, and then smiled again. Children who can think like this must be good children. I think I've seen you before. Suddenly, the little girl with long yellow hair next to the ant also saw Xiaoli, and then thought about it carefully for a while, but still didn't know who Xiaoli was. Hello, Yamanaka class, I'm Xiaoli from Shintagawa, and we're in the same class. Xiaoli had seen Yamanaka Ino before, but he didn't take the initiative to say hello. After all, they had little contact in the class, so naturally there was no relationship. If Yamanaka Ino was not one of the 12 little strong men, Xiaoli probably wouldn't know her. Oh, yes, come to think of it, you were sitting at the back of the class with the blonde guy, right? Yamanaka Ino's eyes suddenly lit up and he asked. Yes. Humph, let me tell you that I remembered correctly. By the way, if you want to buy flowers for your mother, then just choose carnations, as long as they are not white. Yamanaka Ino said confidently. Xiaoli looked at Yamanaka Ino, and then turned to Mrs. Yamanaka, wanting to get confirmation from her. After all, Yamanaka Ino was still young, so what if he remembered it wrong? It's true. Carnations represent gratitude and sincere love. If you give them to your mother, they also represent the hope that your mother will be young, happy, and healthy forever. Mrs. Yamanaka said with a smile, looking at the person in front of her who was her daughter's classmate. The little guy has a good impression of Xiaoli. After all, she is a mother herself, so Xiaoli's behavior is definitely a bonus. However, in the eyes of Yamanaka Ino, Xiaoli's behavior meant that she didn't believe what she meant, so points were deducted. Is that so? Then auntie, give me one. Xiaoli was a little embarrassed. After all, he only bought one, but he didn't have much pocket money to begin with, and he only got it after he went to school recently. He had to go to school later. I'm buying a cake, so just save as much as you can. Okay, you are Ino's classmate. Let me give you a cheaper price. Ino, you go pick one for your classmate. Mrs. Yamanaka said. Okay. Although he was a little unhappy that Xiaoli didn't believe him, Yamanaka Ino still started to choose carefully. Although Xiaoli seemed to be similar, there were still differences. After a while, Ino picked out a carnation, wrapped it and handed it to Xiaoli. Thank you. Xiaoli thanked her seriously after taking the carnation. Ah, hey? No, you're welcome. Yamanaka Ino was suddenly a little uncomfortable with being thanked so seriously, and said hurriedly. At the same time, the little unhappiness in his heart just now disappeared. Mrs. Yamanaka laughed at this scene, it was quite interesting. By the way, auntie, do you know where there is a cake shop? Although Xiaoli is familiar with the village, he is really not familiar with the various shops. He had no pocket money before and rarely visited places like this. A cake shop? That place is quite far away from here. Since you are Ino-san, let Ino take you there. Mrs. Yamanaka thought for a while and said. No, I know most places in the village. Auntie told me the location and I can find it. Xiaoli wanted to refuse. Oops, maybe I can't find it, and Ino is of no use staying in the store anyway. Why not go out for a walk, just to keep you company? Mrs. Yamanaka said without refusal. And Yamanaka Ino had no objection, but was a little eager to give it a try. Looking at the store was boring, and she had long wanted to go out for a walk. Okay. Seeing this, Xiaoli did not continue to refuse. Chapter 13 Pig Deer Butterfly. Along the way, there was no communication between Xiaoli and Yamanaka Ino. The one who led the way and the one who followed. However, those who lead the way often look elsewhere, looking here and there, and then reluctantly look away and continue moving forward because they have to lead the way. It's still early, I don't need to go back so early. Xiaoli finally couldn't help it anymore and said silently from behind. Hey? What do you mean? Ino turned around and blinked, looking forward to it. It means you can play what you want. Xiaolian said concisely. Really? That's great. After Ino cheered, she finally stopped suppressing her desire to play and ran to the side. Xiaoli followed silently, looking at Ino Yamanaka's back. To be honest, Konoha's pig deer butterfly was really pretty good in his opinion. If the three families were counted separately, they would not have much say in Konoha, but these three families often stood together, and this energy should not be underestimated. What makes Xiaoli feel good most is that these three families are not as dark and cruel as some families, and they do not look down on others based on their own status in life. Even the new generation of Zuladi did not know that Zuladi was a child. Shikacha's reputation, well, except for Shikamaru. With Shikamaru's IQ, although no one would tell him, he would definitely know it from other places. It can be said that the combination of inner, deer and butterfly is not only very rare in Konoha, but also rare in the entire ninja world. Xiaoli believes that the pig, deer, and butterfly can exist because the deer is smart enough, and the pig and butterfly trust the deer enough, not to mention that they are very compatible with each other. First, the Akimichi clan's multiplied disruption, then the Yamanaka clan's mind interference and control, which allowed the deer's shadow technique to be 100% controlled, and finally the Akimichi clan, which was very powerful but had an average hit rate, ended up being perfect. It seems that the Akimichi clan can be replaced, and all they need is a ninja with powerful ninjutsu, but in fact this is not the case. The key point is inheritance. The inheritance of the Aikido clan is not difficult, and the doubling technique is powerful enough in the early stage. After all, that body type is there. It would be difficult for an ordinary jounin to punch him with just one punch from that body type. But its shortcomings are also very obvious and it is not flexible enough. Without pig deer dai, the combination would probably be a big target, but his advantages are enough when put into pig deer dai. As for the inheritance of other ninjas, even powerful ninjas do not guarantee that their descendants will be strong, nor can they guarantee that they will be able to use powerful ninjutsu in the early stages. If they are forced to combine, there will be a lack of output positions in the early stage. If when the already grown ninja joins the group, the tacit understanding is another big problem. From Xiaoli's point of view, the deer is actually the most unstable, because the deer can not only use the shadow technique, but also the most critical brain. Who knows in which generation something weird will suddenly appear. Even deer probably can't avoid it. However, for now, there is no problem with the inheritance of Inoshika butterfly, and Shikamaru will become a new generation of outstanding deer. Koji Akimichi will become the butterfly of this generation, and Ino Yamanaka will be the pig of this generation. That's right, no matter which generation of Ino Shikacha looks like a pig, he looks like an Akimichi. After all, with his body shape, there's no way he would call a weak woman Ino a pig, but in fact, the word Yamazaka means wild in language. And the pronunciation of Ino can be translated as pig. As for the previous generation, Hai actually means pig, so, an Akimichi is actually butterfly. I have to say that Ino was quite cute when she was a child. It should be said that Xiaoli thinks these 12 little ones are quite cute. No matter how they grow up, children are cute as long as they don't make troubles. Xiaoli's thoughts started to wander again. Have you finished playing? After a while, Xiaoli couldn't help but ask after looking at the time. Unknowingly, a long time had passed. During this period, Ino was running here and there. There, he looks very energetic. Okay. Ino paused. Suddenly realizing that she still seemed to have something to do. Although the route had not deviated, she seemed to be just focusing on herself, and couldn't help scratching her head in embarrassment. It's getting late. Xiaoli pointed at the sky. The cake shop is right in front, soon. Ino's face turned red, and she walked straight ahead as she spoke, and soon stopped in front of a shop. It was indeed very close. Xiaoli breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the cake shop. He finally arrived. He had been to this place before, but he didn't know that this shop turned out to be a cake shop. "Wait here for a while," Xiaoli said. "Okay." Ino nodded and watched Xiaoli walk in. Then she kicked the stones on the roadside idly. "Then, I didn't feel it when I was walking. Now I feel tired after I stop. I can't walk anymore and want to rest for a while. Why haven't you come out yet?" Ino looked at the quiet shop and felt so slow. Her physical exhaustion made her sit down and rest. After a while, Xiaoli finally walked out with a box. At this time, Xiaoli sighed. He had forgotten that custom-made cakes also take a certain amount of time, so it was too late to make a custom-made cake. He could only choose a ready-made one. Then, Xiaoli saw Ino sitting there, and couldn't help but be startled. She thought of Ino's performance along the way, and suddenly, she finally felt tired now, right? Xiaoli seemed to hear Ino muttering about him at this moment. His eyes narrowed slightly and he smiled. "Why aren't you coming out yet? It's so slow." Ino complained a little as she sat there rubbing her sore legs and feet. "Tired." Suddenly, at this time, a word came to Ino's ear, and then she couldn't help but turn her head and look, and saw a piece of pastry. To be honest, she might not like it normally, but at this moment, she couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Looking up and seeing Xiaoli's smiling face, Ino asked with some uncertainty, "Is it for me?" "Well, thank you for taking me on this long journey." "Well." Ino's face suddenly turned red. She was already tired because she had been playing for so long, but now she felt hungry again after seeing the cakes. She could only take the cakes and eat them silently. While eating, Ino asked, "Didn't you buy your own?" "I'll eat this with my mother when I go home," Xiaoli said, holding up the box in his hand. In fact, he didn't have much money after buying the cake. After all, it was pocket money and he only got it recently, so it wasn't much. "That's right." Ino nodded and didn't ask any more questions. After Ino finished eating, Xiaoli asked, "Do you still have the strength to walk now?" Ino stood up, twisted her legs, and said uncertainly, "It should be okay." "Then come and get it." After Xiaoli said this, he handed the box in his hand to Ino. Ino was a little stunned after taking the box. He had no strength left, so why did he let himself take it? Did I make a mistake? Before she could get angry, she saw Xiaoli turning his back and squatting down slightly. Did he mean to carry her on his back? "It's getting late, come up," Xiaoli said. "Well, okay." Ino thought for a while and nodded, then carefully protected the box in his hand and leaned on Xiaoli's back. His hands slowly wrapped around Xiaoli's neck to make the box stable. "Hang down. Are you ready?" Xiaoli asked at this time. "Well, it's all right." At this time, Xiaoli also put his hands on the crooks of Ino's legs and stood up. "How about it? If it's heavy, just put me down and I can leave." Ino couldn't help but say. "Well, it's lighter than expected," Xiaoli replied, and as she spoke, she walked in the direction she came from, her steps still as steady and fast. Ino was startled and looked at Xiaoli, who was standing close in front of her. She seemed to see her father's figure for a moment, and then she couldn't help but shook her head. Why would she see her father's figure in a person of the same age? Bah, bah. However, a smile appeared on Ino's lips, feeling that it was quite reliable. Chapter 14 Birthday. Yamanaka Flower Shop. At this time, Mrs. Yamanaka was still sitting in front of the flower shop. She looked at the sky and saw that it was getting late. Why haven't she come back yet? Mrs. Yamanaka was a little worried, but soon, she saw the figure of her daughter, who was being carried by a peer named Xiaoli. She was a little stunned when she saw this. What happened? What happened? Ino knocked her leg? With this in mind, Mrs. Yamanaka also quickly walked out of the flower shop and greeted her. "Mom, I'm back." After Ino saw Mrs. Yamanaka, his eyes lit up and he immediately shouted, and Xiaoli also put Ino down at this time. Mrs. Yamanaka breathed a sigh of relief when she saw no injuries on Ino, and then couldn't help but said, "How can you let others carry your child?" "Well, I can't walk anymore," Ino said coquettishly to her mother. "Can't walk? You must be having fun on the road." Mrs. Yamanaka expressed her speculation. Ino stopped talking, her face turned a little red and she turned her head away, as if she was right. Page 7. "Sorry to trouble you." Mrs. Yamanaka looked at Xiaoli, who was not blushing and out of breath, and was a little surprised. She was in pretty good physical condition. "No trouble, I would also like to thank Yamanaka for guiding me," Xiaoli said. "That's right, Mom. Look," Xiaoli said that. After hearing this, Ino immediately felt that Xiaoli was a lot more pleasing to the eye. Mrs. Yamanaka rolled her eyes at Ino angrily, and then said, "Don't be so blunt. Just call this girl Ino. Let's do this. You wait a little longer and I will decorate it for you. Don't refuse." Xiaoli was silent for a while and then nodded. The other party had said so, so he could only agree. Soon, Mrs. Yamanaka came out with a handful of decorated carnations. Xiaoli was a little stunned. He seemed to have just bought one. "Okay, here you go." Mrs. Yamanaka saw Xiaoli's hesitation and said, "Just think of the rest as a birthday gift from Ino and I to your mother." "Yeah, Xiaoli, take it," Ino said beside him. "Thank you." Xiaoli took the flowers and said, "Then I'll take my leave." "Xiaoli, see you at school tomorrow." Ino waved to Xiaoli at this time. "Well, see you at school." Madame Yamanaka pulled Ino and looked at Xiaoli's figure, and sighed, "What a good child." However, Madame Yamanaka's face looked a little weird, but she didn't look like a child. The next moment, Mrs. Yamanaka was also amused by her own thoughts. Could Ino's classmates be adults instead of children? With this thought in mind, Mrs. Yamanaka took Ino back to the store. Although the other party didn't care, she still should give him a lecture, otherwise it would be too rude, wasting other people's time and causing trouble to others in the end. At night, Mrs. Yamanaka told Yamanaka Hiki, who had returned from a busy day, what happened today. After hearing this, Yamanaka Hai showed his thoughts and said, "I seem to know him. He should be the son of my classmate." Madame Yamanaka suddenly became interested and asked. After thinking for a while, Yamanaka Hiki said, "His father and his mother are both my classmates, but his father should have passed away before he was born, and his mother should be working at Chosa's barbecue restaurant. After all, I know him, and he should take care of him if he can. But I heard that the other party has a pretty good attitude towards work, and he didn't cause any trouble to Dingzuo. That's it." Mrs. Yamanaka sighed and said, "No wonder you are so sensible. It seems that you really like that little guy." Yamanaka Hiki said involuntarily when he saw Mrs. Yamanaka acting like this. Of course, who doesn't like sensible children? Xiaoli's home. Xiaoli had already laid out the cake and the room had been tidied up before, waiting for her mother to come back. Thinking like this, Xiaoli formed the seal again. The art of shadow clone. After the shadow clone and Xiaoli looked at each other, the shadow clone went out. He was responsible for observing the location of his mother. Xiaoli lit candles after being notified. As for waiting until midnight, forget it. After a period of time, Xiaoli suddenly received some information in her mind, and she understood that the shadow clone had seen Sinai's returning figure and released itself. Xiaoli opened the box. The cake inside was still intact and she lit the candles. Then Xiaoli looked at the surrounding room, which was not too dark. After thinking for a moment, she pulled the curtains up again. This created a sense of atmosphere. Only the light of candles was flashing and dancing in the house. Sinai was walking to her home as usual, thinking about what to make for dinner tonight. As for what a special day today was, she herself was not aware of it. After all, I haven't lived this day for a long time, and I have long stopped remembering this day. Well, Xiao Xiaoli is now going to school in the ninja school, and the consumption should be getting bigger. She has to give him a good meal, Sinai made a decision. Thinking like this, Sinai came to the front door. Looking at the closed door, Sinai didn't think much. At this time, Xiaoli might still be playing outside. So Sinai skillfully took out the key, unlocked the door, pushed the door open, and walked in. The next moment, Sinai was stunned. The dim room was flickering with the light of candles, and under the light was the birthday cake she had not seen for a long time, and the only thing that could prepare all this for her seemed to be "Mom, happy birthday!" Xiaoli next to her smiled and handed the flower in her hand to Sinai. Sinai took the flower blankly and stood there in a daze. "Mom, you can come over and make a wish and blow out the candles," Xiaoli couldn't help but said after looking at the candles that were still burning. The next moment, Xiaoli felt himself being hugged tightly, and then he felt the wet marks on his shoulders, and couldn't help but froze. Even though he had lived for more than 20 years in his previous life, he still didn't quite understand why he was crying at this time. Although he could tell that he was crying with joy, a birthday shouldn't be such a joy, right? Of course, no matter whether you don't understand or not, Xiaoli understands one thing, that is, just wait quietly at this moment, waiting for Sinai's emotions to be vented. Seeing his mother's appearance, Xiaoli also made a decision. He would come back to spend this day with his mother every time in the future. Naturally, Sinai was not overjoyed because of the simple cake. She just saw the moment when Xiaoli blessed her and looked at the flowers. At this moment, the pressure and perseverance of carrying the family alone for so many years suddenly got the most perfect answer. Her persistence and efforts were all worth it. Fortunately, she didn't give up at that time. Fortunately, she didn't leave with him and left Xiaoli alone in the process. She was also glad that Xiaoli had always been so sensible. If he was a naughty child, she might really collapse and not be able to hold on. The tears at this moment are the tears of liberation that have been accumulated for so many years, and the joy of finding the meaning of persistence for so many years. Everything in the past is gone, and what she wants now is to watch her children grow up slowly. After a long time, Xiaoli did not move, quietly waiting for Sinai to finish, but he looked over there and could only say silently, "Mom, the candle is almost burnt out." Well, Mom has already made a wish, and the wish has come true. Sinai finally let go of Xiaoli and said softly, "Then, make another promise that hasn't come true yet," Xiaoli suggested after thinking for a while. Sinai laughed immediately, and then said, "Okay." Sinai came to the cake and closed his eyes. After a while, Sinai opened his eyes and blew out the candles that were about to burn out. "I hope that Xiao Xiaoli can spend her life safely, and then find a virtuous and beautiful girlfriend, and preferably a fat grandson in her lifetime." Chapter 15 The Practice of Shadow Clone. The next day, after the weekend break, Xiaoli's shadow clone also came to the school. As usual, he walked towards his seat. He was one of those little transparent people in the class. He was sitting next to Uzumaki Naruto. Someone will be looking for it. And Xiaoli is also happy like this. He silently absorbs all kinds of knowledge every day. He has not finished reading the textbooks taught in school yet. After reading it, he will go to Mr. Irika to get some other books. Come and see. As a ninja teacher, Irika should know a lot of useful books for ninjas. Although they are not teaching content, they are definitely there. "Xiaoli, good morning." However, at this time, a shout came to Xiaoli's ears, causing him to stop and turn his head to see Ino waving to him and smiling. "Good morning, Ino." Xiaoli nodded to Ino and smiled. Even though she was happy to be a little transparent, it felt good to have someone caring. The people around were a little surprised when they saw this. When did the two people have such a good relationship? But even though they were surprised, they didn't do anything unnecessary. Xiaoli walked to his seat and sat down. He looked at the empty seat next to him and sighed. In fact, Uzumaki Naruto would probably greet him as well. But here comes the question, for a guy who is often late, can Xiaoli expect the other person to come earlier than him? So generally speaking, he and Uzumaki Naruto are the other way around. As expected, Uzumaki Naruto also arrived late today. Judging from the way he was panting, he probably got up late again. Morning. Xiaoli turned the pages of the book, and after Naruto sat down, he said without raising his head. It wasn't that he didn't raise his head, but it was better for now. Morning. Naruto looked very happy. After all, few people treated him like this. In fact, he also wanted to get closer to Xiaoli, but seeing him reading and studying so seriously every day, he didn't want to go bother the other person with your own trivial matters. Soon, today's class began. Xiaoli had already learned the progress of the teacher's instructions, but Xiaoli still paid attention to listen. Sometimes when he hears an understanding that is different from his own, he will turn his attention away from his own books. If he hears a better insight, he will write it down carefully. These are inevitable growths on the road to becoming stronger. Although he knows the original work and knows many high-end ninjutsu, for the time being, these are just castles in the air for Xiaoli. What Xiaoli is doing now is filling in this piece of foundation. One day, when the foundation of the castle in the air is completely filled in, it will bring him unimaginable gains. Today's class ended soon, and it was time for extracurricular activities. Extracurricular activities were usually watched by Irika. At this time, Xiaoli also closed the book and stepped down from his seat. Uzumaki Naruto next to him also followed up, but this time Xiaoli's route seemed a little different. Xiaoli, where are you going? The extracurricular activities are over there. Naruto, who followed, was a little confused. I'm going to the bathroom, you go first. Xiaoli replied, feeling a little headache. If Naruto kept following him, how could he communicate with the original body? He had to at least go to a place where no one was around before he could release the shadow clone. Oh, okay. Naruto scratched his head and agreed, making Xiaoli breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, after Xiaoli arrived at the bathroom, she checked that there was no one else around, then she released the shadow clone and disappeared into a streak of white smoke. And soon, Xiaoli easily found a hidden place and entered the school. At this time, he felt pretty good. Sure enough, practice is the only truth, and the shadow clone's survival time is even left. Xiaoli originally wanted to come over earlier, but after smelling the sweat on his body, he had to rush back home to clean up. Come back later. At this time, Xiaoli also received all the gains of the shadow clone today. He also saw Ino and noticed the feeling of the shadow clone when being greeted. The shadow clone would be like this, and the main body would not be an exception. In essence, they are the same. Personal. Xiaoli walked towards the extracurricular activities in a happy mood. The shadow clone attempt was considered a great success. Xiaoli actually didn't have any thoughts about Ino, at least not now. After all, he was a soul in his 20s. Looking at Ino, who was now 6 years old, he really looked like a child. How could he have any extra thoughts? Idea. Moreover, in his previous life, he was still a BLHX player, and he had no connection with Lolita control or anything like that. As for Xiaoli's already exercised body, can she persist in extracurricular activities? Xiaoli said that the intensity of extracurricular activities can actually be regarded as a break for him, so there is no problem at all. Xiaoli, you are finally back, why are you so slow? Naruto couldn't help but said when he saw Xiaoli returning. Well, I'm a little upset. Xiaoli turned her head away. How could she tell the truth? It will become faster when she becomes more proficient in handing over in the future. If you feel unwell, you should rest more. Suddenly, Ino appeared from the side. Yeah, I know. Xiaoli nodded. It's good to know. Ino nodded with satisfaction, and then saw her small group calling her over, so she ran over. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Xiaoli with some envy at this time. Don't envy me. In fact, there are quite a lot of people in this class who have no ill intentions towards you, you just haven't come into contact with them. Xiaoli said, looking at the other cockroaches. Is that so? Naruto scratched his head and looked at the classmates around him. Even though Xiaoli said this, he was still not confident. Xiaoli sighed. In fact, it was just that there was no malice. It was very likely that the other party's parents had told them not to have too much contact with Naruto. After all, they all understood the truth. If it were Xiaoli, would she let her child come into contact with Naruto without knowing the plot? The answers are self-evident and understandable. However, Xiaoli saw a lazy figure, thought about it, and said, for example, that guy. Page 8. Him? He seems to often sleep in class. Naruto also saw the other person and sat quite close to him. He also paid attention to the other person. Well, you can try it. Xiaoli nodded. Shikamaru's words were so easy to use, so he could see many things clearly. Therefore, Shikamaru doesn't have any special views on Naruto, but with his lazy character, he probably doesn't want to cause trouble, so he needs Naruto to take the initiative. Xiaoli vaguely remembered that Shikamaru seemed to be a frequent visitor to the punishment group because of his sleep, and his relationship with Naruto had always been good, but Naruto himself didn't notice it. And as long as he comes into contact with Shikamaru, Koji is no problem, even Koji is a little easier. The second pillar is a bit troublesome, and Shino is too bored, but as long as he is willing to contact him, it's okay for Kaiba. Therefore, as long as Uzumaki Naruto finds a good target, it will be easy to do. As for Xiaoli himself, well, why can't he make so many friends on his own? After giving instructions to Naruto, Xiaoli also got busy with her own affairs. She took a break from extracurricular activities at school, but there were also things that could be done during the break. Time was too precious and could not be wasted easily. Chapter 16 Cultivation Plan. The first is the fine control of chakra, but this Xiaoli doesn't know how to continue exercising at the moment. Whether it is stepping on trees or treading water, he has completed it quickly before. It should be said that from the beginning, Xiaoli's control over chakra exceeded these two requirements for control, and all he needed was to develop it to its full potential, without requiring extra attention to control it. This is an accumulation of quantity. Xiaoli can just practice it step by step later, but for now, he really doesn't know how to proceed with further control, so he can only put it on hold for now. Let's talk about the changes in the form of chakra. Currently, Xiaoli is still in the stage of perceiving and connecting with the condensed chakra. It has to be said that without the guidance of the seal, it is not difficult to directly condense the chakra outside the body and control it. Not low. Fortunately, Xiaoli's current amount of chakra is still small, and he has not extracted much chakra, so the difficulty of control has naturally decreased. Currently, Xiaoli has sensed some connections and is able to do some control. However, there is still some distance to go before being able to control the shape it forms. Although they are all controlled by chakra, one is the control within the body. To Xiaoli, this kind of chakra is like a good baby, letting him manipulate it into 18 kinds of changes. The reason why he cannot go further is just that he lacked a teacher to teach him and didn't know the way forward. However, the other control outside the body is like a wild child after leaving the body, and it still wants to escape from his control. Now Xiaoli has barely regained some control, but it is obviously not possible to make them as obedient as inside the body. Can't do it. What Xiaoli has to do now is another thing, which is the prerequisites for immortality. Of course Xiaoli didn't know how to absorb natural energy, but she knew the prerequisites through Naruto's study in the original work. The first is physical and mental stillness, in which it is possible to perceive natural energy. Of course, even if Xiaoli senses natural energy, he will never absorb it. After all, without the toad's ruler watching, it would be GG if he petrified himself. But for Xiaoli, thinking about these things is actually useless, because he can't even be quiet at the moment. I can barely keep my body still. Although I still feel like there are countless ants crawling on my body, I can still hold on. However, in terms of spiritual tranquility, what should Xiaoli, a modern person, do? This kind of tranquility is probably the exclusive buff for people with a pure heart. As a modern person, Xiaoli couldn't stop thinking at all. Even if she wanted to relax, she would still think about something inadvertently. There is only one possibility for Xiaoli to reach a peaceful state, that is, he falls asleep completely, and sleeps very comfortably without dreaming. The problem is, the stillness of Xianjutsu is not the state of sleeping. As a result, it was difficult for Xiaoli to even meet the prerequisites for learning immortal skills, but the immortal mode was what Xiaoli had to learn. After all, the perverts behind him are already extremely resistant to ordinary ninjutsu. Without the sage mode, if he wants to do enough damage, he can only practice physical skills. However, in terms of physical skills, Xiaoli felt that even if she trained to death, she would never be able to surpass Kai at that time. Physical skills really needed to be accumulated bit by bit. How could Xiaoli have that time? Moreover, even Kai can only kick out that one, and his leg bone is broken. What should Xiaoli do, whose physical skills are not as good as Kai's? Is it cold? Therefore, if he wants to contribute, Xiaoli must learn the immortal mode. However, he has been struggling for a long time and has not been able to enter a quiet state at all. However, over time, Xiaoli also found some methods. It can be said that there is no solution. It's impossible to clear your mind in ordinary times, but when a man is in that ahem, saint mode or sage mode, he will have much less messy thoughts. Of course, it is impossible for Xiaoli to do this. After all, he is only so young now. Not to mention whether he has this ability, it is still a human being to do this at this age. The most important thing is that it will affect physical development, which Xiaoli cannot accept. Although he couldn't accept it, it still gave Xiaoli some inspiration, that is, when you are very tired from exercise, it is also a way to make yourself less energetic to think about all the messy things. Xiaoli did the same thing. Of course it was effective, but at this time Xiaoli's energy level became a side effect. Even though her body was very tired, her mind was still very active. But it was still much better than at the beginning, so Xiaoli persisted. Now, several years have passed, and Xiaoli still feels a little worse, and still can't completely clear her mind. During the free time after extracurricular activities, Xiaoli dragged her tired body and tried again. As usual, she felt that she was not far away, but she still couldn't break through the last step. In the eyes of others, Xiaoli is sitting there and falling asleep. In fact, even if he has not reached that quiet state, his current perception has been qualitatively improved. When someone wants to touch him, he also, if you can detect it in advance and just stare at the other person without saying a word, it will make the other person's hair stand on end, and then you won't dare to do it next time. So Xiaoli left the impression on others that he was quite lazy, similar to Shikamaru, or even lazier. After all, Shikamaru had to lie down to sleep, but Xiaoli could fall asleep just sitting there. No need to lie down or lean on the table. Xiaoli naturally doesn't care what others think. Although she can't completely calm down, it is still very useful for meditation, and meditation is very helpful for learning the changes in the shape of chakra later. After using his remaining chakra to practice chakra's form changes, the day's class was almost over. At this time, Xiaoli would go home to eat again. After digesting for a while after the meal, he recovered some chakra and went to fight with Xiaoli. The recovered chakra could still be used to use the three-body technique. Xiaoli's arrangements for herself can be said to be meticulous. With such hard work and planning, it is inevitable that she will improve quickly. However, others didn't know Xiaoli's plan, so when Xiaoli did this, he was regarded as being lazy. So, after a few days, Irika saw Xiaoli kept doing this, and finally couldn't sit still, and came to Xiaoli. Xiaoli, you can't be so lazy anymore. Since Xiaoli has a lot of talent, you should work harder and don't let this talent go to waste. Irika said sadly. Irika's words made Xiaoli a little confused. He was lazy. Why didn't he know that he was lazy sometimes? Xiaoli feels that at this age, not only is she the one who works the hardest, she is definitely better than 99.9% of people of the same age. Chapter 17 shocked Irika, library card. Chapter 17 Ding shocked Irika and received a library card. Teacher Irika, why do you think I'm being lazy? Xiaoli looked a little weird and couldn't figure it out. Every day during extracurricular exercise time, Xiaoli only completes the basic amount of exercise and then rests all the time. This is not acceptable. Irika said sadly. Oh, that's it. In fact, I was resting efficiently at that time. Xiaoli thought for a while and said. Aren't you still lazy? Irika complained. Teacher Irika, you will know in a moment. After Xiaoli said this, he turned into a white smoke and dissipated. And Irika couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw Xiaoli disappearing. Was it actually a clone? And as far as he knew, only the shadow clone could do this kind of physical clone with obvious thoughts. But he remembered that the shadow clone was a B-level ninjutsu. How did Xiaoli get it? Even if it is passed down from family, how did you learn it? In shock, Irika was also waiting there. Since Xiaoli said to wait a while, Xiaoli's body should have already rushed here. Soon, a boy whose clothes were soaked with sweat stood in front of Irika. Teacher Irika, this is the answer. Xiaoli didn't say much. His current state was the best answer. So, every day you let your shadow clone come over to study, and then the real body exercises outside, and then you rest during extracurricular activities. Looking at Xiaoli's state, Irika was a little confused. Yes, the exercise arranged in the school is not only unsatisfactory in quantity, but also very low in intensity. I want to reach the target amount I set. If it takes too long according to the level in school. If it takes too long according to the level in school, my own training is too outstanding, and I don't want to be looked at as a monkey by other students. Xiaoli replied. That's it, then I misunderstood you. Irika looked at Xiaoli blankly. After knowing the other party's real efforts, he was completely shocked. With such hard work at such a young age and extremely high talent, how far can the other party grow in the future? At this time, Irika couldn't help but look forward to it. Suddenly, Irika thought of something, his face changed, and he said, No, I heard that shadow clones have side effects. Because of these side effects, no one uses shadow clones to exercise and study. Well, what Irika-sensei said should be that the fatigue level will be transferred back to the main body. I have known this for a long time, but Irika-sensei, the shadow clone will inherit the user's state at that moment, so Irika-sensei Teacher Ka has also seen my daily status, and within my plan, the shadow clone will not affect me. Xiaoli replied. That's right. Irika thought for a moment and found out that Xiaoli was reading energetically every morning when he saw her. It seemed that he was not affected. Could it be that the rumors were wrong? Probably not. If there are no side effects, then there should be a lot of people learning shadow clones, so that it won't be like the situation where not many people are learning it now. Therefore, Irika understood that this should also be the other person's talent, and others could not learn it. What does hard work plus genius equal? Irika couldn't help but click his tongue. If Xiaoli knew what Irika was thinking, he would complain that in other worlds this combination might be very strong, but in Naruto, it can only be said that it is very strong in the early stage, and the upper limit later depends on bloodline. Isn't there an ordinary person who hasn't seen those 6-path patterns? Even Xiaoli didn't know whether ordinary people could safely become the 10-tailed Jinchuriki after gathering 9-tailed beasts, let alone the 6-path sage mode. By the way, Mr. Irika, do you have textbooks for higher grades here? Or other elective books on the path of ninja? Xiaoli thought for a while, and finally came to see Irika in person. Then let's settle this matter first. Yes, there is, but why do you ask? Irika was a little confused. It's like this. I've probably learned almost all the first-year courses on my own, so. Xiaoli said and looked at Irika. So you basically didn't listen to the lectures in class and just watched by yourself. Irika suddenly felt a little discouraged. Are all geniuses like this? You don't need to teach yourself this. Not really. I would listen to Mr. Irika if he has some experience in teaching, but most teachers just follow the instructions, so I didn't listen much, so Mr. Irika's class is still great. Xiaoli encouraged Irika. Then should I feel happy? Irika said that he couldn't be happy at all. Irika thought for a while and said, let's do this. I will test the content of your books. If you pass the test, then I will help you get a library card. Then you can go to the library to borrow books by yourself. Also. Hey? Really? Xiaoli opened his eyes wide and was a little surprised. This was beyond his expectation. The library Irika mentioned was not an ordinary library, but one for ninjas. Really, but the problem I have is not simple. Do you want to prepare first? Irika said proudly. The previous 3 generations asked him to take more care of Xiaoli, so there is no problem in doing so. No, you can start right away. Xiaoli said that it is really easy to remember these basic knowledge. Oh, you are so confident, then let me see your strength. Irika also smiled. After a while, Irika looked at the answer that was basically full marks and twitched his lips. Although it was not a perfect score, it was more than he thought. Originally, he thought it would be enough to pass. Okay, then come and get your library card tomorrow. Irika took a deep breath. It is a good thing to have such a talented student, although it will affect the teacher's teaching ability a bit. Okay, Teacher Irika, can I go home and wash up before going back to school? Xiaoli felt sticky and uncomfortable. Oh, yes, but Xiaoli, exercise should be moderate and you must pay attention to your body. Irika reminded. I understand this, so am I not the one with the best development in our class? Xiaoli also nodded solemnly. Due to long-term training, his development was obviously beyond that of his peers. Irika was stunned, looked at Xiaoli, and thought about it carefully. Yes, it seems that this guy is the fastest and best one in the class. Therefore, this guy has matured so much that he no longer feels the role of a teacher. Go, come back. Irika lay on the chair as if he had lost all strength. I don't know whether he is lucky or unlucky to have such a student. In short, the students are too good and the teacher feels completely unfulfilled. Xiaoli nodded and left. As for going back quickly? Well, this won't work. Today's volume has not been reached yet, so only the shadow clones will come back. Page 9. However, Xiaoli looked at Irika who had lost the meaning of life and decided not to say anything. Well, now that I have explained the situation to Irika, I can release my shadow clone here without having to go to the bathroom all the time. It would be quite annoying if I go there too many times and it is reported that there is a problem there. Chapter 18 The Investment of the Third Hokage and the Flying Thunder God. Chapter 18 The Investment of the Third Hokage and the Flying Thunder God. Irika, what's the matter? The third Hokage looked at Irika a little surprised. He came a little too often and almost didn't put away the crystal ball. I came here this time because of Xiaoli's matter. I want to help him get a library card. Irika said. The library he was talking about was naturally not an ordinary library, but a library containing information about tolerance. A library of technical materials. Oh? Why did you suddenly think of getting him a library card? Sanday was a little confused. Irika told the third generation about Xiaoli with a look of helplessness, and said that he really couldn't teach him much about Xiaoli's talent, so it was better to get him a library card. Shadow clone? Are you sure it's okay? The third generation frowned. Unlike Irika, as the Hokage, he naturally knew the risks of this technique. Well, it must have been more than a day or two since Xiaoli came here using his shadow clone, and he is in good condition every day. Irika replied. Is that so? Is it a talent? The third generation murmured. Learning the shadow clone is also very good, but it is not worth being too surprised. After all, it is a technique and can be learned. But being able to use shadow clones to learn is surprising, and the only explanation is the other person's talent. It just so happens that the third generation has seen various people with talents. Of course, he was still a little surprised. After all, the other party's family was very clean, and it was impossible for him to have the blood of the Uzumaki clan. In this case, we can open up knowledge other than ninjutsu to him. The third generation made a decision after thinking for a while. They have a clean family background, are geniuses, know how to work hard, and are very mature. This kind of existence will provide resources no matter which village they are in, because they will definitely be able to grow up and become the pillars of the village. Soon, a proof of the library card was handed over to Irika from the third generation. You can just take Xiaoli to take a photo and attach it later. Sanday said. Yes. Irika was happy and a little shocked when he took the library card. After all, the level of the third generation was much higher than he imagined. You must know that even knowledge is of course divided into levels. Of course, while Irika was shocked, he was also happy for Xiaoli. If he was favored by the third generation, then his future as a student would be bright. After Irika left, the third generation took a deep breath of tobacco and exhaled a puff of thick smoke. He had already written a letter to Jiraiya before, but what made the third generation a little angry was that the other party had no intention of coming back. Now that he has seen Xiaoli's talent and hard work, Sanday decided to write another letter. The growth of a genius also requires sufficient teaching, and there is also the bond with the village. Jiraiya and Tsunade are undoubtedly very suitable candidates. Can. Sanday handed the letter to a toad and sighed deeply. Ugh. The next day, in the Hokage's office, the third generation looked at the crystal ball in front of the table. Inside the crystal ball was a scene of Xiaoli exercising. After watching it for a while, the third generation moved the scene to the inside of the ninja school, but the protagonist of the scene was still Xiaoli. But this time, Sanday was startled because he saw Naruto next to Xiaoli, and they seemed to have a good relationship with him. Seeing this, Sanday couldn't help but think about it. In the end, he felt that this combination was quite good. If Xiaoli was strong enough, he would be able to help when the tailed beast was out of control in the future, and he might even be able to awaken it due to the bond. Naruto. Naturally, Xiaoli didn't know that he was being spied on by the third generation using telescopes. Even if he knew about Xiaoli, he didn't care much about it. He didn't have any ulterior secrets. Later, Xiaoli also successfully obtained the library card from Irika, and went to the tightly guarded library to try to borrow. The result was gratifying. He was even able to directly borrow B-level knowledge. Although ninjutsu was not allowed to be borrowed, this was completely enough for Xiaoli. With his current chakra level, he didn't even think about learning any ninjutsu. This library card was obviously not something Irika could obtain as a Chuunin, let alone applying for someone else, so Xiaoli quickly understood that he had been noticed by the third generation, and he was given great convenience. Xiaoli was already satisfied with this. He never thought that he would be able to obtain the Flying Thunder God's technique after being noticed. That was something that could only happen in dreams. Although Flying Thunder God is not necessary to learn in Xiaoli's plan, the priority is also very high. After all, this ninjutsu is too famous in the hands of the fourth Hokage. The most important thing is that its consumption of chakra should not be particularly high, because the fourth generation Namikaze Minato does not have a bloodline, and the amount of chakra cannot be comparable to those monsters, so even if Xiaoli's chakra is not enough now, it will be enough for Flying Thunder God in the future. However, learning the Flying Thunder God also requires talent, not only the talent of time and space, but also sufficient reaction and combat talent. With the help of the Flying Thunder God, the fourth generation was able to become a ninja that made enemy ninjas frightened. This was just because without a certain level of strength, facing the Flying Thunder God was too difficult. But those with some strength, such as the third Raikage, are probably not that scared when facing the fourth Raikage. After all, it is difficult for the fourth Raikage to break through the defense against the third Raikage. Even if the defense is broken, it will be difficult to inflict fatal damage. Harm. If it were really a shopping fight that did not allow escape, it would be hard to say who would win and who would lose. Thinking of this, Xiaoli was a bit speechless. The third generation Raikage was also an outstanding person among ordinary people, but the fourth generation was even more pity because he died too early. Otherwise, with the fourth generation's talent, he can basically create Raise Nan Shuriken or similar powerful ninjutsu, which can make up for the shortcomings of the fourth generation's attack power compared to other aspects. What are you worried about at that time? The third Raikage? Moreover, according to Xiaoli's speculation, the negative impact of the Raise Nan Shuriken will not even affect the fourth generation. No, it should be said that it will not affect the ninjas who can fly the Thunder God. Because the moment the Raise Nan Shuriken explodes, the fourth generation can use the Flying Thunder God to directly leave the range of the explosion, and the hit rate is higher than that thrown by Senjutsu, but it is not as powerful as the Raise Nan Shuriken condensed by Senjutsu. In addition, the fourth generation is also good at Senjutsu. Although he is not very proficient, it still takes a lot of time to accumulate natural energy. The accumulated amount can be used for a short time. In short, it is not very practical, but the Senjutsu Raise Nan can be used at critical moments. Shuriken, plus the Flying Thunder God sneaking a shot at those 10 tails Jinhyuriki, I guess. It's also quite sour and refreshing. Xiaoli narrowed his eyes and decided that what the fourth generation failed to do, he would complete his legacy later. Fourth generation, I don't have this will. Xiaoli was a little worried about whether she had the talent to learn to fly the Thunder God. After all, even Obito or Kakashi, who had divine power, seemed to have such abilities only because of the blood successor, and still did not have the talent to learn. From the beginning to the end, only the second generation Hokage and the fourth generation Hokage, who were the creators, learned to fly the Thunder God. The blood successor is the blood successor, and the talent of the blood successor does not represent his own talent. Therefore, the level of learning for Fei Lei Shen was really very high. However, Xiaoli also showed determination in her eyes, and she could only believe that her talent was enough. And now, keep working hard. The knowledge in the library should be added to the current plan. It is fulfilling and happy, because it feels good to be able to clearly feel that I am getting stronger little by little. Then every day the increased amount of chakra speaks for itself. Chapter 19 Jing in Immortal Mode. On the weekends, after Xiaoli prepared everything, he set out for the training ground. On this day, he did not create a clone to study. Because Xiaoli's body had completely recovered in the past 2 days, he did not expect that it would take more than a month to recover. As expected, it was too forced to break through the body's boundaries at this age. However, for the sake of the plan, Xiaoli still had to break through, and she had to be fully prepared. Don't waste chakra if you can. Soon, Xiao Li appeared on the training ground, and as expected, she saw Xiao Li again. As long as it was a holiday, the probability of Xiao Li appearing on the training ground was basically 100%. However, Xiao Li felt that Xiao Li was not in high spirits today. He just said hello to him and had no intention of fighting. Although Xiao Li had no intention of fighting today, Xiao Li became obsessed with fighting after trying to fight before. As long as Xiao Li appeared here, he would come to him. As for the winning rate of the battle, it can basically be said to be a 50-50 split. When Xiao Li had chakra and could use the three-body technique, Xiao Li's winning rate was much higher. However, when the chakra was exhausted, Xiao Li's winning rate soared. Xiao Li looked at Xiao Li, who was not in a high mood, and thought thoughtfully. Something must have happened, but for some reason he couldn't comfort him rashly. He had better do his own thing well before talking. Xiao Li started today's training. Today's training schedule was much higher than usual in terms of volume and intensity. As the training progressed, sweat and salt continued to precipitate. Finally, the boundary loosened. Xiao Li gritted her teeth and successfully broke through the boundary once again. After the breakthrough, Xiao Li did not stop immediately. Instead, he completed the stretching exercises before ending the exercise. Then Xiao Li staggered to his usual resting place and sat down cross-legged. Xiao Li could feel that this time's breakthrough seemed to be more difficult than before, but he didn't know why, and he didn't have time to think about it. At this time, his mental state had reached an extremely exhausted level. At this time, Xiao Li took a deep breath, closed her eyes, resisted the urge to fall asleep, and slowly calmed down. Since he can't sprint to the state of tranquility after ordinary exercise, he will try again after breaking through the limit. If it still doesn't work this time, then he can only wait for more than a month. Xiao Li has a very upright attitude. He tries hard this time, even if he doesn't succeed. After all, it is the fairy mode, and the difficulty is there, but he also believes that he will succeed. If it doesn't work this time, try next time. If it doesn't work next time, it will work. On to next time. He has learned the immortal mode. In this state of mind, Xiao Li's body slowly calmed down. This time the fatigue covered the feeling of ants crawling all over his body, and then the fatigue slowly disappeared. For the first time, his body was completely refreshed. It got quiet. Following this, his soul, which had been extremely active since birth, finally calmed down in a rare way. Slowly, his spirit and body slowly merged. Xiao Li seemed to have glimpsed the scenery above the mountain top, but after a brief peek, he withdrew from that state again. Xiao Li slowly opened his eyes, with surprise in his eyes. It was a feeling. He felt that he had succeeded, even if it was only for a short time. However, since it has been successful once, there will be a second time in the future, and even the conditions for entry will gradually relax, and there is no need to break through the boundaries every time before entering. Set a small goal. Before you get the scrolls of psychic skills from the 3 holy places, you must be able to enter that state without any special training. However, Xiao Li frowned again. Although he entered that state, he didn't seem to feel anything special, let alone notice the natural energy. It was completely empty, but his perception was indeed ridiculously strong. Immortal mode, there is definitely no record of this mode in the library. Xiao Li couldn't help but have a headache. It should be normal. Subsequent training should require toad oil or similar items. Later on, you can sense natural energy. Although it cannot be absorbed, if you can sense it directly without using toad oil, it will definitely be a huge improvement. Let's do it step by step. Xiao Li sighed first, and then became a little excited. Today's harvest is really surprising. Xiao Li stood up slowly, looked around, and frowned. Xiao Li had left today and didn't even exercise. This was a big problem. Xiao Li was a little worried. After all, after being together for so long, he still had a good impression of this little guy with a talent for hard work. However, there is another matter that needs to be dealt with first. Xiao Li looked at a big tree and asked. Excuse me, do you want to continue hiding? Ahahaha, you are really an amazing little guy for being able to discover me. A young man wearing a green Konoha Jounin vest came out. Seeing the person coming out from behind the tree, Xiao Li breathed a sigh of relief. He probably guessed who it was, but what if it was an enemy? Yes, this person was the pinnacle of temporary ordinary people, Metkai. Hello, what can I do for you? Xiao Li asked. Metkai looked at Xiao Li in amazement. He was originally hesitant to come out. He had been observing this place for several days, and the one he admired the most was naturally Xiao Li. But he also noticed Xiao Li's efforts, and in the past days, Xiao Li gave him the feeling that he was very measured and would not exercise too much. But today, he didn't know what went wrong. He was distracted. One exercise too much. If Xiao Li exercises like this, her body will definitely be overwhelmed. Although Metkai also wanted to follow Xiao Li to see what was going on over there, in comparison, it seemed that the problem on Xiao Li's side was more serious. After all, if you don't pay attention, it will leave indelible effects on your body. Reversal of damage. Little guy, you have to know that exercise also needs to be moderate. Although youth has no limits, you are still young, and such exercise will hurt your body. Since he has been discovered and came out, Might Guy did not hesitate to say what he wanted to say. Suddenly, Xiao Li suddenly realized that it was because of this. He nodded and said, I know this. I must have observed this before, and you should know that my exercise will not harm my body. But there are some special circumstances today, so I will return to the original amount of exercise tomorrow. That's true, that's good. Metkai nodded. It was okay just once, but he was afraid it would always be like this. Since you know, then I will leave. Little guy, please continue to work hard to burn your youth. I am very happy. Take good care of you. As he spoke, Metkai patted Xiao Li on the shoulder. Xiao Li tugged at the corner of his mouth. Although he had recovered a little, his body was still very tired. These two shots almost made Xiao Li kneel down, but he couldn't say anything and could only nod. I will continue to work hard. Metkai gave Xiao Li a thumbs up, showed his big smile and his big gleaming white teeth, and then left. Since there was nothing here, he wanted to go over and see what was going on the other side. Xiao Li looked at Metkai's back and smiled, realizing that Metkai was still very useful. After all, Metkai is the #1 martial arts master in Hokage, and it is natural for him to exercise his body. It is also of a very high level. As Xiao Li's body grows, he has to explore on his own every time the amount of exercise increases. With Metkai's guidance, he can get better exercise. Page 10. But, what happened to Xiao Li? Chapter 20 Xiao Li's question. In Xiao Li's memory, Xiao Li didn't seem to be depressed, he recalled, but most of his memories were of Xiao Li having graduated, and there didn't seem to be anything about his childhood. So, didn't the original book talk about what happened when I was a child? I just skipped it and didn't watch it. Xiao Li felt a little headache. Let's continue watching tomorrow. It seems that Metkai has followed. If he is still depressed tomorrow, he should ask what's going on. Xiao Li still wants to help if he can. After all, a free combat tool player is still very important. Although he is also the opponent's combat tool player, there are really not many tool players who can keep up with Xiao Li. Even if he is the same goes for Taijutsu. Even in Xiao Li's plan, physical skills are not the main means of attack, but this does not mean that he thinks physical skills are not important. If the plan does not include them, it is just because he cannot meet the requirements in physical skills within a limited time. After making the decision, Xiao Li didn't waste any more time. Although it seemed like he was exercising just now in a state of groping, he actually got rest in all aspects. He didn't use his shadow clone in order to break through today. He still had a lot of chakra left, so he could practice the form changes for a while. However, the next day, instead of improving, Xiao Li's condition became more serious. He even stopped exercising early and sat there in a trance. Xiao Li, has something happened to you? Why are you so downcast? It's not like you at all. After seeing this, Xiao Li also went directly to find him. The tool man couldn't just go on strike. Xiao Li. Xiao Li raised his head and looked at Xiao Li, his expression full of loneliness. Xiao Li, it seems that I can no longer be a ninja. Can you tell me what exactly happened? Xiao Li frowned. Teacher has taught us the three-body technique before, but I have never been able to detect the changes in chakra, let alone use it. No matter how hard I practice, there is no progress at all. Xiao Li said, and then looked at Xiao Li's eyes were filled with envy. Obviously Xiao Li can use it perfectly, but as a person in the same grade, I can't even see any hope of getting started. Suddenly, Xiao Li suddenly realized that this was the case. If so, he seemed to remember this scene, but he had not paid attention to it. So, was he still the culprit? Xiao Li quickly vetoed it. Even without him, Xiao Li would have had such a problem sooner or later. However, his proficient use of the three-body technique gave Xiao Li a contrast, so the problem broke out in advance. Also, something seems wrong. When did you and Xiao Li become in the same grade? Xiao Li looked at Xiao Li, thought for a while, and nodded immediately. She probably figured out why. The other person was Xiao Li, and he probably didn't pay much attention to things in school. And Xiao Li's development is better, and he can use the three-body technique, so it seems normal for Xiao Li to treat him as someone of the same grade. But Xiao Li still wanted to complain. They had been together for so many years, but they didn't even collect this bit of information. They could only say that he was Xiao Li as expected, and luckily the other party's captain was Hyaganiji. That's it. Xiao Li, who knew that Xiao Li couldn't use ninjutsu, naturally wouldn't persuade him to practice more. After thinking about it, he said, then Xiao Li knows that even if he can't learn ninjutsu, he can actually be a ninja. Well, really? Xiao Li stared at Xiao Li closely. Under his thick eyebrows, his dark eyes were full of expectation, as if he had found some hope. It's true. I saw in the library that there was a taijutsu ninja who was a 10,000 years genin before our Konoha. In fact, he was very powerful. In an operation, he rushed thousands of miles alone in order to rescue Konoha's team. Then kill all 7 of Wu Ying's people. Also, you probably don't know about the 7 mist shadows, right? Let me tell you. In fact, Xiao Li didn't know the specific situation. He didn't know whether the 7 people were dead or not. He just glanced at the information when he was looking at Metkai. Anyway, it was just a bit exaggerated at this time. When Xiao Li finished speaking, he saw Xiao Li staring at him intently. Well, it should have an effect, Xiao Li thought for a while and then continued. Also, do you know? I remember that there is a ninja in our village who is not very good at using ninjutsu, and he has become a jounin. Jounin? Really? Xiao Li couldn't help but exclaimed after hearing this. The gold content of a jounin was too much for him. Of course it's true. Xiao Li nodded, looked at Xiao Li and said, so even if you only practice taijutsu, you can become a jounin, but this road will be very tiring. I'm not afraid of getting tired. Xiao Li shouted loudly. It will also be very painful. I'm not afraid of hardship. It's even more difficult to persevere. I will keep persisting until I become the strongest taijutsu ninja. Xiao Li's eyes seemed to have fire. Then keep working hard and don't give up anymore, Xiao Li encouraged. Oh! My youth, keep burning. Xiao Li returned to his previous state again in a burst of shouting, even harder. Seeing this, Xiao Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was Xiao Li who didn't think too much and was easier to persuade. However, Xiao Li sighed again. In fact, Xiao Li and Metkai are a little different. Metkai is just difficult to use ninjutsu. In fact, Metkai can still use some relatively simple ninjutsu. However, Xiao Li is different. In his memory, Xiao Li seems to be unable to use ninjutsu at all. It shouldn't be a problem with Metkai's guarantee after graduation, but it will be really difficult to surpass Metaka in future development. However, let's worry about future matters later. Xiao Li has no right to worry about others. His own path has not yet been cleared, and until it is cleared, he is not even sure whether this road will be possible. Metkai was secretly relieved. He originally wanted to use his own methods to investigate, but he didn't expect that Xiao Li had already comforted Xiao Li. Moreover, he was familiar with the 10,000-year Genin and Taijutsu Jounin that Xiao Li just mentioned. Well, after all, they were his father and himself, and Xiao Li used them as examples to make Metkai feel close to them. However, Xiao Li's situation still needs to be carefully observed. Although it is possible to become a Jounin with physical skills, no one knows how hard it is than Metkai. And more importantly, even a physical ninja does not mean that he has completely given up on ninjutsu. Even Metkai would not teach him this way. It would definitely mislead people. What Metkai didn't know was that Xiao Li didn't persuade Xiao Li to continue practicing because he knew that Xiao Li couldn't use ninjutsu in the original novel, so he didn't want Xiao Li to waste this time. When Metkai was thinking, Xiao Li suddenly came to him. Well, Metkai was used to it. He had been discovered before, and now he was discovered again. I went back and asked. You are the Taijutsu type Jounin Metkai in the village. Can you teach us some Taijutsu? Xiao Li asked directly. I think Metkai's character would agree. Not to mention Xiao Li. No. However, what Xiao Li didn't expect was that Metkai directly refused. This is against the rules, and the training of physical skills is not what you can do now. Suddenly, Xiao Li suddenly realized that the meaning of his words seemed to be wrong, and hurriedly said, I don't want to learn physical skills, I just want to ask you to help us look at our exercise methods, such as our suitable intensity and to what extent we can exercise best. Good. That's it. After hearing this, Metkai hesitated. It was just a training guide, but there was no problem. Then Metkai looked at Xiao Li, who was still working hard over there, as if he saw his childhood self, with the same roughness. Eyebrows, also have no ninjutsu talent, and the same hard work. At this moment, Metkai seemed to think a lot and finally agreed. And this made Xiao Li's eyes light up. Although the other party probably agreed because of Xiao Li, he was not with Xiao Li, so it would be good to rub it in. In this way, with Metkai's guidance, physical exercise will no longer be a problem. Chapter 21 Morphological Changes and the State of Emptiness and Darkness. Within the next few days, the role of Metkai's guidance became apparent. The first is to control the intensity of exercise. In the past, Xiao Li was not sure about the intensity his body could bear, but now he can complete his exercise goals in a shorter time. The second is to control the amount of exercise. Even Xiao Li's increase in amount is calculated, which indeed saves a lot of time. However, of course, Metkai was not there every day, and he only observed carefully during the initial instruction. After that, Xiao Li and Xiao Li spent most of the time sparring together. Xiao Li is still very convinced of Metkai's understanding of physical skills. After all, he is a man who almost kicked out the finale with pure physical skills. Finally, there was the quiet state of immortal mode. From that day on, Xiao Li was unable to enter that state again for several days. However, Xiao Li was not in a hurry, because he had already climbed up once and could clearly feel that he had been moving in the right direction. Finally, a few days later, Xiao Li successfully entered a quiet state again without breaking through the boundaries, and this time the duration was much longer than the last time. But in this state, Xiaoli still didn't perceive the existence of natural energy, and it was still empty. In the following days, Xiaoli could no longer stop Xiaoli from entering this state. He was able to enter this state more easily, although it seemed that there was no use in entering. Xiaoli was not disappointed with this. After all, it was just the preliminary state of the immortal mode. It was expected to be of no use. The next thing he had to do was to continue to lower the threshold for entry until he could do it even in his perfect state. Enter this state directly. After all, if you are fighting, there is no time for you to exercise, even to the limit. Even if you successfully enter, how much state do you still have to fight? So, just keep practicing. However, as the practice progressed, Xiaoli seemed to find something was wrong, because after he entered that state, he seemed to be able to think simply again, and even seemed to be able to observe. As for what to observe, Xiaoli doesn't know yet. Maybe he will be able to observe natural energy later. Until one day, after Xiaoli approached Xiaoli in this state, Xiaoli suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Xiaoli with shock remaining in his eyes. Because he saw it. To be precise, this state was sensing the flow of chakra in Xiaoli's body and the naturally dissipated chakra. So, this state is similar to a white eye? Then Xiaoli shook his head, not at all, he actually just sensed the flow of chakra and simulated the appearance of the meridians in the opponent's body, and the distance that his white eyes could see was not comparable to Xiaoli's state. However, this state should have more functions, but he didn't find it, Xiaoli thought. As for Xiaoli's chakra, it is not a strange thing. Xiaoli just cannot use chakra, not that he has no chakra. If there is no chakra at all, then even the 8-gate dunjia will be useless to Xiaoli. After all, Xiaoli remembers that opening the door behind the 8-gate dunjia is to release the violent chakra sealed in the body. If there is no chakra, how lonely will it be? However, now that he has come out of that state, let's continue practicing the changes in chakra's form, Xiaoli thought, and began to condense chakra into the palm of his hand and release it. But this time, Xiaoli could clearly feel that even if it was released outside the body, the connection seemed to have deepened a lot. It was a little strange. It was not like this yesterday. Xiaoli looked at the spherical chakra that was successfully condensed for the first time in his hand. After thinking for a while, the chakra turned into a cube again. Xiaoli stared blankly at the cube in front of her, then thought for a moment and then continued. This time it was indeed a failure, and the chakra silently dissipated into the air. Did he really improve that much in one day? Xiaoli, who has practiced for so long, is well aware of the extent of her progress. It was the state just now that strengthened his perception. Even if the chakra was released outside the body, he could clearly perceive this part of the chakra and then be able to control it more easily. So there was such progress? Xiaoli was not sure, but if that was the case, then the effect of that state was greater than he imagined. And this also strengthened Xiaoli's determination to learn the immortal mode. Now, let's ensure that this state can be maintained for a longer time. One day, Xiaoli was in a quiet state. At this time, his perception was further improved. If this continued, it would still be impossible to beat the Byakugan, but it could cover most close combats. Under this kind of perception, the opponent's chakra state is completely under Xiaoli's observation, and the timing of using ninjutsu will also be discerned by Xiaoli. This advantage is not insignificant. Unfortunately, the current range that Xiaoli can sense is probably only for close combat. Even if he can sense this distance, he may not be able to react. And this distance is more likely to be due to physical skills, so it is not of much use at the moment. After a period of time, Xiaoli remained in this state. He suddenly realized a problem, which was why he had not noticed this problem until now. He should have noticed it when he discovered Metkai before. However, he was deceived by his own thoughts, that is, this state is used to sense natural energy, so of course he would not think about using it to sense chakra. In fact, Chakra is much easier to sense than natural energy. Not just in quantity, but because this is the energy he's known since the beginning. So, did I miss anything due to the limitations of my previous ideas? The perception in this state is very strong, but generally you can only sense which direction the chakra is in. Only when you are very close can you sense the subtle flow direction of the opponent's chakra, and this range is really too small. So, in this extremely small range, if Xiao Li is not asked, how should he try to observe? The answer is self-evident, that is himself. No matter how small the range is, he himself must be within this range. Thinking like this, Xiao Li turned her eyes to herself for the first time. She even turned her eyes directly to her body and saw the chakra flowing in her meridians. Compared with other people's chakra that needs to be sensed to see, the chakra in Xiao Li's body does not need to be sensed. It can be observed directly from a distance, which is much clearer than what he imagined. This observation made Xiao Li see something different. He saw wind and thunder. These two attributes have always been included in his chakra. Page 11. However, Xiao Li has been unable to detect it and cannot use it. He himself knows this. Originally, his plan was to control the chakra outside the body to a certain level before considering the changes in attributes. He did not expect we'll see them clearly at this time. Observe the wind part and the thunder part in the chakra, and then silently experience their flow and changes in the chakra. At this moment, Xiao Li seemed to understand something. If anyone looked carefully, they would find that arcs of electricity were jumping around his body, and a breeze was also flowing around his body. For the first time, Xiao Li took the initiative to open her eyes and escape from that state. She came to an open place. Thinking back on the power she had just seen, she formed a seal in her hand that she had remembered but had never used. Even though it was the first time to use it, Xiao Li at this time had enough confidence to use it successfully, and not just use it. Wind escape, a big breakthrough. With the completion of the seal, the ninjutsu was successfully released, but the big breakthrough that was supposed to be scattered and not very powerful now had only a small range, and was blasted in one direction like an air cannon. With the traditional big break is completely different. Xiao Li looked at the great breakthrough he used, with a sudden realization in his eyes. If he followed the step-by-step seals and controlled the flow of chakra in the scroll, he would definitely be able to use the great breakthrough, but in this case, it would be just an ordinary one. A great breakthrough usually only has some effect on the art of fog and shadow, and the lethality is too scattered, resulting in average power. Even if you don't understand the wind, you can still form a strong wind, naturally because of the changes in the created seal and the guided chakra. But at this time, Xiao Li saw the wind in the chakra and understood a little about the shape of the wind, so he was able to compress the wind created by the big breakthrough, eventually forming the air cannon. But Xiao Li's compression force at this time was obviously not strong enough. Although the air cannon was formed, its power was still not high, but the experiment was a perfect success. Then, Xiao Li looked at her arm. Tiny electric arcs were soon beating continuously on her arm, and she couldn't help but smile. On this day, he really took a big step forward on the road of form change. And it is definitely impossible to call it immortal mode based on a state. Since it is just one state, let's call it the empty Ming state. Xiao Li wondered if this state would be meditation if it were placed in the magic world? Probably, maybe this is really a possibility. However, in this state, others used it to sense natural energy, but Xiao Li used it to observe his own chakra energy, but he felt that the effect was really good. In fact, this is very useful to Xiao Li. After all, when others learn the immortal mode, they have already passed the stage of learning form changes. Although it must have other uses, it is not that useful to them. It's better to learn the immortal mode quickly. But Xiao Li's current configuration is too low. For Xiao Li, this state is like a low-profile body suddenly learning a high-level state, which naturally has a driving effect on other low-profile bodies. Chapter 22: The Secret Technique of Thunder Escape. At this time, Xiaoli felt the numbness on his body. Feeling a little comfortable. He also knew that this was the effect of the arc just now, which made him sigh. Sure enough, the bodies in this world are not ordinary compared to the original world. After all, the kind of body just now would not feel comfortable in the original world. It would be better if it was not electrocuted. However, Xiaoli fell into thinking about the thunder attribute chakra, its shape changes, and its strengthening of the body. If you think of thunder attribute chakra to strengthen the body, you have to think of Kumagakur. Their secret technique of thunder escape chakra mode is very outstanding. But unfortunately, their secret technique does not exist in Konoha. Of course, Xiaoli also believed that Konoha and even all the ninja villages were developing similar lightning escape secret techniques. After all, the performance of Kumagakur's secret technique was really eye-catching, and the principle was not difficult. But the fact that the principle is not difficult does not mean that it is easy to develop, especially the secret technique of thunder escape, which can leave damage to the body if you are not careful. Xiaoli even believed that a ninjutsu with similar effects had been developed in the darkness of Konoha, but the side effects were estimated to be very serious, and the effect was far inferior to Kumagakur's secret technique, so it had been left there without any ninja to use it. Of course, it is more important to understand the working principle during the development process so that you can better deal with the Kumagakur ninja later. But for now, basically all the development results of ninja villages are not very good. Think about it, after all, it is the secret technique that Kumagakur, a ninja village, uses to gain a foothold, so naturally it will not be easily researched. Xiaoli only thought about Union's thunder escape chakra mode. Although he was a little greedy, he also knew that there was a high probability that he would not be able to obtain this technique. As for temporarily strengthening the body at the next few levels, it should still be possible, just like what Ursha did in the Chunin exam. However, the second pillar is still the protagonist after all. The treatment of the protagonist is really incomparable with the supporting role. The way the second pillar can succeed quickly is not necessarily low risk. It may not overstimulate the muscles and directly roast the body. Burnt. This kind of strengthening Xiaoli is needed, but Xiaoli does not currently have a big need for improvement in combat power, so the method of strengthening can be explored slowly, and there is no need to be so anxious. First of all, learn more knowledge about the human body from the library, so that you can stimulate it more safely and comprehensively, and the effect will be better. Xiaoli sighed. He actually read some books on the human body, but he didn't study it in depth before. Now it seems that one more thing has happened. To be honest, at this moment Xiaoli suddenly understood Orochimaru a little bit, and he also wanted to do research. The fastest way to obtain a secret technique similar to Thunder Release Chakra is to grab it directly, but currently few ninjas can do this. Secondly, of course, it is forbidden research like Orochimaru. Directly using living people to research will naturally speed up a lot. It would be better if those Kumagakur ninjas who can use the Thunder Chakra mode can be captured alive. Even if it is dead, after all, even if the body dies, the secrets of the opponent's body will not dissipate too quickly. Study the opponent's body strengthened by secret techniques. If there are more samples, you can also deduce the opponent's secret techniques. Even some ninjutsu can be deduced. After all, every ninja will have their usual chakra pathways when using ninjutsu. It is possible to deduce them by studying these pathways. But the problem is that a ninja knows too many ninjutsu, so there are many interference items. If you want to make inferences, you not only need more samples, but you also need to know that the ninja actually used this ninjutsu during his lifetime. As for secret techniques, since the training method is different from ordinary ninjutsu, it is better to reverse it. Therefore, even the corpse of a ninja is a precious material and will be recovered by the ANBU in the village. If it cannot be recovered, it will be destroyed directly. It is impossible to leave it to other villages. But even so, it will definitely not happen overnight if you want to reverse it, not to mention there are not so many corpses that happen to use the Thunder Chakra mode for you to experiment with. The efficiency of using ordinary living people will drop sharply later. If ordinary living people are not used, try using animals first, and the efficiency will drop sharply. In short, it is not simple. If Xiaoli is given taboo methods, he is confident that he will be able to research some results before the plot begins, which may be effective but have serious side effects. But here comes the problem. There are not that many people for Xiaoli to use for experiments. It is estimated that you would not be able to catch this amount even if you ask Zhen Lai. Even if you catch it, this amount will definitely cause shock. It is estimated that it will be over in a few days. It was immediately detected and sent. Besides, it's impossible for anyone to let a 6-year-old boy do an experiment. Being an experimental subject is pretty much. Therefore, from the very beginning, Xiaoli knew that taking the path of a researcher was simply not feasible for him. The time of travel was too late, and there was no time for him to conduct research, let alone receive funding before doing so. How many years old would a kid be so stupid as to fund his research? If you want to follow the path of a researcher, you need to travel earlier in time. It is best to be at the same time as Orochimaru. In that case, the operability is relatively high. If you find something cannot be done, you can even blame it on Orochimaru. Xiaoli sighed. If it were possible, scientific research would be a good path for an ordinary genius to take. Unfortunately, he couldn't take this path anyway. First of all, there was not enough time, and secondly, his talent was not in the field of scientific research in his previous life, and he would probably not be very successful in this life. Finally, Xiaoli did not want to touch too many bottom lines, and would only study ninjas who would die. However, it doesn't matter even if he can't take this path. Xiaoli's talent on the most orthodox path is still acceptable. As for whether there is another way to become a prophet, I can only say that even if you are familiar with the plot, you still need everyone around you to be fools. Or you need to be smart enough to make others look like fools in comparison. But is it possible? Anyway, Xiaoli felt that he couldn't do it. He didn't have the wisdom, so he should just work hard to become stronger. Xiaoli sat down cross-legged, and the electric arc on his body jumped again. Although the enhanced high-level secret technique is difficult to develop, why not just use it to relieve physical fatigue? As the arc continued to jump, a numbing feeling slowly spread throughout his body, which made Xiaoli feel a little bit aroused. The more tired the area, the stronger the numbing feeling. When it came to the most severely exercised area, Xiaoli almost couldn't help but moan. Soon, Xiaoli opened her eyes. She didn't have enough chakra. She had just used a sea-level ninjutsu, but it still consumed too much. However, even at this moment, Xiaoli could feel that his body was recovering much faster than before. This was because he only performed the most superficial massage for safety reasons. As his proficiency increases, Xiaoli believes that the effect will become better and better. In this case, the body will recover better, and the amount of chakra will increase faster. The current plan is about to change again. For the time being, the form changes can be practiced in the state of void and darkness, and then a little practice will be enough to get familiar with it. The remaining chakra will be used to massage the tired body. Xiaoli's eyes flashed. The discovery of the void state and the thunder escape mode made him feel that his future was getting brighter and he was looking forward to it a little bit. Chapter 23 The Effects and Help of Thunder Escape Form Changes. Chapter 23 The Effect and Help of Thunder Escape Form Change. Whether it was the Kongming state or the thunder escape massage, their subsequent effects were beyond Xiaoli's expectations. The state of space and darkness is not as amazing as the first time, but the perception is still slowly increasing, and the observation of chakra energy is getting deeper and deeper, but because it has not achieved a qualitative change, it seems that there is no breakthrough. But in fact, Xiaoli became more and more proficient in the form changes of wind release and thunder release. As a result, Xiao Li's thunder release and wind release ninjutsu became theoretically more powerful. Unfortunately, due to the limitation of chakra amount, the several wind escape ninjutsu and thunder escape ninjutsu that Xiao Li has mastered are still sea-level ninjutsu, which consume a lot of energy, and currently there is no need to use these ninjutsu. He naturally won't practice. The increase in power is just what Xiao Li feels. As chakra grows later, if there is still chakra left after everything is completed, and it is enough to use sea-level ninjutsu, he will probably try to practice it. This is the benefit of peacetime. If it is a wartime, these sea-level ninjutsu are all means of saving lives. You will have to rely on the limited chakra to practice, and the efficiency will be horribly low. But in order to survive, they are also necessary. As for the lay-done massage, the effect was even more obvious. Every time after breaking away from the void state, Xiao Li started to massage. The numbing feeling made him indulge in it every time. After each massage, Xiao Li could even feel a slight strengthening of his body. Of course, this was also related to the low strength of his body. However, the perceptible increase in speed is still enough to make people feel terrifying, and this also makes Xiao Li's chakra increase faster. Originally, Xiao Li expected that his chakra would reach the average genin level only when he was in 3rd grade, but now it seems that he should be able to do so earlier. Of course, Lei Dun's massage is not a panacea. His body has its limits. If the massage lasts too long, there will be pain, and Xiao Li will stop at that time. The remaining chakra is generally not enough to use sea-level ninjutsu, but it is a good choice to use it to try the form changes that were previously improved due to the state of Kongming. At this rate, Xiao Li will probably be able to practice the wind release wind curation jutsu and wind release gale wind palm, 2 relatively less expensive ninjutsu, by the next semester. In fact, Xiao Li had an idea after practicing the void state and thunder escape massage many times. These two can be done together. Unfortunately, at present, he can only observe in the void state. If he tries to actively control it, he will immediately leave the void state, but Xiao Li also believes that this will happen sooner or later. At that time, Lei Dun massage and Kongming state almost had the opportunity to be combined. As for now, it is better to practice separately. Let's first try to successfully reverse the order of practicing the Kongming state and the thunder massage. Metkai was shocked when he discovered Xiao Li's improvement when he came over occasionally. He had already made arrangements based on Xiao Li's body and improvement speed. However, when I came here this time, I found that Xiao Li's improvement was much faster than expected. What's going on? Xiao Li didn't hide it from Metkai. After all, he wanted Metkai to help determine the new exercise plan, including the improvement in Lei Dun massage. After listening to Xiao Li's words, Metkai looked at Xiao Li in a daze. Even though he had no talent for ninjutsu, he knew that it was not easy to do this. Maybe Xiao Li didn't feel the difficulty during the massage, but Metkai was still a jounin after all, and he had actually seen many things. Too many ninjas cannot even change their form and can only use it step by step according to the seals of ninjutsu, let alone freely control the chakra after the form change. At this moment, Metkai also understood that the other party was different from him and Xiao Li, and that the other party was definitely a genius in ninjutsu. After realizing this, Metkai couldn't help but shed tears and gave Xiao Li a thumbs up. It was so touching that he worked so hard despite having such a talent. Metkai felt that he was also inspired. He wanted everyone to know that the youth of Konoha's blue beast had no limits. Xiao Li looked at Metkai, who was crying in front of him, and was speechless. Although he had seen it in the original novel, it still felt strange to see it in reality. After being moved, Metkai still dutifully helped Xiao Li rearrange the exercise plan, and then became a little nervous. "Is there anything else, Master Kai?" Xiao Li was speechless when she saw Metkai like this. Didn't anyone tell him that his expression was too obvious and that he couldn't hide his thoughts at all? "Well, can you use this Lei Dun massage for Xiao Li?" Metkai scratched his head and felt a little embarrassed, but seeing Xiao Li's improvement, he thought of Xiao Li again. After his inquiring, Xiao Li seemed to be different from him. The other party really couldn't use ninjutsu, but it was not that it was difficult to use ninjutsu. Although Xiao Li also had chakra in his body, Xiao Li couldn't mobilize it at all. He couldn't get up, let alone use ninjutsu. Therefore, perhaps the only physical skills that Xiao Li could use were physical skills. Seeing Xiao Li's hard work, Metkai couldn't bear to tell him about this. Okay. Xiao Li also agreed directly. He originally had a good impression of Xiao Li. Secondly, it was Metkai's request. He also received Metkai's help. In the end, his remaining chakra was originally used for try the improved form changes in the void state. You can only try it once now, and you can put it down for subsequent exercises. Trying it once is actually enough. As for whether the remaining chakra after the experiment could be used to massage Xiao Li said that he had no choice. The first thing he had to ensure was that his plan was successfully completed, and then the remaining chakra would be used to help others. Page 12. This is something Xiao Li will not change and does not want to change, unless the person he is asked to help is Sinai. However, what Xiao Li didn't expect was that an accident happened. When Xiao Li said that he helped her with a massage, Xiao Li also expressed his gratitude. Although Xiao Li said that it was Metkai's request, Xiao Li still thanked him. Xiao Li, you have to remember that this massage is no joke. Lightning chakra is a very violent chakra, so if you feel pain during the process, stop immediately. Otherwise, it will not only not help you, but will also hurt your body. Xiao Li said solemnly. I know. Xiao Li nodded solemnly after hearing this. After Xiao Li was ready, Xiao Li started his massage, but after a while, before Xiao Li's massage was even deep, Xiao Li stopped because of pain. Isn't this time too short? It was so short that Xiao Li didn't expect it at all. Is this kind of massage effective? Yes, but based on Xiao Li's usual experience, the effect is very little. Xiao Li frowned and looked at Xiao Li. What's going on? He doesn't think it's because Xiao Li's physical strength is not strong enough. Chapter 24 Reasons and Xiao Li's decision. Xiao Li frowned, looking at Xiao Li who was crying in pain, and thinking about the reason. To give Xiao Li a massage, the thunder chakra that needs to be controlled needs to be released externally, so his control over it will be greatly reduced. But with the previous improvement in Kong Ming's state, it won't be that bad. Based on himself, Xiao Li's effect won't be so superficial. So, is there any difference between my body and Xiao Li's? Xiao Li's physical strength is definitely far greater than his. There is no doubt about this. Then it is a problem of chakra. Because it is his chakra, there is no way to help Xiao Li. No, it shouldn't be like this. His thunder chakra didn't even enter Xiao Li's body, and the other party was already screaming in pain. So, what's going on? Xiao Li was thinking. Sure enough, his knowledge was too shallow and he couldn't understand. Apart from these, what is the difference between him and Xiao Li? Of course they have different bloodlines, but they are both ordinary people, and no one will look down on the other. However, another point is that Xiao Li cannot use chakra, but this should not be the case. His massage has nothing to do with whether the other party can use chakra. Chakra's cooperation is not required during the massage. Xiao Li thought for a while, and the electric arc on his body was jumping again. This kind of jumping basically didn't feel anything to Xiao Li. He wanted to try it again to see why, but Xiao Li couldn't help but step back after seeing it. A few steps, that was an instinctive retreat from thunder and lightning. After Xiao Li saw Xiao Li's movements, she suddenly paused, then her eyes lit up and she said, Xiao Li, come over and touch me, and then tell me how you feel. After hearing this, Xiao Li felt a little numb when he saw the electric arc on Xiao Li's body, but he believed that the other party would not harm him, so he resisted touching it. Then, Xiao Li quickly retracted his hand. How is it? How does it feel? Xiao Li asked. It hurts a little. Xiao Li replied. Xiao Li's answer convinced Xiao Li that it was about the opponent's chakra attributes. Because the thunder in Xiao Li's chakra attribute is natural, even for the first time, he felt numb and even a little comfortable. But Xiao Li's physical strength is stronger than Xiao Li, and he will feel pain even if he touches these things. This is probably because Xiao Li does not have thunder in his attributes, so Xiao Li has no resistance or affinity for thunder at all. The method is compared with Xiao Li. This should be the reason, Xiao Li thought. Although he couldn't be completely sure, there was a high probability that this was the case. It's okay. It should be the reason why I can't use chakra. It has nothing to do with Xiao Li. Although Xiao Li was a little disappointed, he saw Xiao Li who had been thinking and thought he was blaming himself, so he couldn't help but take the initiative to say, "No, it's still my fault." Xiao Li took a deep breath and said, "What does this have to do with Xiao Li? It's obviously me." Xiao Li wanted to say something else. "It's my problem. The control of chakra is not precise enough." Xiao Li said. If his control was precise enough, he would be able to use more subtle thunder chakra to help Xiao Li. Although the effect in this way cannot be as good as his own, it will definitely be better than the current situation. In the final analysis, it was his lack of control over the released chakra. Xiao Li thought about it and said, "Let's do this. I will continue to help you every day from now on. Although the effect is small, it is still effective, and I can also practice chakra control through this." After hearing this, Xiao Li looked at Xiao Li blankly. Finally, with tears in his eyes, he hugged Xiao Li and kept thanking her. "There's no need to be so grateful. Didn't I say that I can also use this to exercise?" Xiao Li was a little helpless. He felt that he even had a way to test chakra control. It was quite profitable. He wanted to break free but couldn't. Xiao Li was very strong, so he was even more helpless because he couldn't break free. Unfortunately, Xiao Li didn't believe Xiao Li's words. Even if he could train, he didn't necessarily need to find him. Therefore, Xiao Li didn't know what he had to do to repay the other party's help. When Xiao Li saw Xiao Li like this, he understood that the other party probably didn't listen, and he didn't have any psychological pressure. Even if it was a little help, wouldn't it be considered help? However, Xiao Li felt a little speechless as she felt that there was still some chakra left. She thought it was not enough to give Xiao Li a thunder massage, but it turned out that it was not used up yet, so she should go back earlier today. "Xiao Li, I'm going home first, you should go back earlier," Xiao Li said. "Okay, I'll go back after exercising for a while," Xiao Li said seriously. Xiao Li knew that even though the other party said this, he would actually need to practice for a long time, but he couldn't say anything, so he just left. After a while, Xiao Li's side was almost over, and at this time, Metkai happened to come here after finishing his work and met Xiao Li. "Hey, today's exercise is over." Metkai looked at the sky and was very satisfied with Xiao Li's efforts. "Yes, Master Kai." Xiao Li's eyes lit up immediately after seeing Metkai. From Xiao Li's mouth, he also knew that this person who became a Jonin by relying on taijutsu was simply his future goal. "Well, I should have tried Xiao Li's massage. Was it useful?" Metkai also asked with some expectancy. Xiao Li's expression darkened immediately after hearing this. He was really too weak. He couldn't even bear the help from Master Kai and Xiao Li. Xiao Li told Metkai what had just happened in a low tone. "So that's it." Metkai also understood. It's not surprising if you think about it carefully. If it's really that simple, then not all the ninjas in Lei Dun can use this method. Since it doesn't work, let's work harder. Since the shortcut doesn't work, let's use our youth and hard work to fill the gap. I believe you can do it," Might Guy said, revealing his big white teeth that seemed to be flashing. "Yes, Lord Kai." Xiao Li's eyes also burst out with flames, and Met Kai saw the flames in Xiao Li's eyes also ignite. Master Kai, I have something to ask you. Xiao Li said loudly at this time. Say it. Met Kai replied loudly. It was obviously just an ordinary conversation, but it seemed so passionate. If Xiao Li was here, she would be so shocked that she couldn't stand it. I want to help Xiao Li, but I don't know what I should do to help him. I want to ask Master Kai what should I do. Suddenly, Met Kai fell silent, thinking of Xiao Li. Even though he didn't pay much attention to affairs, he also understood Xiao Li's terror. In his opinion, his terrifying talent was almost the same as Kakashi's, and he also worked much harder than Kakashi. It was too difficult to surpass him. However, nothing is impossible for youth. Are you ready? Met Kai took a deep breath and asked. Ready. Even so, will it harm my body? Met Kai continued to ask. Even if it hurts my body. Then, let's continue training. Met Kai looked at Xiao Li as if he saw himself. If he wants to catch up with those geniuses in terms of physical skills, he can only work hard, and force his body. Only in this way can he catch up with those geniuses. It's just possible to surpass those geniuses. And this is also Xiao Li's only way out and opportunity. Oh! Xiao Li shouted loudly, as if strength came out of his body again. Naturally, Xiao Li, who has returned home, will not know all this. Chapter 25 Midterm Assessment. Mom, I'm back. Xiao Li opened the door and shouted. I'm back. I'm exhausted and sweating again. Let's go wash up first. Mom has some questions to ask you. Sinai had also prepared Xiao Li's clothes and looked at the sweat all over Xiao Li's body and said. Sinai was used to Xiao Li coming back at this time every day, and looking like she was soaked in sweat every time she came back. Oh, okay. Xiao Li also took the clean clothes directly and walked towards the bathroom. Soon, Xiao Li came out stroking her wet short hair with a dry towel. Sinai's eyes lit up when he looked at his son. Although he usually looks ordinary, it's actually because of his dress. You can tell from the way he just got out of the bath. When he grows up, he will definitely be a handsome boy, at least better than his dad is much more handsome. What's the matter? Xiao Li looked at her mother. She had told her to come to him if she had something to do, but now he stood here for a while without saying anything. After Sinai came back to his senses, he said with a smile, didn't we have a midterm assessment before? Mom would like to ask how the results of the assessment were. The assessment, it should be pretty good. Xiao Li suddenly realized, how can any parent not care about their children's grades? This is inevitable even in the world of Naruto. However, when it comes to the midterm assessment, the first-year assessment is really nothing. It only tests some basic knowledge and basic physical education assessment. Xiao Li estimates that he should get full marks. Is it not bad? That's good. Sinai didn't ask clearly, and she didn't expect that Xiao Li's not bad would be full marks. The next day, when Irika announced the results, Xiao Li's score was perfect as expected. Moreover, because Xiao Li set the scoring standard for physical strength a bit high, in comparison, other people's sports scores were actually a bit miserable. Congratulations, Xiao Li, please continue to work hard in the future. After Irika handed the paper to Xiao Li, he went around and said, everyone should learn more from Xiao Li in the future. Teach him to sleep sitting up. The people below started discussing, and many people were a little dissatisfied with Xiao Li's results. After all, Xiao Li's performance in school was too transparent, except for being famous for sleeping while sitting. Uchiha Sasuke was also staring at Xiao Li at this time, gritting his teeth. He didn't hate the other person's excellence, but he was blaming himself for being left behind so much. In this case, how could he follow in his brother's footsteps? More importantly, in this case, he would damn it, I can't get any praise from my brother. Moreover, not only was the guy sitting down sleeping, the little transparent one with cherry-colored hair over there actually surpassed him. As an outstanding member of the Uchiha clan, he was also the son of the clan leader and had a very outstanding brother. Is he that bad? Uchiha Sasuke continued to gnash his teeth. In fact, the main culprit for Sakura's overall score surpassing Sasuke's is also Xia Li. His sports score standard was set too high. As a result, although Sasuke's sports score was much higher than Sakura's, his score was not higher. On the contrary, Sakura the theoretical knowledge attracted Sasuke a lot, so this scene appeared. Yamanaka Ino looked curiously at Xia Li, who had clearly won first place but still looked indifferent. Although she would say hello to him every day when they met, that was really all. Xia Li had never taken the initiative to look for Yamanaka Ino, and Yamanaka Ino gradually stopped paying attention to Xia Li. However, this time the assessment made Ino look a little impressed. She had no idea that Xia Li, who had always been unknown and seemed like a little transparent person, could be so good. Ino listened to the discussions around her. Although some were dissatisfied, there were also a lot of surprises. After all, Xia Li had perfect scores, and Lottie the second place has a lot of points, which is really awesome. At this moment, although in the eyes of most girls, Xia Li was still not as handsome as Sasuke, he seemed to be getting closer invisibly. Haha, Xia Li, you are so awesome. Naruto was much more direct. He looked at Xia Li walking back and shouted directly. Nakaduro. We are in class now, don't make loud noises. Also, Xia Li is the better one, not you. Your theoretical knowledge is at the bottom. Irika couldn't help but roar after hearing this. Didn't he see that others only discussed in a low voice? Being so loud, they really didn't take him, the teacher, seriously. After Naruto heard this, he couldn't help but scratch his head and looked at his score, feeling a little frustrated. Xia Li looked at Naruto's scores. How should I put it? Naruto still scored a lot better in sports, so he's not at the bottom yet. If ninjutsu is taught later, and ninjutsu accounts for the highest proportion, then Naruto, if it is still at this level, it will really become the tail end of the crane. Come on, Naruto, I believe you can do it. Xia Li thought for a while and encouraged him. Hehe, I think I can do it, after all, I am the man who will become Hokage. Naruto smiled happily after hearing this. It's so troublesome. Shikamaru was lying next to him, but he was woken up by Naruto's voice. Then he looked here with a headache, and couldn't help but complain after hearing Naruto's words. Page 13. Hey, you're no better than me. You just passed. Naruto glared at Shikamaru. Although Xia Li had said it before, he still couldn't see eye to eye. After Shikamaru yawned, he looked at Xia Li and saw that the eyes of many people around him were faintly falling on Xia Li. He couldn't help but sigh that the first place was indeed troublesome, but he had control over his theoretical knowledge. But sports? Shikamaru really almost failed, and the culprit was this guy in front of him. It was really a headache. The number of troublesome people increased again, and they were actually right next to him. This was still class. If get out of class was over, Shikamaru couldn't even imagine it. Sure enough, when get out of class was over, the place where Xia Li was originally empty was now packed. After all, although Xia Li is not as handsome as Sasuke, he is still a handsome guy above his level, and he is also so good. Naruto, who was squeezed out, couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. What should he do? As for Shikamaru next to him, he had already anticipated this scene, so he left his seat immediately after class. When he saw Naruto being squeezed out, he couldn't help but be glad for his decision. Ah, you were squeezed out too. Naruto said, pointing at Shikamaru. I didn't. Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Haha, don't deny it. I didn't expect Xia Li to be so popular. Naruto had the same experience when he saw Shikamaru, and suddenly felt that he was more pleasing to the eye, It's so troublesome. Why don't you change positions? Shikamaru was thinking as he watched this scene. As for Xiaoli, who was surrounded, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation, whether in his previous life or this life. He was a little overwhelmed at first, but later he felt that it was really troublesome. He frowned and thought that in the original work, Suzuki seemed to treat these people. It doesn't exist, but you can learn from it. Therefore, Xiaoli ignored anyone and looked at the book in her hand as if no one else was around. Suddenly, Xiaoli's ears became silent. Did everyone finally leave? Xiaoli looked up and saw the surrounding area, which was still full of traffic, but the person standing in front of him at this moment was Uchiha Suzuki, and the people around him also stopped making noise after seeing this scene, right? They were all looking forward to the collision between the most handsome Suzuki and the handsome top student. Chapter 26 Uchiha. What's the matter? Uchiha-san. Xiaoli looked up at Suzuki, who was standing in front of him with a cool expression. He didn't feel offended, and even felt that the little guy in front of him was quite cute. As for the legendary competition, Xiaoli really has no interest in these children. Although his personality will be affected by the environment, it will not make him behave like a child. Suzuki stared at Xiaoli, with unwillingness in his dark eyes, and in the end he only said one sentence, next time I will definitely surpass you. After saying that, Suzuki left without looking back and returned to his seat. Xiaoli was startled, and then couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, even in the world of Naruto, children are still children. This serious expression and cool look are really cute. Xiaoli wanted to record all of this with a camera, and show it to them when they grow up. She would probably make a lot of money. However, Sasuke's declaration will not affect Xiaoli at all. He is not easily surpassed. Although the other party is also one of the cheaters, it is obvious that the opponent's cheat has not been paid yet. Moreover, Xiaoli's impression of Uchiha Suzuki is quite good. He is hard-working and progressive. Although he has the pride of the Uchiha clan, the words he just said were driven by his self-esteem and should be said by him. But in fact, Sasuke's pride is not bad. After all, compared to other Uchiha, Suzuki is completely childish, and even quite good. After all, Suzuki would not hate others more than him, nor would he secretly target others because of his identity. Just such a declaration of hard work is really too disgusting for people. However, Xiaoli remembered that when he was a child in his previous life, he hated Uchiha Suzuki. After all, he thought this person was a stinker and was not good to Naruto. At that time, he simply didn't like him as long as he felt that he was not good to Naruto. Not to mention this guy shouting for revenge every day. Now that Xiaoli thinks about it, she was really innocent enough at that time. When she grew up and watched it again, she no longer hated Suzuki. Although Uchiha Suzuki is proud of himself, he has not reached the point where his eyes are higher than his own. Moreover, the opponent's efforts and talents are indeed real. What's more important is that compared to other Uchiha, Suzuki is really good. As for the relationship between Suzuki and Naruto, it's just on the surface that it's not good. In fact, they all understand. Finally, Suzuki has been thinking about revenge. Isn't this normal? Everyone in the clan was killed, so he wasn't allowed to take revenge? Even if Xiaoli was Suzuki, he would not forgive Konoha at all. Would it be over if Danzo died? Beautiful thought. If Suzuki still looks indifferent after facing the disaster of genocide, then this is the real scumbag, a hopeless white-eyed wolf. What's more, even under these conditions, Suzuki has not grown crooked yet, but he just says that he is an avenger whenever he has the opportunity. Compared to the other party's experience, Xiaoli feels that the other party has also been investigated by the legend. Carrot was affected. As for Sasuke's brother, Uchiha Itachi, his Sharingan illusion is unique in the world, but Xiaoli really couldn't understand the other party. It was right to want to ease the conflict between the family and the village, but what would it be like to turn around and kill the family if it couldn't be eased? Xiaoli couldn't understand, and didn't want to understand. He only knows that if people from Konoha dare to touch Sinai in the future, no matter who the opponent is, whether it is a high-level leader of Konoha or an elder, if the strength is not enough, then he must endure it first. Once the strength reaches the standard, he can help the village together. He flipped it. When the time comes, no one will be able to stop it. And this kind of thinking actually restricted Xiaoli, because Sinai lived a good life in Konoha, and the village treated Sinai well. He had a relatively easy job with a decent salary, and some ninja subsidies. Although they were all small favors, they did allow Sinai to pull Xiaoli to grow up, and this was enough for Sinai. This also made Xiaoli have no idea of betraying the village. He knew that there was a lot of darkness in the village, some of which were even unbearable for him to see. But what does all this have to do with him? Xiaoli is not a saint who wants to take care of all the injustices in the world. He is just an ordinary person who wants to become stronger and protect himself and the people he cares about. What's more, the darkness contained in Konoha is terrible. Are other villages clean? It's just a matter of 50 steps and 100 steps. In this world, where there are ninjas, there is no clean place. As for those things that make him uncomfortable, if you have the ability, you can try to see if you can change it. If you don't have the ability, then just don't affect him and the people he cares about. Xiaoli knew from the beginning that he was a selfish person, but he didn't want to change anything, that's all. Therefore, Xiaoli can never understand Uchiha Itaka's actions. He can only say that maybe the human brain circuit in the Naruto world has its own thinking mode. What does this have to do with Xiaoli? Let Sasuke and the top management of Konoha deal with the other party's affairs. It has nothing to do with him. However, Xiaoli thought about the time and couldn't help but look at Sasuke over there, and then thought about what happened in the village. He didn't pay much attention to what happened in the village, but it seemed that the relationship between the village and Uchiha was getting stronger. Nervous. So, is it almost time for the Uchiha to be exterminated? Xiaoli thought about it. He only knew about this incident, but he didn't know when it would happen. At present, it should be soon. Regarding the night when the Uchiha clan was exterminated, Xiaoli had no intention of changing her mind at all, and she didn't want to get involved. Is he just a little guy now, running to seek death? In this case, Xiaoli felt relieved after thinking about Sinai's general movement trajectory, which basically had no interaction with Uchiha. Then he thought about Uchiha's affairs. In the end, Xiaoli still felt that there was no hope and he should die. It's just a pity that Uchiha Fugaku is a relatively dovish clan leader. If the other party hadn't met Danzo, maybe the relationship between Uchiha and the village could be slightly eased. Even if they are still tense, they shouldn't be forced to rebel. Unfortunately, that is Danzo. As long as Danzo is still there, it is basically impossible for Uchiha to reconcile with the village, and even easing the relationship will be difficult. However, maybe it was Uchiha Shisui's kaleidoscope that made him temporarily dizzy and decided to rebel? But Xiaoli feels that it shouldn't be the case. The other party is also the leader of the clan. Does he really think that a kaleidoscope can successfully fight against the village? And it is still the strongest village. Therefore, if the opponent wanted to rebel, he must have been cornered and then saw Shisui's Mangekyo before he decided to give it a try. Then he was betrayed by two young men, and even his clan was exterminated by an unfilial son. Really, it's miserable. Anyway, Xiaoli felt that he was lucky not to be reincarnated into Uchiha. Otherwise, he would have thought about how to escape from Konoha first. He didn't think of any way to change Uchiha in Konoha. How could he first encourage Shisui to secretly kill Danzo? Forget it, thinking about it too much hurts your brain cells. It's still just speculation, and there's no way to prove it. It's useless to think about it. Chapter 27 Reward. In reality, Xiaoli's indifference also caused the people around him to scatter. After all, there is no need to keep a warm face and a cold butt. However, if Xiaoli can always maintain the first place in the future, it will probably be difficult. Scattered around. After everyone had dispersed, Yamanaka Ino had the opportunity to come to Xiaoli and came over to say hello with some trepidation. Ino didn't know why she was worried. She had obviously greeted Xiaoli before, but after seeing Xiaoli paying no attention to anyone, she felt that the other party might not pay attention to her either. Xiaoli, you have become so popular. Xiaoli turned around and saw Ino, with a helpless expression on her face, and said, I don't want to be so popular. It's quite annoying. I just want to read quietly. Immediately, seeing that Xiaoli's attitude was the same as usual, Ino breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, there is nothing we can do about it. After all, Xiaoli surpassed the second place by a lot. Xiaoli also sighed, it's so troublesome. So Xiaoli ignored others on purpose. Suddenly Ino seemed to realize something. Xiaoli looked around and nodded when he saw no one was around. Although he didn't pay much attention to people, if he said it and people heard it, it would offend people. Just pretend to be cold and cool, and forget about offending people. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret for you. After seeing Xiaoli's appearance, Ino couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, well, it will be troublesome if others hear it. Xiaoli didn't say anything more. However, Ino also left with satisfaction. Not only did he have a secret from both parties, but he also had a feeling that he was special. After all, Xiaoli ignored him and ignored him. Ino could feel the surprised eyes of those people seeing him being able to talk to Xiaoliping, and he felt a little proud. How could Xiaoli think so much? After pretending to be cold to drive away others, she couldn't pretend to be cold in front of people she knew? If Ino knew, he would probably complain, you are already cold, there is no need to pretend. Those scary guys have finally left. At this time, Naruto finally returned to his seat, wiped the non-existent cold sweat and complained, I can't even get back to my own place. It's indeed quite scary. Xiaoli agreed after thinking about it. Although he had seen this scene in the original work, it felt exaggerated at the time, but now that he was facing this scene, he felt quite tired. It's all your fault. At this time Shikamaru also walked to the other side, staring at Xiaoli with a pair of dead fish eyes, and was very dissatisfied with this guy who forced him to leave his seat. Then there's nothing I can do. You can't let things go on purpose, right? Xiaoli glanced at Shikamaru as he spoke. That's right. Suddenly, Shikamaru scratched his head, a little confused about what to say. Did he say that he was lax in his theoretical knowledge? However, the other party must have noticed it when he said this. Shikamaru looked at Xiaoli and found that the other party's attention had already returned to the books. He couldn't help but sigh that this person deserved the first place. The day ended quickly. Xiaoli exercised as usual, practiced the state of emptiness and darkness, and completed the final lay-down massage. She did not break this habit just because she came first this time. After all, with Xiaoli's familiarity with her previous life, as long as it breaks once, there will be all kinds of reasons to be lazy later, so this head cannot be opened. Then, it was the familiar plot from yesterday, but this time Xiaoli knew that Sinai wanted to ask about the results. Xiaoli didn't mean to be the Riddler. After handing the score sheet to Sinai, she took the clean clothes and towels and walked to the bathroom. And Sinai looked at the score sheet in his hand, looking at the perfect score and the first place ranking, and was a little dazed. He ran out to play with his son every day, and his grades were still so good. As for his sports, it's not bad. After all, Xiaoli worked up a sweat every day before coming back. His physical strength must have been exercised during this period. However, this theoretical score is still number 1. Is my son's talent so good? Sinai fell into deep thought and thought about Xiaoli, who has been sensible since she was a child. She is so sensible and has nothing wrong with being a genius. Although she has been more tired recently, she feels more motivated after seeing Xiaoli's results. Later, she could show off her son to her colleagues at work. Sinai smiled as she thought about it. In fact, Xiaoli was more tired. His lay-done massage could indeed help him recover better, and better recovery also required energy. Where does this energy come from? Naturally, energy is not born out of thin air, but is obtained from food, so Xiaoli's appetite has increased dramatically recently. However, from Sinai's point of view, this should be the result of serious training in school. If her salary is only used to make ends meet, although other aspects will be more compact, she can barely maintain it. Page 14. If it doesn't work, then ask a colleague to borrow some first. It shouldn't be difficult to think about it. After all, Xiaoli's achievements are here, and he will definitely be successful in the future. It won't be difficult to pay back this little money. After Xiaoli came out of the bathroom, Sinai hugged Xiaoli and rubbed his wet hair. "Son, you are really great. Tell me what reward you want this time. Can it still be a ninjutsu?" Xiaoli thought for a while and asked. Suddenly, the smile on Sinai's face froze. Her husband's inheritance was used up when exchanging shadow clones. There was no extra left to exchange for other ninjutsu, so she had to shake her head. "Then there won't be any more," Xiaoli said after thinking for a while. He also knew the situation at home. He had almost eaten all the food. What else did he need? Fortunately, Sinai worked in a barbecue restaurant and got it from the store. The meat is relatively cheap, otherwise there really wouldn't be enough for Xiaoli to eat. "Is there nothing else you want?" Sinai had a headache. "No more." Xiaoli confirmed, instead of wasting money elsewhere, it would be better to buy more food. As for shuriken and kunao, he can use stones to practice shuriken for the time being. For kunao, the stone is too fragile and it is not suitable. But Xiaoli also has a goal. If he gets the first place in the final assessment of the first grade according to the custom of previous years, a special kunao should be rewarded. As for this special kunao, Xiaoli said that she had already ordered it. "Okay." Sinai could only nod helplessly, but even though Xiaoli said she didn't need anything else, as a mother, she felt that she should still reward her children when they had good grades. "The weather is slowly getting colder, so let's knit a sweater. I haven't done anything for a long time. I hope my skills will not decline." Sinai smiled as he thought about it. In any case, as a parent, how can you not be happy when your child is so outstanding and sensible? Sinai looked at Xiaoli carefully and nodded secretly. It was time to dress up properly. It was no longer appropriate to wear shabby clothes like before. It would be good to dress up handsomely to attract some little girls. Chapter 28 Naruto's Invitation. One day after the midterm exam, a first-year class at the Ninja Academy. A few days had passed since the midterm assessment. What made Xiaoli relieved was that his popularity had finally returned to its usual state due to his character of basically ignoring others. Although many people still pay attention to him, but compared to those days when I was surrounded by people, it was much better. However, at this time, Xiaoli looked at Naruto, who was a little squirming next to him, sighed and said, "If you have anything to say, just tell me. There's no need to be coy." "Well, as expected of Xiaoli, you can see this." Naruto scratched the back of his head and laughed. "So what's the matter?" Xiaoli asked helplessly. "Well, tomorrow is my holiday, and I would like to invite Xiaoli to my home." Naruto no longer hesitated and said it directly, and then looked at Xiaoli expectantly. If Xiaoli agreed, then he would have a third child in his family. A guest other than a third-generation old man. "Hey!" Xiaoli was stunned for a moment, not expecting Naruto to invite him to his home. "Can't you?" Naruto looked at Xiaoli, who didn't answer. Thinking that the other party was in a bit of trouble, and suddenly became a little disappointed. "It's not impossible, I just didn't expect you to invite me suddenly," Xiaoli said after coming back to her senses. "Hey, then." Naruto's eyes lit up. "Well, I agree, but you just need to tell me your address. I will go there alone. After all, you know what will happen if I go with you." Xiaoli did not hide his thoughts. He didn't want to be talked about by the villagers wherever he went. "Oh, okay." Naruto naturally wouldn't care about this detail. Besides, wasn't it also the reason why he didn't get close to Xiaoli before coming to ninja school? Xiaoli was thinking about being a guest. First of all, although he didn't know where Naruto's residence was, he was basically sure that there should be no other residence around his house, so if he was just a guest, he would just avoid it. Just the eyes and ears of the villagers. As for the ANBUAND Gen who were secretly monitoring Naruto, Xiaoli had nothing to worry about now. She was at the same table as Naruto in school, so wasn't it normal to go to the other person's house to play? What's more, the third Hokage would be happy to see this scene if he wanted to strengthen Naruto's bond with the village. The only trouble is the roots. If it were before, Xiaoli might have hesitated, but now he is sure that he has been noticed by the third Hokage. Even though the third Hokage is old, there is no need to worry in this regard. The third Hokage is not stupid yet. Let Danzo reach out to the future of the village. There was a way to deal with everything, so Xiaoli naturally did not refuse. Soon, Naruto told Xiaoli where he lived. As expected, it was not beyond Xiaoli's expectation. It was even more remote. As a result, Naruto would probably need to pick him up for the rest of the journey, otherwise it would be really hard to find him. Xiaoli quickly made an appointment with Naruto. After all, even if he was a guest, he couldn't waste his training time. As for using a shadow clone to attend an appointment, Xiaoli had a flash of the idea, but quickly gave it up. After all, he felt it was not polite to use a shadow clone to be a guest, even if the other party was just a child, he shouldn't do it. "Hey? Is Xiaoli going to be a guest at Uzumaki-san's house?" Ino just heard their conversation nearby and couldn't help but ask. "Yeah, what's the problem?" Xiaoli looked at Ino. Ino frowned and looked at Uzumaki Naruto. Her father told her that it was best to stay away from this person, but Ino didn't quite understand why. She thought about the other person's usual behavior, especially after they had become familiar with each other recently. "A little bit, it seems to be okay, right? It should be fine," Ino said according to her feelings. "I don't know what others say about Naruto, but I prefer to believe my own feelings. I think Naruto is a very good little friend." Xiaoli almost said the little guy, and thought about it for a while. "At your age, let's call them friends." "Well, I understand." Ino nodded confusedly, as if he had heard some great truth. When Naruto heard this, he looked so moved that he wanted to cry. Shikamaru, who was lying on the table, moved his ears and couldn't help but smile. Although that guy was quite troublesome, he was quite unexpected. She didn't quite understand, and couldn't figure it out. Ino shook her head. And she'd better go back and ask her mother. However, Ino looked at Naruto who was about to cry, and felt a bit rustic, and the look of him about to cry was really unsightly. Sure enough, Xiaoli is better looking and has good grades. However, Naruto's classmates have invited Xiaoli to his home, so should she also invite Xiaoli? However, as a girl, wouldn't it be bad to take the initiative to invite? Ino was hesitant and did not make a decision in the end. "Come to class." Xiaoli didn't notice anything unusual about Ino. After all, not everyone writes their thoughts on their face like Naruto, and Ino didn't stay there long, so it was normal for him not to notice. After school, Ino was still thinking about this matter, and then she accidentally saw a familiar figure. She couldn't help but take a closer look, and found that the person seemed to be her classmate, and she was also the second in the class, Haruno Sakura. The other parties seemed a little lonely at this time. Obviously your grades are so good, is there any time you are unhappy? Ino thought for a while but walked over. Xiaoli also saw this scene on the way to the training ground. After thinking about it, Ino and Sakura seemed to have become good friends because of one thing. Before, they were wondering why they were complete strangers. But now it seems it's not the time yet. At this time, Xiaoli also remembered that Xiaoying seemed to be not very confident because of her wide forehead. Even so, she almost got a perfect score in theoretical knowledge. When she became more confident later, she would probably get a perfect score in theoretical knowledge. From this point of view, Xiaoli couldn't relax. In order for the genius character to be passed down to the third generation, he needed to get first place in all projects. But it was still too early to think about this. Xiaoli looked at Ino and Sakura who were already chatting over there. Although the latter two were jealous because of Suzuki, in fact they had always had a good friendship and they were a good couple. Friend. Xiaoli thought of Naruto again. That guy often peeked at Sakura. He probably still fell in love with Sakura like in the original novel. After all, Naruto at this time had no chance to get along with others. Basically, it was all about looks, Sakura. It's indeed quite cute. Forget it, Xiaoli thinks his own feelings don't count. He thinks these little guys are quite cute. How can he break it? However, Xiaoli looked at it from an adult's perspective, while Naruto looked at it from a peer's perspective, which was quite different. Although he was thinking about things, Xiaoli never stopped. He still had to complete today's practice step by step and could never relax. Chapter 29 Naruto's Home. The next day, after Xiaoli completed today's plan, she walked towards the agreed place. Xiaoli, this way, this way. When Xiaoli arrived at the agreed place, she saw Naruto running towards Xiaoli and waving his hand. Xiaoli looked at Naruto and thought about the time of his arrival. Due to what he had learned in his previous life, he always came some time in advance for this kind of appointment, but Naruto still came earlier than him, and it seemed that he was still there. I don't know how long I have been waiting. One can imagine how much Naruto was looking forward to this time. You're here so early. It's still early before the agreed time. Xiaoli said. Hey, I'm a little excited. Naruto scratched his head and said with a laugh. With that said, Naruto also walked in front, leading Xiaoli the way. To be honest, if no one was there to lead the way, it would be really hard to find Naruto's place to live. Xiaoli looked at the house in front of her. It was not too small. If Naruto lived alone, it could even be considered very big. This should be the residence arranged for Naruto by the third generation. As for the residence of the fourth Hokage, it is definitely impossible for Naruto to live there. After all, if Naruto lives there, he will have the same bright blonde hair as the fourth Hokage, even if he does not want to associate Naruto with the fourth Hokage. People can't help but think about the relationship between them, right? In fact, the village was hiding the relationship between the Yandere and Naruto. Therefore, it is basically impossible that this is the residence where the fourth generation lived. Soon, Naruto took Xiaoli into the house. Before Xiaoli walked in, she also saw some marks in front of the door. Although it looked like they had been cleaned away, she could probably guess what they were. After all, even though Naruto's residence is very remote, it's not surprising that someone will still find it, and then do some unreasonable things, such as carving words and throwing paint on them. After entering the house, Xiaoli was a little surprised to find that although Naruto's house was not clean, it was quite tidy. I have to say that it was pretty good for a boy or a child to be like this. By the way, do you have any plans for what to do next? Suddenly, Xiaoli asked Naruto. Hey! Naruto blinked, do you need any more arrangements? Xiaoli sighed, she shouldn't expect anything from Naruto, and asked, then what do you usually do? Normally. Naruto thought for a while and said, I seem to have nothing to do at ordinary times. Sometimes I wander around alone, and sometimes I go to the village to play. Xiao Li looked at Naruto and did not continue to ask, what are you going to play in the village? Will anyone play with him? It probably refers to doing some weird things to attract other people's attention. Then what do you usually do at home? Xiao Li continued to ask. After thinking for a while, Naruto shook his head and asked, does Xiao Li know anything to play with? Suddenly, Xiao Li fell silent. What's the point of playing? Well, I no longer remember the memories of my childhood. It was about playing when I grew up. There were no mobile phones in this world, so Xiao Li couldn't think of anything fun and could only shake her head. It turns out that Xiao Li is just like me. We are different. If I don't play, it's because I don't want to play, and if you don't play, there is no play. Xiao Li rolled his eyes. Naruto narrowed his eyes, is there anything different? Aren't they all worth playing? Then do you have any questions in class? I can answer them. Xiao Li thought for a while, and since there was nothing to do, he stopped playing. He was not interested in it anyway, but he was a little annoyed. It seems that he didn't bring a book with him. If he had known that Naruto didn't have any arrangements, he would definitely have brought a book with him to read. Hey? Do you still want to read during the holiday? Naruto was a little reluctant. Stop talking nonsense, your theoretical scores are very poor. Xiao Li glanced at Naruto and said. Okay. Naruto nodded reluctantly. Took out his textbook, and scratched his head to read. Xiao Li had nothing to do, so she carefully observed Naruto's room. Well, the furniture was quite complete, including a refrigerator, a washing machine, an air conditioner, etc. Xiao Li was a little speechless every time. Naruto's technology line was really good. Chaos, and these are definitely not something Naruto can afford. It was probably arranged by the third generation. Of course, if the fourth generation's inheritance was given to Naruto, then Naruto was indeed a son of a rich family. In fact, what the third generation gave to Naruto was definitely not as much as the fourth generation's inheritance, but it was actually enough. It was no problem to use it to cover expenses anyway. The problem was that Naruto had money but most likely couldn't spend it. So much instant noodles and milk should have been given by the third generation. The third generation should have also discovered that giving Naruto coins would not be used by the other party. It is better to send some food that is easy to preserve. Others, even if it is fresh meat, Naruto people also need to be able to cook. However, in this way, although the milk is enough, the nutrition of instant noodles is indeed not enough. Naruto in the original book was indeed short during the same period, and his height grew rapidly after Jiraiya. It probably has something to do with this. It's really enviable that he has so much chakra. There was just a bit too much milk. Xiao Li took it out and looked at the production date. The outside was quite new. Then when he saw the inside, he was silent. There was expired milk. Would the third generation be so stingy as to give Naruto expired food? The answer is no. If this is the case, then even if Naruto is a Jinhyuriki, he will not die, but he will probably spend every day in the toilet. In fact, he does not, which means that Naruto has not drank the expired milk. The problem probably still lies with Naruto. Xiao Li shouted, Naruto! Hey? What's the matter? Naruto raised his head and saw Xiao Li standing in front of the refrigerator holding milk. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he said, Xiao Li, if you want to drink, just drink it. I have plenty here. I don't want to drink it, I just want to say that if you drink milk from now on, you have to drink the milk inside. Why? Isn't this troublesome? Naruto was a little confused. Page 15. You drink from the outermost one every time, right? Xiao Li asked. Isn't that natural? But the content inside will expire if you don't drink it. Xiao Li said. Ah. Naruto also came here, looked at the milk in Xiao Li's hand, looked at the date, scratched his head, and said, I haven't noticed any of this, but drink the inside first because the outside has expired. What to do? You keep drinking the inside, and when the inside is finished, the outside becomes the inside. You drink the outside first. If you replenish it frequently, it will be difficult to drink the inside, so it will expire. Li is a little helpless, can't you understand this? That's it. Naruto clapped his hands and suddenly realized, Xiao Li is still smart. Xiao Li couldn't help but sigh. Even if Naruto praised him, he couldn't be proud of it. What's so clever about it? It's just that the person in front of him is too stupid. He doesn't know who inherited it, whether it is the 4th generation or the 4th generation. Madam is obviously not like this, right? As long as you know how to do it, you just read the book, right? Is there anything you don't understand? Xiao Li asked. Naruto scratched his head. You don't know how to do anything, do you? Xiao Li couldn't help but stare at Naruto with dead eyes. Hey hey, Naruto giggled. As for Xiao Li, he had never been so speechless. In his memory, the other party's theoretical knowledge seemed to be very poor, but his current behavior was still beyond his expectation. How does Xiao Li feel now? Well, that is the mentality of a parent who is helping his children with their homework. He may be angry to death at any time. Why did I think of tutoring him with theoretical knowledge at that time? Can we go back in time? This time he will definitely not ask for trouble. Chapter 30 Fat beats Naruto. Xiao Li's eyes were dull and he looked at the paper in front of him blankly. What sin had he done in his previous life? Why should he be punished like this? It was obviously something that had been said many times, and Xiao Li thought that he had explained it very clearly, but the random fonts on the paper now told him that the other party did not understand it at all. In her previous life, Xiao Li had no chance to try to help her children with their homework. She didn't expect that she would experience it with Naruto so quickly in this life. After finishing marking Naruto's paper, Xiao Li looked like she was now with her eyes blank and the corners of her mouth slightly twitching. Really, I really knew that Naruto's theoretical knowledge in the original work was very poor, but I still didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Xiao Li sighed deeply. Being able to be Naruto's teacher for 6 years and training Naruto to become a ninja, Irika is really amazing. Therefore, Naruto's subsequent studies will all rely on shadow clones. Although it is also a talent, it is not feasible now. First of all, the 3rd generation must be very concerned about Naruto, so Xiao Li is not easy to hand over the shadow clone to Naruto. Secondly, even if he ignores the 3rd generation and gives the shadow clone to Naruto, Naruto may not be able to use it now. Naruto's chakra is definitely sufficient, but the problem is that the 9 tails in Naruto's body is causing trouble, making it difficult to control the chakra. In the current situation, teaching Naruto ninjutsu is basically useless. Even the exclusive plug-in shadow clone or multiple shadow clones may not be able to learn it. On the other hand, the other party's ability to learn multiple shadow clones in a short time is quite bizarre in the eyes of the current Xiao Li. He can only be said to be the most unexpected ninja. Seeing Xiao Li's state, Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment, feeling as if he had let Xiao Li down. Xiao Li put down the test paper and had no idea of continuing to teach Naruto theoretical knowledge. Since the other party was only suitable for physical memory, the current teaching method was no longer applicable, and there was no way to do it. Naruto, where is your usual place for exercise? Xiao Li asked. Exercise? Well, it should be fine outside. Naruto scratched his head. He didn't have any special place to exercise. Oh, then come with me. Xiao Li thought for a while, this place is indeed quite remote, and it can be considered a suitable place for exercise. Oh. Naruto nodded and followed Xiao Li. In a slightly vacant place in the woods, Xiaoli and Naruto stood facing each other. Xiaoli, do you really want to do this? Naruto was a little reluctant to attack Xiaoli and was still asking. Naruto, don't you want to be Hokage? The prerequisite for becoming Hokage